It's the best time of the week. College football predictions, week number 7, and there are 56 games. What have I signed myself up for? No, it's all right. 56 games this week. It is the longest and largest college football slate of the year, and here we go. Every single game this week. Even, good old Louisiana Monroe at the Chanticleers of Coastal Carolina and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Every single game. And guys, we're at to that point in the year. Welcome back. Wednesday Night Football. Let's go. All right, we're kicking things off with the CUSA on Wednesday night. I believe next week we're back on Tuesdays. I think we are. So now this is total college football chaos every single day now of the week. Starting, I guess, on Wednesday, there's football between the NFL and college football, which leads me to tell you about our college football, or sorry, NFL. Screw that one up. Our NFL predictions also on the channel starting tomorrow. Again, best bets for the NFL will be on Saturday. Our college football best bets are on Friday. We completely dominated our college football best bets last week, so make sure to go check those out later in the week. And folks, before we get into the video, all I ask is, this video is going to be long. It's probably my longest on the channel. All I ask is you hit that subscribe button down below and leave a like. It helps out the channel a huge bit if you can just do those two things. Let's do it. Also, daily MLB best bets in the channel this week on Greedo Plays MMA Contender Series, probably later today, but also our UFC Fight Night Oliveira versus Gamrot predictions from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Got that all out the way. I mean, nothing screams a Wednesday night more than Missouri State at Middle Tennessee. I mean, come on. From Johnny Red Floyd Stadium in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I mean, this is where I'm spending my Wednesday night. Come on now. Missouri State on the road taking on the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. I'm going with the underdogs. I'm taking Middle Tennessee to win this one. Guys, Missouri to me is they're a very off and on team. I know they played Western Kentucky really close, and shout out to WKU last week going on the road and winning a barn burner against Delaware. What a weird game that was. Referees tried everything in their possible power to win that game for the Delaware Blue Hens, but they didn't. WKU held on. Shout out to college kickers. Missouri State, though, has traded wins and losses since the start of the season, starting with the USC loss, obviously, a win at Marshall, loss against SMU, a win against UT Martin, and then a loss against Western Kentucky. This is where we break that trend with Middle Tennessee winning. Now, can I tell you this is my most confident pick of the day on Wednesday? No, it's not, okay? There's another game, and we don't do best bets for Wednesday and Thursday, so I will detail you my 2 favorite bets for both Wednesday and Thursday because they will not be included on the best bets. So, this is not it. I'll say it outright right now, okay? I am taking the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders to win the game. Am I confident in it? Nope. No, I'm not. Nicholas Viato, still quarterbacking, obviously, the Blue Raiders. Game manager. That's what I will say. Nah, is that harsh? He does throw from some pretty good numbers, but, Viato's never done anything to me that screams, gotta pick Middle Tennessee because he's that quarterback. I'm taking them today because they're at home and it's a weird Wednesday night. Because this is the thing about these weird games now, okay? Because we gotta take this into account now with Wednesday Night Football. Weird stuff happens. Because I don't know if I don't want to disrespect the people of Murfreesboro or Tennessee. I've never been there, but I can't imagine there's gonna be a big crowd for this game. It's weird Wednesday CUSA football. You think Maction's weird on Tuesday? No. Try watching the CUSA on Wednesdays. Or on Tuesdays when they go back to Tuesdays, too. It is the most random football you're ever going to watch. I'll never forget watching La Tech last year on a Wednesday night, and, their 10-9 games, or when, Kennesaw beat Liberty on a Wednesday night. Weird stuff happens on Wednesdays in the CUSA. And when I think about that, again, unders usually hit in the CUSA. Guys, CUSA football is not like MAC football, where it's high scoring and they're going back and forth the entire game. No, CUSA football, especially on weekdays, and I could be wrong on this, again, at least for this particular game, but at least last year, in the last couple of years, it's been okay. CUSA games during the week are not very fun. They are defensive battles. It's usually cold wherever they're playing, at least later in the year. Nobody's at the games, that weird environment. And usually home teams get the better of those games, at least if the odds are close. So, with that being said, I'm taking the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. I expect a low-scoring game. Missouri State, guys, you can prepare all you want for Division I football or Division I FBS football. You cannot prepare for Wednesday night CUSA action, though. You can't. I'm sure Missouri State, they're used to playing with small crowds, at least, again, playing in the FCS last year, even though some FCS schools get great attendance. I don't know if they're ready for this, though. It's going to be an eerie, weird environment. Jacob Clark doesn't really hold on to the football that much. And for me, Missouri State, they rely on what they can do defensively a lot because They shut down Southern Methodist to 28 points, but run game's not good. I don't think Clark does anything that exceptionally well. I believe it's a low-scoring game. I think Viato, with his weird, wacky experience in these games, wins. I'm taking Middle Tennessee at home, plus money, plus 120. Sign me up for the Blue Raiders. But that's not my favorite bet of Wednesday. It's this one. Welcome to Wednesday Night Football, Malachi Nelson. All right. Hey, I mean, it may not be playing at the Coliseum at 7 o'clock against, I don't know, the Oregon Ducks. Instead, at home against the Liberty Flames. Guys, UTEP and Malachi Nelson are 1-4. Oh boy. They don't run the ball. And in all fairness to him, again, his team doesn't run. And, well, there's more of this, and I'll get to this in a second. But UTEP is a 1-4 team this year, right? They're not very good, right? And you look at what they've done so far this season, they haven't won a game against an FBS opponent. So, again, in Malachi Nelson's career so far, he has not won a game against an FBS opponent. Well, at least he has sitting on the bench for Boise. And that was some valuable experience he got last year. But the problem is not Nelson. The problem is not the quarterback position for this team. It's the running backs. No, it's just all-around run game. They don't run the ball well. And here's the problem, too. Is Malachi Nelson even still a starter? Is he the starter? I don't know. Last game against La Tech last week or 2 weeks ago, Nelson gets pulled in that game because of how bad he was. Is La Tech a very good defense? Undoubtedly. This is a great defense that they have. La Tech, for as boring as they were last year, for as bad as they were last year, CUSA to me is between them and WKU. Two best teams by far in the conference. Kennesaw's going to have their games, but to me, it's La Tech and WKU are the two teams. La Tech completely shuts down Malachi Nelson. Nelson, 18 for 38 passing for 73 yards. And that's not the bad part. 4 picks. Skylar Locklear, former starter, obviously last season, comes in the game late. They pull Malachi Nelson. Locklear goes 4 for 6 for a touchdown and 1 interception. You're thinking, oh, maybe he just got garbage time possessions. Not really. Not really. That game was 10-3 in the fourth quarter. It was a 10-3 game in the fourth quarter, and Malachi Nelson's drive stalls out. They go, Locklear into the game. We need something. It's bad, man. It is bad. I don't know who the starting quarterback is. Last I saw, I believe they're going to start Nelson here. I believe so. I think they still have him listed as a starter for now, but know that there is a very short leash on the guy. Doesn't matter. They're playing Liberty. Guys, I have nothing against Liberty University at all. I enjoy watching Liberty Flames basketball quite a bit. I've been watching Liberty Flames basketball since Darius McGee played at Liberty that's a while ago now, like 2018, 2017, 2019, when Darius McGee was there, 19 at least. March Madness 19, I was watching Darius McGee play actually in person. Anyways, Liberty football's horrible right now. No other way to put it. Is their last couple losses good losses? They are, undoubtedly. Like, Old Dominion, we're going to talk about them later in the video. They don't get the respect they deserve. That's a really good football team whose only loss this season is to the Indiana Hoosiers, who, hey, big game this week. I haven't talked about it yet for a reason where I'm like, I'm scared. No, I'm not. I'm saving it until we get there. I'm trying not to mention it at all. Okay, I'm trying not to mention it. But Liberty's got a problem. Who's the starting quarterback? I don't know. I assume it's Michael Marinder. I think he's a freshman. I believe he's their starter. But they've also got, who's the third string guy? It's Ethan Hauk. It's another freshman. I don't know who's starting for this team. Vasco hurt. Vasco not good. Vasco not playing is what I will say, okay? Now, regardless of if Vasco is so bad for this team, man. But they're worse without him, though, which is crazy to say. They're even worse without Vasco. Vasco's hurt. Don't know if he's playing. It's not going to matter, guys. You have two teams, and this sums up CUSA football on a Wednesday night. You don't know who's starting for either team. Regardless of who they start, it's going to be mid. All chaos, man. Hell's going to break loose in the CBS network, man. CBS Sports Network. So, when there's all these question marks, I'm going to take the team at home. I don't think okay, guys, the quarterback play for UTEP might not be very good. Locklear's a very good backup in this USA. Liberty's just got inexperienced freshmen as backups, and their starter's not even that good either. So with all that being said, I'm going to go with the Liberty Flames to lose on the road. I'm taking UTEP. I think the Miners win. We like the UTEP Miners in this spot. I'm not going to make the mistake I did, I think, early in the year when I just said we like the Miners in this game. We like the Miners to win the football game and take UTEP plus 110 at home. Okay, on to Thursday. So that's the first of two best bets between Wednesday and Thursday. We'll get into our other one on the Thursday slate. It's not this, though. La Tech on the road at Kennesaw State. So line open at 5.5. I'm now seeing 7.5. Perfect. We're going to take plus 7.5 on Kennesaw State. So I'm going to correct myself. I made this graphic about 24 hours before I made this video, and lines have moved a little bit. So not many, but I will tell you if anyone has. So we're now seeing plus 7.5 for Kennesaw State. Sign me up. So you know what I said earlier about who I think are the powerhouses and the best teams, obviously, in the Conference USA? WKU and La Tech. And La Tech, it's 100% because of their defense. Again, forcing 5 interceptions between Skylar Locklear and Malachi Nelson is a big deal in their last game. They went at 30-11 on the road at the Sun Bowl in El Paso, Texas. Huge deal. Their defense has played really well this season. Hell, they played Louisiana State, and they held Louisiana State to 23 points. I know, again, Brian Kelly's offense has struggled with Garrett Nussmer and whatnot this season, but holding any SEC team as a group of 5 CUSA squad to 23 points, that should be celebrated. And that's exactly what La Tech has done. Since then, 3 consecutive victories over New Mexico State, who cashed us big last week, Southern Miss, who's been very good for us this season as well, and the UTEP Miners. So La Tech now goes on the road to take on Kennesaw State, arguably their toughest conference game so far. No, it has to be. They've only played 2, and it's New Mexico State and UTEP. Yeah, this is by far their toughest game of the conference schedule. Kennesaw's playing really good football. I can't believe I'm saying that. They've been very good this year. Omari Odom has done a good job at quarterback. They quickly made the quarterback switch after week 1 in that very bad game against Wake Forest. Omari Odom's come in, the sophomore from Inglewood, California, and he's been very good for Kennesaw State. Look at that game that he had against Arkansas State, 308 yards on 25 of 34 passing. Omari Odom's done a great job as the quarterback, obviously, and leading the helm for Kennesaw State. And they can score. They can score. Now, the thing is, how will this game be played defensively? Because, again, Omari Odom, dual threat guy. He can run it. Obviously, he can launch it too with his arm. The problem Kennesaw is going to have in this football game is dealing with the Louisiana Tech defense, a very good Louisiana Tech defense. Offensively, are they anything huge? No, not really. Blake Baker's the starting quarterback. He's done a decent job this year. They don't really have that great of a run game. They are running back by committee for the most part, and Baker is going to run to himself. Or he's going to obviously run. He's going to run. They're not going to wow you with their offense. They are just a defensive-minded team whose defense puts their offense in great spots and gives them great field positioning throughout the entirety of a game. So when I look at this one, I think Kennesaw on a weird, again, it's Thursday. It's not that weird anymore, but still, Thursday night game at Kennesaw State. If I'm getting 7.5 points, I'm going to take the 7.5 points. I'm going to. I think, again, just giving Kennesaw those points at home the way that they've played so far this season is pretty valuable. This is a team that's now won 3 consecutive games after, sure, losing in week 1 to Wake Forest. It is what it is. You get blown out at Indiana. Well, Indiana's the 6th best team in the country now, soon to be ranked 1 after this week. And now Kennesaw's coming off 3 straight victories. Merrimack, Arkansas State, Middle Tennessee, all of which were played at home. Guys, Kennesaw State has not been on the road in over a month. September 6th was their last road game in Bloomington, and now yet another home game here on ESPNU on Thursday against Louisiana Tech. And do I expect it to be low scoring? 100%. But Kennesaw State's defense has played well too. I mean, again, Indiana scored points on them, guys. The Hoosiers are scoring points on any team in the country right now, including the Oregon Ducks. Get ready, Dan Lanning. But Kennesaw State's defense has shown up in games other than when they played the Hoosiers. 10 points against Wake. 13 against the Merrimack Warriors, don't care. 21 against Arkansas State, a good offense at times. 16 points against Middle Tennessee. The defense shows up. Omari Odom should show up with his legs and with his arm, and I believe Kennesaw State can cover the adjusted line now that we now have at 7.5. Not my favorite bet of the day, but I do not mind Kennesaw at home covering. I think La Tech wins, though. Their defense will win them the game late. Okay, our next game. Not the best bet also of this day on Thursday, but still, East Carolina goes on the road to take on Tulane. I think Tulane wins, and I believe Tulane covers. 7.5 points, might go down to 6.5, I could see. I believe it's still at 7.5, it is. I think Tulane covers against ECU. I think they will. ECU's coming off a big win over Army on a Thursday night. They looked really good in that game, and you know that ECU's got talent. Held their starting quarterback, Caden Hauser, former Big Ten starter. Hauser's been really good at this level, and we've seen this again out of multiple Big Ten, at least Power 4 quarterbacks. You go down to the group of 5 and you see a lot of success, especially in the American, in the MAC. Two very scoring heavy conferences, at least more than the Conference USA. Sun Belt's pretty high scoring at points too, but essentially, I mean, you can score anywhere but the Conference USA, unless you're Western Kentucky or Delaware, who score a lot. Regardless, I would expect a lot of points in this game, but you get two former Power 4 quarterbacks, Jake Retzlaff, obviously, from Brigham Young over to Tulane. You get Caden Hauser, obviously, down to East Carolina, and expect a lot of points. Tulane's going to score quite a bit. I believe ECU's going to score quite a bit. Two teams that put the ball in their quarterback's hands, and obviously Caden Hauser's, what he does is a little bit different than what Jake Retzlaff does. Obviously, Retzlaff does a lot of damage on the ground and obviously through the air too. And East Carolina, they're just going to let Caden Hauser air it out every single game. That's what he does. Dominant last victory 2 weeks ago, again on a Thursday, against the Army Black Knights. Hauser with 251 yards and a 28-6 victory for the ECU Pirates. Flip side, Tulane dominates Tulsa last week. It is a short week for them, but no, actually that was 2 weeks ago. They've got an extended bye going in this one. Tulane, it's a bye going in this one. 31-14 victory for Tulane over the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Their only loss this season is a loss at Ole Miss, which at the time I actually thought Tulane might be able to win. That didn't go well, but look how good Ole Miss is now. Look how highly ranked Ole Miss is now. Tulane prior to that, 3 consecutive victories against some very good team, Northwestern, South Alabama on the road, and then Duke. That's the big one, beating Duke. I think Tulane wins the football game. I think they do, and I think they cover. I know how good the offense is for East Carolina. They've not played a team yet on the level of Tulane, at least at the group of 5. The group of 5 opponents have been Army and Coastal Carolina. I think Army's all right. You got him at home, though, and if you can put points on Army early, it's hard for them to get back into that game. It's just the way that they play, that's hard. They are designed, and all the military schools for the most part, especially Army, though, who don't throw it as much as the other two, especially with Bryson Daly gone, they need to be up in games, or at least they need to be competitive and in dogfights back and forth. They cannot be trailing big, and if you're going to be up big against them, they're probably not coming back. But you look at ECU's other victories against group of 5s, well, it's just one. It's Coastal Carolina. Well, anybody can be the Chanticleers right now, right? That's just how they are. The 2 losses, Brigham Young expected, and then at NC State, yeah, again, you're not expected to beat CJ Bailey in the Wolfpack, but, you still lose the game 17-24. Hauser throws for 366 yards, but the thing that kills East Carolina is that they don't run the ball, and they can't run the ball. For Tulane, there's a threat everywhere. And sure, is ECU an all-around better passing offense than the Green Wave? I'm not going to deny that. Yes, they are. But Tulane can get you in multiple ways. They can get you on the ground with their running backs. They can get you, obviously, through the air. And their biggest threat, in my opinion, is just Jake Retzlaff. What he's able to do when he escapes out the pocket is big time because he can scramble and he can run for big yards. So we've seen Retzlaff already this season, multiple 100-plus yard days on the ground against 2 very good teams in Duke and Northwestern, obviously from the Power 4 level. So you put that all together and you look at what Tulane's able to do now in the group of 5, and it's huge. I mean, I think they're going to be able to dominate East Carolina. I think they're going to be dominant against a lot of good teams in the American this season because of that experience they get playing Power 4 squads. Don't get me wrong, they still have tough games in the schedule. You got to go to UTSA with that great running attack. You got to go to Memphis, who obviously right now looks like to be the favorite in the American, either them or South Florida or maybe Navy. There's some fun teams in the American. I've said it so many times this season, but I'm going with the Tulane Green Wave to win at home against East Carolina and cover the 7.5 points. Next up, we go on to another game on Thursday. Let's go back to the Conference USA. Oh boy. CUSA football is just so weird, man. I don't know. Because now, what do you mean a 2-3 Jacksonville State team's going on the road to take on Sam Houston, who's 0-5? Last week, guys, I don't know why the Aggies of New Mexico State were underdogs. I don't know why, all right? First game we talked about last week, the only game on Thursday, and quite easily I had New Mexico State. Now, I didn't put in the best bets because best bets don't come out till Friday, but we played New Mexico State and we won with New Mexico State as the Aggies at home, by the way, were underdogs against an 0-4 team, and the home squad and the Aggies win the game 37-10 in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Okay. Jack State now goes on the road to take on Sam Houston, a Sam Houston team that's 0-5. And to their credit, I guess if you want to give them credit for this, their losses prior to New Mexico State were difficult games. And they've only had one game at home all year long, and that was to UNLV, where they lost by 17 points. Other than that, they went to Western Kentucky, lost 41-24, lost at Hawaii 37-20, and lost in Austin, Texas against Texas, obviously 55-0. That's the game where Arch Manning looked at a future, tactician. Is that a right word? He looked at a future veterinarian and stared him down after he scored a touchdown. Dude, you're a Manning. You're going to be in the NFL, and you're staring down a dude who's not going to be playing football in 3 years? All right. Anyways, though, I guess the real Bearcats came out in that game against New Mexico State, 37-10 loss at home. Nothing's going now for Sam Houston. After I don't even want to call it a resurgent 2024, because, no, they went from 3-9 to 9-3 last season. So yeah, it was a resurgent 2024 for Sam Houston, but I don't know if you can call it resurgent if they've never really been up before. Like, it's just their first big year at the FBS level. This year, they've just gone backwards. It looks, guys, this season of Sam Houston Bearcats football is an exact replica of 2023 Sam Houston Bearcats football. Didn't they start the year like 0-7 in their first year in the FBS? Hunter Watson has been bad this year. The entire offense looks bad. Yeah, you're back at home, and now you get Jack State, though. A team that's going to score points and going to force you to stay into a game. I mean, I don't like this at all for Sam Houston. I don't like it at all. Because I believe the Gamecocks are going to be able to score pretty much every single time they touch the ball. And that's been evident of what we have seen so far this season out of Sam Houston. I mean, every team that's played them this year has won. And obviously it's won, but has been able to score points is what I'm getting at. And sure, Sam Houston's back at home. I don't really care, though. Guys, I've watched Sam Houston games before. Maybe they haven't played at home in a while. Maybe there will be a crowd. Not too concerned though. I don't know who the starting quarterback though is this week for Jacksonville State. I believe it's Gavin Wimsatt still. I believe it is. Everything that I'm seeing right now is saying that Gavin Wimsatt's going to be the quarterback, even though Caden Creel played a lot in the Southern Miss game. The thing about Gavin Wimsatt is he's a very effective runner, but if you can stop his ground game, he's he's very one-dimensional. I'll just say that he's super one-dimensional. The Southern Miss game, Caden Creel does everything essentially that Gavin Wimsatt does. I don't know who's starting this week, man. I mean, again, reports from Jacksonville, Alabama, is saying that Gavin Wimsatt is still the starting quarterback. So I guess Wimsatt's still going to start. I don't know about that, though, man. I mean, look at what Caden Creel is 2 weeks ago against Southern Miss. 109 yards passing, again, more than Wimsatt, who had 19. Obviously, Wimsatt got pulled pretty early, but Caden Creel can kind of do everything Wimsatt can do. 23 carries on 161 yards. Again, Wimsatt was a huge signing for this team, coming from Rutgers, and had a lot of success at Rutgers, at least running the ball, and now you got a guy in Caden Creel who might be able to do everything better than him. Regardless of who's playing quarterback for Jack State, again, there's a lot of quarterback controversy here in the CUSA. Again, I guess the C stands for controversy USA. Anyways, that was horrible. Doesn't matter who's playing quarterback for the Jacksonville State Gamecocks, in my opinion. I think whoever it is, they will be able to beat Sam Houston. Guys, just watch Sam Houston play football. I mean, again, I think Hunter Watson was very good last year, and I don't know how they've gone that backwards. And I'm sure playing really good teams doesn't help. Like, the fact that you had to go all the way cross-country, legitimately over the Pacific Ocean to play Hawaii, the fact that you had to play WKU on the road in week 0, and you've only had one home game in a month and a half, I'm sure that doesn't help. I don't think they beat Jacksonville State here, though. And I don't know who the quarterback is. I believe it's going to be Wimsatt still. I expect, again, a very short leash from the guy like we've been talking about earlier, with the Malachi Nelson, Skylar Locklear situation. But regardless of who it is, I believe Jack State wins it. I'm going to go Jacksonville State on the road to beat Sam Houston State, and they will cover the 9.5 points. My goodness, is a lot for them. Still, guys, Sam Houston doesn't play defense, and they don't score. So why would I pick Sam Houston here? Jack State on the road, -9.5. Our next game, we move to the best bet of Thursday. Southern Miss on the road at Georgia Southern. Give me the Golden Eagles. We've been all over the Golden Eagles all year long, and here we go. The former Marshall Thundering Herd, again, because that's just how college football works now. The former Marshall Thundering Herd at Southern Miss. They've been playing decent football this year. 3-2, but look at the losses. Mississippi State, SEC, don't care. La Tech on the road. It's a good defense. Braylon Braxton throws for 400 yards. Obviously, the Golden Eagles couldn't really convert when it mattered and couldn't find anything in plus territory, but it's okay. And Braxton didn't play a good game, threw a pick 6. It's okay. This team still has a very good offense, and their defense is good too. Okay. Undefeated so far in Sun Belt play. Now, as again, we keep getting deeper and deeper into the season. We are going to see more conference games being played. I mean, there's not many non-con games being played this week. The only one that comes to mind is Wazoo versus Ole Miss. How random's that one? I get it. Wazoo's playing the Pac-2, and they only get their 2 conference games a year, both of which, again, against Oregon State back in Pullman and Corvallis back and forth. Anyways, though, it's conference football now. So, I mean, I guess you can kind of talk playoffs for these teams. I mean, the Southern Miss Golden Eagles could go 10-2 and only have losses to La Tech and Mississippi State. Obviously, they would not be a playoff team, but everything matters now for real, obviously, as, you know, these teams are not, when Southern Miss goes into a season, they're not thinking playoffs, really. They're thinking Sun Belt Championship, and that's exactly, again, they can take a step in that right direction today against a Georgia Southern team that's 0-1 so far this season in the Sun Belt, losing their last game to James Madison. Now, Georgia Southern still has an offense that can be tricky at times, obviously with J.C. French returning as quarterback. They've had competitive games against Fresno State, and I know you can look at the final score and say 42-14. They were up at halftime 14-13, but it's a team that beat Gavin Wimsatt and Jacksonville State earlier in the season, 41-34. They are, though, coming off a dominant loss to James Madison in a game where they couldn't run the ball. Their leading rusher had 14 yards that game. Yikes. And a lot of these teams, right, were off last week. That's why I guess we had less games last week, just because a lot of these teams got the week off because we are ready now for CUSA and Sunbelt and MAC. Well, I guess the MAC is not back yet, but CUSA and Sunbelt football on not short notice, and American football, obviously, midweek games. But I'm going Southern Miss here. I love what this offense is able to do. Defensively, I don't think they're a bad team at all. I mean, look at every game that they've played. The most points they've given up is 30, but really their defense gave up 20 of those 30 points. So really, they haven't given up essentially more than 20 points all year long. Georgia Southern's offense has been really shaky. I know the game's at Georgia Southern, but I believe Southern Miss has what it takes to definitely win this football game. Again, I've said it before, I like Braylon Braxton quite a bit. I think he's a guy that easily could have played in the Power 4 level this season. Just chose not to, obviously, because he followed his head coach and followed his teammates over to Marshall, and I'm sure, again, or to Southern Miss from Marshall, and I'm sure, obviously, right, Braylon Braxton was a big reason why all those guys made that move at the same time as well. Obviously, you get your quarterback to commit, everyone else commits as well. But Braxton's played a tremendous football this season, man. 1,200 yards, over 1,200 yards already, 11 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He's played very good football. With the exception of the La Tech game, he's been lights out all season long. He has, right? Everything that this team has asked him to do, he has done. The Jack State game, they were killing Jack State everywhere. They didn't really need Braylon Braxton, essentially, to be Superman in that one. But he's done everything they've asked him to do, obviously carrying over from the same system last year at the Marshall Thundering Herd. I believe in Braxton and Southern Miss, and we've done this quite a bit this season already. I'm going to continue to ride with our guys here. Give me Southern Miss to go on the road to Georgia Southern and win the best bet of Thursday as we now go on to the first of 3 Friday games. And my goodness, what a first Friday game we have. Oh man, legitimate playoff stakes, playoff implications legitimately here on Friday evening, Friday night at 4:30 between the North Texas Mean Green and the South Florida Bulls. Legitimate playoff implications right now. 5-0 North Texas, who has wins over Lamar, West Michigan, who's a good defense. They scored 33 points from that defense. Wazoo, 59-10. Army, 45-38. And South Alabama, 36-22. They've got 5 consecutive victories. They're 5-0. First place in the American Conference. Technically, that's Navy because of the conference record, but they're tied for first place with a team like South Florida. South Florida, 4-1 this year, but 2 ranked victories, one of which at home against Boise State, the other on the road at Florida. And that win slowly getting better now because of Florida's victory against Texas. Horns down, I guess. I don't know. Red Rivers this week. I mean, what a week we have. And who would have thought unranked Texas going to the Red River game and they're still favorites? Are we serious? More on that in like an hour and a half, if that. Anyways, probably longer. We're going to be here for a while, folks. South Florida beats Florida, loses to Miami, but who wouldn't lose to Miami right now? Guys, like, is Miami the best team in the country? Are they? I feel like they have to be. And you have to recognize them as the top team in the country. It's another big victory last week at Florida State. Again, we saw that one from a mile away. We had Miami covering pretty easily. And yeah, FSU scored some garbage time points, or some comeback points, I'll say. But Miami's really good. And South Florida, since the Miami victory, win over South Carolina State, win over Charlotte, they are now 4-1. What South Florida has done this season has been phenomenal. Obviously, with Byron Brown at quarterback, They have been electric. Brian Brown obviously leads them in passing yards with 1,200 and also leads them in rushing yards with 300. He does everything for this football team. But you got North Texas offense. That is great. You lose Chandler Morris, obviously, to the University of Virginia. In steps Drew Mestemaker. Mestemaker has been great this season. They had that crazy overtime shootout against Army. Well, it wasn't a shootout once they got to overtime, but it was a shootout prior to the overtime period where Army almost won it, by the way, in regulation on the road. But still, North Texas has been fun this year. It's, I thought it was going to be a step down going from Morris to Mestemaker. Is Mestemaker better? At least I was thinking first year of Mestemaker starting. He's a freshman. 1,200 yards, 11 touchdowns, 0 picks for a freshman in his first taste of collegiate football. Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. There's a reason he's starting over Reese Poffenbarger, who obviously used to start at Albany, was a backup last year at the University of Miami. There's a reason that they're starting the true freshman over him. I think North Texas is great. I think USF is great. This is a fun football game. Taking the USF Bulls, though. Taking USF. The game's on the road. It's in Denton, Texas. That's all right. I think USF takes it. I look at what USF has done this season. They are the better football team, in my opinion. North Texas, their defense scares me. It does. Yeah, you hold Wazoo to 10 points. That doesn't matter to me. South Alabama's offense, not very good. We had Troy last week. Shout out to Troy, best bets. They cashed. South Alabama was right in the game, though. I cannot lie. Army scoring 38 on you. Same Army team that played ECU and scored 6 points. West Michigan, who's got a really good defense. Offensively, are they all that good? No. You let the Bronx take you to overtime and almost beat you. Obviously, right, North Texas wins the game by 3 points. But what I'm getting to here is that North Texas is, at least their defense is not that good. That's where Byron Brown comes into play. And South Florida should be able to exploit this team. Guys, what Byron Brown did a week ago on October 3rd against Charlotte, 211 yards passing and 160 rushing yards. Yeah, the guy's pretty good. The guy's pretty good at football. So I'm going to go South Florida here on the road at UNT. They should be able to win this game. Even line, I'm going to go minus 110, obviously, for South Florida. Maybe we'll see this on the best bets, but this is just a heavyweight fight in the American. And legitimately, playoff implications, like I said earlier, like I led with. I mean, the winner of this game is going to be, if it's North Texas, you're 6-0 in the American Conference with now a ranked victory and a very light schedule going forward. I mean, your toughest opponent's going to be at home. That's going to be the Navy Midshipmen. You got a big game against UTSA next week, but a game that you probably should win. UTSA coming off a loss, even though it's a really good football team. And for South Florida, if you win this game, I mean, you already have 2 ranked victories. You pick up an undefeated victory, and then you got to go to Memphis in a couple weeks. I mean, Memphis is another big part of this equation, and a part of the equation that UNT doesn't have to see until potentially the conference championship game. But the American, I'm telling you, is really fun this season. I am going to go with USF, though, on the road. I think the team just has better talent. I think this is going to be a very tough game for Mestemaker, something that he hasn't really had to face just yet. On to our next game, we go to Washington, as we have the Washington Huskies at home against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Washington is a 10.5-point favorite. They should cover. They should. Washington last week goes to Maryland and wins. Now, my prediction of Washington losing to Maryland wasn't accurate. My prediction of Maryland covering, though, and our best bet of Maryland covering was accurate, though. So I just want to put that out there. It's a game that Maryland should have won. They were up 20? They were up 20-0, were they not? They lost 24-20? Ridiculous stuff. I mean, ridiculous stuff. You still had a shot at the end of the game. Couldn't come through. Unbelievable stuff out of the Maryland Terrapins. I want to believe in Malik Washington, but his ability to not close that game concerns me. Anyways, Washington proved that they're still a very good team. Obviously, played Ohio State very tight. We had, again, Maryland to cover, and they did. But Washington now a 4-1 team with their only loss this season being to the Ohio State Buckeyes at home 24-6. Other victories, Colorado State, Davis, Wazoo on the road, obviously, and then Maryland at University Park last week. Huge victory for this team. After a brutal start, some turnovers by Damon Williams, the team locks in. Damon Williams finishes with a very good football game, 275 yards passing, and a game-winning drive ultimately for the Washington Huskies. The Rutgers Scarlet Knights have to go cross-country. Oh, man. See, here's the thing, guys. Washington and Oregon and USC now, and I guess UCLA. I guess we can start hyping up UCLA a little bit after the win over Penn State. That was good stuff. Nico actually looked good for the first time. So shout out to the interim OC. Very likely soon to be permanent OC, I believe. Regardless, though, or he's going to get a job somewhere else if it's not at UCLA. These teams, I believe, are somewhat getting used to the long ass flights, cross country every other week. Because that's what they have to do. I mean, look at Washington, right? Washington went to Maryland last week, and then they're gonna have to go to Michigan in 2 weeks after, then to Wisconsin later. Like, they're used to going cross country. Teams like Rutgers, you only make this trip once, and the Big Ten has scheduled these for a reason. How they scheduled in basketball, so if you're gonna go play Washington, then you're gonna have to go play UCLA next. You're gonna have to play Oregon next. Like they specifically designate one East Coast trip per team, and they do that in the ACC now too, right? That's why if Georgia Tech's gonna go play Stanford in basketball, then they're gonna have to play California right after. They get those both out the way for the most part. Most times they do, as if you have both on the schedule, right? Same thing with football. You either make a trip out to Cal, you make a trip out to Stanford. Same thing in the Big Ten. You have to take on one of these teams on the road. You have to make the cross country trip once to Washington, to Oregon, to Los Angeles to play either SC or UCLA. Okay. This is Rutgers' trip though. They haven't done it yet. Here we go. For a team that's lost back-to-back games, Ethan Kalamankis has played good football, but they've just come up short, very short in back-to-back spots. Against Iowa, they lose by 10. They lose against Minnesota on the road by 3 points. They've just been right there, and they've lost it. Kind of at the end. I mean, the Iowa game was a prolonged, that's not the right word. We thought Iowa was going to win in the fourth quarter. Again, it wasn't like a heartbreak. Antoine Raymond's a good back. I like what Rutgers does. It's not enough to beat Washington, though. And again, travel means something. And especially for a team like Rutgers. Guys, if you're Nebraska, and I don't think Nebraska even goes to Washington this year. They don't. Say, okay, you're Purdue, who plays at Washington this season. Trip sucks, but all right, Indiana, Seattle's not that bad. New Jersey to Seattle, that's the entire continental United States. From sea to shining sea. You're going from across the country. That's a difficult game to play, and a difficult game to play at 9 o'clock your time. Yeah, I don't like that for Rutgers. I'm going to go Washington. I believe in DeMond Williams quite a bit. I think that was a gutsy effort last week, cross country, to go out there and beat Maryland after being down 20-0. I mean, guys, if that doesn't sell you on Washington, I don't know what will. And I'm saying that out of someone who wasn't all that sold on Washington just yet. I'm sold now. Shout out to Maryland for covering, because that's what we needed. But yeah, I'm believing a little bit right now in the Huskies. Give me Washington at home to cover 10.5 points against Rutgers. Next up, we go to the final Friday game before we get into that very long Saturday schedule. First, though, let's go to Fort Collins, Colorado, for the Colorado State Rams taking on the Fresno State Bulldogs. Fresno State, up big on Saturday against Nevada. Up huge, right? I'm watching UFC. I'm trying to watch the Fresno State game at the same time, right? I got Pereira on live. Shout out to Poatan Shama coming back. UFC's so much better with him as champion. Magomed, get out of here, man. Anyways, I'm trying to watch both Fresno State and, the fights at the same time, right? Anyways, I got caught up in the whole Shama fest because, I was screaming at the top of my lungs that Pereira just won the belt back. But as I'm doing that, Fresno State's up 20-3. They're up at halftime big. They're up for most of the third quarter. It's 20-3. I'm like, all right, we're going to cover 13.5. Or sorry, I think we had 12.5. Pretty easily. Okay. Nevada scores back-to-back touchdowns to close the game. 20-17 victory for Fresno. They won, but they didn't score in the second half. Thanks, guys. They scored in one quarter. They scored 20 points in the third quarter. It was a field goal to kick off the quarter. Then they forced a turnover at Chuba Purdy, who's not good, to the point where they had to sub in Carter Jones. No wonder why. I don't know why they didn't want Brandon Lewis, who's playing very well at Memphis, but that's neither here or there. Fresno then scores a touchdown, another field goal, and then a touchdown and the half. We're thinking, okay, 20-3, we're fine. Nevada 14 unanswered to close the game. Fresno wins, but they don't cover. Again, good teams win, great teams cover. They're beating the shit out of Colorado State, though, guys. I mean, I don't know what to say here. They will dominate this football team. 5.5, not enough. Not enough. I know they at home beat Nevada by 3 points. Colorado State is not good. They had a Friday game last week in San Diego State while all the attention was on San Jose State and New Mexico. The back and forth shootout they were playing in San Jose, California. San Diego State was playing football as well at Snapdragon against Colorado State. And Jackson Broussard, the new quarterback, obviously, he's been starting a couple weeks now over Fowler Nicolosi. And Colorado State doesn't really do much on the road. Obviously, you lose Horton, who's playing on the Seattle Seahawks. Obviously, he's a big factor of that team last year. You got a really good freshman running back in Jalen Dupree, but yeah, Colorado State's lacking a lot. Unfortunately, they just are. They're not on the level of a team like Fresno State. A team in Fresno State who I think so highly of. I do. The game that sold me on them was the Hawaii game. You go on the road and beat Hawaii, gutsy effort. EJ Warner doesn't just do a great job throwing the ball. I mean, he's escaping out the pocket. He's scrambling. Fresno's a 5-1 football team, guys. They're a 5-1 football team that's likely on their way to be 7-1 going into a game against Boise State on the road. A game that's going to determine who's going to be the team that's going to play UNLV in the Mountain West Championship game. I mean, the Mountain West still is a very logistical bid to the postseason. Now, again, does the group of 5 bid likely right now run through the American? It does. Because Memphis, because of South Florida, because of North Texas, whoever wins that game, because Navy's in there too. There's good teams. There's good teams all around the American Conference. The Mountain West, though, their best chances of getting a bid, well, there's 2. It's Fresno, it's 3. Fresno, UNLV, no, it's only 2. It's Fresno and UNLV, because Boise lost the second game to Notre Dame. It's 2 teams that can get in right now. It's either a 12-1 Fresno or 13-0 UNLV. Regardless, whoever wins that should probably have a good enough resume to get in the playoffs. Again, though, the bigger trouble will be, can Fresno get to that? Can they get to the Mountain West Championship game undefeated or 12-1? And can SDSU get there? It's not SDSU. Can UNLV get there at 12-0? That's the bigger question, and we'll obviously just have to answer that as the season goes on. But I love what Fresno's doing, man. I like this defense quite a bit. Yeah, they gave up points in the second half. That's up to the offense. They got to score. Couldn't really establish the run in the second half. Couldn't get anything going in the second half. It's your first road game this year in the Mountain West. I forgot about the Hawaii game. Never mind. But still, first continental trip, at least in the United States, taking on a Mountain West opponent against Colorado State, and a team that you should just beat. Fresno's much better than the squad, trust me. For a Colorado State team that's had a lot of trouble finding an identity offensively, at least they don't know who their quarterback is. Well, it's Bruce Sal. They've benched Fowler Nicolosi. There's a chance they might go back to him, though, after back-to-back bad offensive performances. Fresno should dominate this team. I mean, Fresno punishes mediocre play because they got a really good defense, and I like what they do in the run as well. So I'm taking Fresno State to win the game on the road at Colorado. 5.5 points. Easily, Fresno State should be able to cover this one. This is one of my more favorite picks of the week. You'll probably see it on the best bets. But I don't know after Fresno screwed us a couple days ago, so I don't know anymore. But definitely Fresno will cover. Is it a best bet? You'll just have to come back on Friday. Next up, let's go to Saturday. Here we go. So we have an absolutely loaded Saturday slate. I mean, this game right here in the Big Ten, obviously the game, Indiana versus Oregon. We'll get to that in a little bit. Red River, obviously, Texas, Oklahoma, San Jose State, Wyoming. I'm joking. There's some big games. Hell, Utah, Arizona State, a game that I thought was going to be very big to start the season. It's still a big game. LSU, South Carolina, we probably thought was bigger at the start of the year. Michigan, USC. There's some huge games. That's what I'm getting to here. First of many great ones this week, or this Saturday. Ohio State, Illinois. I mean, this is just one of these schedules that you look at and you see it tweeted a million times on Twitter. I feel bad whoever's wedding's on this day because you're going to miss this day of college football. That's what this is. By the way, Alabama, Missouri's up next, too. Anyways, Illinois versus Ohio State first. I'm taking Illinois plus 15.5. It's too many points. It is too many points. Ohio State's going to win the football game. You're on the road. You're in Urbana-Champaign. And are you better than Illinois? 100%. It's on the road, though. On the road, the biggest game Illinois is going to get all season long. And by the way, don't forget the last time Illinois welcomed in a ranked opponent to Urbana, or Champaign, Illinois. 34-32 victory over USC, who was undefeated at the time. USC was a huge favorite. What did I tell you? Illinois was going to cover. They did, and they won. You look at the entire rest of the schedule for Illinois. By far the toughest game left. Ohio State, then Washington. That's a tough trip out, obviously, up there. But Washington, Rutgers, Maryland, Wisconsin, Northwestern. I mean, legitimately, they should be able to win every single game other than potentially Washington on the road. That's going to be a big one. I think Washington's going to be favored in 2 weeks doing that game. But this is your biggest game, obviously, left. And it's not even close. And you actually have momentum now. Is your defense playing all that well? Not really. USC tortures you, obviously, and that's expected out of Jaden Mavia. And with what the Trojans have, Purdue scoring 27 is a little concerning, I cannot lie. Just because it's Purdue. But shout out to Luke Altmaier. Luke Altmaier has played good football this year. He's played great football this year, with the exception of one game and one game only, and that is to the Hoosiers. Again, more on Indiana later. But Luke Altmaier has played great football this year, and I cannot deny that. Now, is Ohio State maybe the best defense in the country? They are. Guys, no one scored double digits yet on Ohio State. Now, it's going to end eventually. It's going to end this week, I think. I mean, Illinois is going to score points. Like, if I can tell you anything about Illinois, Luke Altmaier is going to find a way to get in the end zone. At least Yeah, even in the game where they lost 62-10 against Indiana, they did get in the end zone once. Okay, they got in once. No, this team it plays a lot better at home. You go to Indiana, obviously not to the Hoosiers, but well, not obviously, but you go to oh my goodness, I'm blanking. The city that Purdue's in. This is horrible. You go play at Purdue. I don't know why I'm blanking so hard right there. I want to say Urbana. West Lafayette. Anyways, you go to West Lafayette and you win the game 43-27. Okay, it is what it is. Road victory, you got there and win. I mean, that states your house of horrors after what happened in Bloomington. Their offense will score. The defense is what concerns me. Ohio State, I mean, they are the total package. Do I think Miami's the number one team in the country? They are. Just because, look at their resume compared to Ohio State's resume. Ohio State has not beat an actively ranked team right now. Miami has. They beat USF. But whatever. FSU I don't think is ranked anymore. Still, though, I mean, that shouldn't distract you from the fact that Ohio State, again, has not allowed a single double-digit scorer yet. 14-7 Texas, 70-0 to Grambling, 37-9 to Ohio, 24-6 against Washington, 42-3 against Minnesota last week. And Julian Sand is proving the naysayers wrong and proving me wrong. I think Julian Sand's done an excellent job so far, but he has not yet been in a dogfight. I don't know if this is the dogfight, because the dogfight's going to come at the Big House in late November, where I think they're still going to lose. Just saying. But this is a big football game. It is. It's a huge football game. Because Illinois is going to show up and play. I think their offense is going to be on point. I think, again, they know what presents itself in front of them this week, and that's the best defense in college football. You had a very good offensive effort last week, scoring 43 points. I think they're going to score again. Is it going to be enough to win? Oh, hell no. Obviously, nobody's beating Ohio State right now, at least until the Michigan game and until the postseason, because you look at the rest of their schedule in the regular season. No Oregon, no Indiana, Penn State, but is that concerning anymore? Nope. Penn State's about to fall off a cliff. I'm telling you, Penn State's done. Penn State might roll into that Indiana game I was so concerned about. They might roll into that game. I wasn't that concerned, but I was a little concerned. They might roll into that game 4-4. Probably. Right now, does Penn State go to Iowa and win? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. If we get Iowa anywhere close to plus money next week, we are firing on them. And then at Ohio State, and then you got to return home to play the Hoosiers and Kurt Signetti and Fernando Mendoza for the Men Dynasty, the Fernando Menheisman. Come on now. Anyways, more on that later. Taking Illinois to cover. I think Sam's done a great job. I think Ohio State's a great team. I just think Illinois is going to be able to score points. They're at home. This is different. Guys, it's not like they're playing the Hoosiers. Illinois plus 15.5 at home against the Ohio State Buckeyes. And now back to the South. Southeastern Conference, the Alabama Crimson Tide, go on the road to take on the Missouri Tigers. Give me Bama on the spread. I'm seeing 3.5 now. Okay, original graphic when I made this last night, 5.5. I'm now seeing 3.5. Even better. I was taking the 5.5 anyway on Alabama. I'll take the 3.5 now on Alabama. On the road in Columbia, they take on the number 14th ranked Missouri Tigers. Bama now back in the top 10, obviously at 8 after back-to-back ranked victories over the Georgia Bulldogs and against Diego Pavia and the Vandy Commodores. Again, I don't think Tate McRae is going to be calling, unfortunately, for Pavia. But that's neither here or there. Bama continues their run of playing ranked teams as they play 6 ranked teams in 7 weeks. Holy crap, that's crazy. And the non-ranked games on the road at South Carolina, team that they lost to last season. But anyways, Bama goes on the road to take on Missouri. Guys, Bama's firing on all cylinders right now. I was hating after they lost to Florida State. It's a game that still actually now doesn't make sense because of how bad FSU's been, but I think Castellanos has been kind of exposed for being a running back, kind of. And Bama's just played a lot better since the Florida State game. Obviously, 4 consecutive victories over Louisiana Monroe, huge game. Wisconsin, Georgia, and obviously Vanderbilt last week. And Ty Simpson firmly in the Heisman race because of the big games he's going to have to continue to play too. Sure, again, is it one of the best spots a college football quarterback can be in? 100%. You're throwing the ball to Ryan Williams, Jeremy Bernard, and Isaiah Horton. I mean, I don't know if you can find a better 1, 2, 3 in all of college football at the receiving position. And you got Jam Miller, who's back and healthy now, running the football for you too. I mean, it's one of the most potent offenses in all of college football. So that should lead you to the question, can Missouri keep up? The answer to that question is no. Bo Perbula and the Missouri Tigers, they've got a great run game. Obviously, maybe the best running back in all of college football right now. That's Ahmad Hardy. Ahmad Hardy has been electric. He has not had a game so far this season where he has not ran for 100 yards. He's got 103 carries for 730 yards and 9 touchdowns in just 5 games. They give him the ball 20 plus times. Can Alabama be the first team to limit him to under 100? The answer to that question is probably no, because Georgia saw a lot of success running the ball with Chauncey Bowens. I don't think they're going to stop Ahmad Hardy, but can Ahmad Hardy himself just beat Alabama? No. It's weird, right? Because Missouri has essentially just changed everything, their entire identity offensively, at least from last season. Last year, very pass-heavy. Brady Cook, obviously, Theo Weiss, and Luther Burden. You're a very pass-heavy team, and now, obviously, right, you look to, quarterback in Prabula, who is, not a bad passer, but more of a game manager, at least, than what Cook was last season. And Ahmad Hardy, again, who is potentially the best running back in all of college football. So, shout out to him. Right, Prabula, right, last season was at Penn State, backing up Drew Aller, and now here he is at Missouri. Bama should win, though. I don't think Ahmad Hardy himself is able to keep Missouri in the football game, just because of what Alabama does, guys. Alabama, right now, they score almost every single time they touch the ball. Ty Simpson, 340 yards last week against Vanderbilt. That's a good Vandy team, right? I mean, we were joking about how game day's Vandy Bama. Imagine saying that 6 years ago when, Jalen Hurts was at Alabama. But no, Vandy's a serious threat. And Diego Pavia has that team playing. He just wins. That's what he does. Bama took care of him. They did. They took care of him. Taking care of every team they played other than FSU. I can excuse that now by the way that they've been playing. I think Alabama's a good football team. No, I think they're a great football team. They will walk into Missouri and they will cover the points. Only 3.5 is great. Guys, if this somehow, again, opens at -5.5, that's the graphic I have right now. Open at -5.5. If this line somehow comes all the way down to 2.5, we are golden, guys. Missouri is again, Prabula can do his thing, but to me, they are so built on that run game. They are. Oh, obviously. Again, Ahmad Hardy leads college football in rushing yards right now. If you can stop Ahmad Hardy, or at least if nobody can beat you other than Ahmad Hardy himself not going to beat you. Great player, great running back. The run game alone cannot solely win the game for Missouri. Bama will win, and they will cover the 3.5 points as well. We move on now to our third game. We go to the Atlantic Coast Conference. I guess Florida State is still technically ranked, so Miami still has another ranked victory for now, as FSU is the 25th ranked team in the country. They return home, back-to-back weeks at home in Tallahassee. $25 tickets. My goodness, people have given up on this team at home against the Pitt Panthers. Pitt is a 3-2 team who completely embarrasses Boston College last week. Because I don't know if there's a more embarrassing team in Power 4 college football right now than Boston College. I mean, 48-7 against a backup quarterback? Are we dead ass? Are we dead ass? Actually, well, no. They benched Holstein, so technically, Heichnel is the starter. But, I mean, he was the backup before. Anyways. Yeah, Holstein got benched for Pitt, which, kind of odd. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think he was playing that bad to warrant the benching. I guess Narduzzi just had enough. I don't know. I don't love it because Holstein's only a sophomore and all right, you would have beat Boston College even without him. And I get it. You want, the guy who you think has the best potential to win the football game. And you have a very good young core, obviously. At least Mason Heichnel is a freshman. Holstein is a sophomore. It's like the season Holstein had last year with Yarnell backing him up was huge. Obviously beat out Yarnell for the job, who was an experienced college quarterback. And Holstein, okay, doesn't play well against Louisville. I didn't have his best game against WVU, but really, you're going to bench him after really, one bad game? I don't know about that. I don't know. They played well. And again, I got to give the, quarterback out of Oregon, Ohio. Yes, that's the hometown he's from, Heichnel. Oregon, Ohio. I got to give him a lot of credit. He played a great football game in his first ever action of collegiate football. 360 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 picks. Everything that they wanted him to do and more. Awesome. Now you got to go to FSU. I think they cover. I know it's kind of a 180 of what I was just talking about. I don't know why they benched Holstein. Well, if it works, it works. Again, I think Holstein should still be their guy just because of the potential he has. And do you really want to lose that? But I guess if you think that potential that you possibly had, or at least we thought you had in Eli Holstein, you think that's with Heichnel? I mean, sure, go ahead. Because Heichnel is actually your younger and expect Holstein to hit the portal and be a very prized possession in the transfer portal this year. Expect legitimate Miami. I know Miami's loaded with talent. SMU. Jennings is a senior now. Yeah. A team, Louisville, no, Mossa Jr. Yeah, a team like that, legitimately, SMU will be calling for Eli Holstein in the offseason if he's not the starter by the end of the year. Anyways, FSU's lost back-to-back, and my problem with FSU still remains. Did they lose? Oh, they only lost by 6 to Miami. We still covered with the Hurricanes, but 3.5. The problem remains, they don't have a good passing quarterback. I mean, he 25 for 45 passing, 2 interceptions. And Castellanos is always looking to run. I mean, guys, Castellanos gets the snap. All right, we're looking to run, you know? I mean, legitimately, it is. All right, time to run. It can only take you so far. And especially at the ACC, I know he played at BC last year, but I mean, especially you're a team of the caliber of Florida State, and you're a team that, you know, everyone, essentially, I mean, everyone has their target kind of on Florida State because of how good they have been over the last, you know, decade. Obviously dating back to Jameis Winston and such, obviously. In the Jimbo Fisher era, obviously, in Tallahassee. Teams are going to figure you out, and I will say I think he has been figured out. Teams know how to beat Tommy Castellanos now in Florida State. So obviously Pitt now off of Holstein. That's okay. I think Pittsburgh stays in this game. I get to Tallahassee. Guys, Florida State's done nothing to prove to me that they're an elite squad. Are they top 25? I don't even know that. Go on the road, lose by 8 points to the Virginia Cavaliers in a game that shouldn't have been that close. Now, Virginia's got some momentum brewing, right? I mean, you go out and beat Louisville on the road. All right, now I believe. Now I fully believe in the Virginia Cavaliers. I wasn't completely sold. Chandler Morris, again, did I say earlier, Messmaker might be better than Morris? Kinda. I mean, they won in overtime. That wasn't complete because of Chandler Morris, but that's fine. I'm in now on the Virginia Cavaliers. More on them next week when they host Wazoo. I think Pitt covers against FSU, though. This is not more... It's kind of about Pitt because I think their offense is solid, and I like, again, what Heichnell did in his first game. And their run game's so bad. But I think it is, again, a lot of what Florida State is not, and that's an elite team there, not an elite team. I think Pitt covers. FSU will probably find a way to win at home. It's going to be a tough test, at least defensively, for the first-year starter or the freshman from Pittsburgh. Ultimately, I am going to go with Florida State to win the football game. I think Pitt, though, will go out and find a way to cover. Next up, we move to East Lansing. Michigan State hosts the UCLA Bruins. UCLA, what a win last week. Finding a way to go out and beat Penn State. They do it by 5. It should have been 7, but they ran the ball out the back of the end zone with like 20 seconds left and gave Penn State the ball back, and whatever. UCLA wins. I did not think it was going to be done. They fired everyone. You fire your coordinator, fire your D coordinator, you fire your head coach, you fire everybody. You find a way to beat Penn State, though. Beat Penn State 42-37 in a... I was going to be nice to say half-empty Rose Bowl. I mean, was there even a quarter of the max capacity there? I don't think so. No, nobody was at that game. And it's a shame what goes on with UCLA football because you'd think being in Los Angeles, you'd actually get a crowd, but I guess not. I don't know. It's weird. It's like the Bay Area sometimes. UCLA has finally won a game. And for the first time, Nico Amaliva looks like a very good collegiate quarterback. And you look at his final stat line and say, 170 yards. Okay, 3 throws for 170 and 130 rushing yards with 3 touchdowns on the ground. That's big time. That's what Nico was supposed to be. Am I sold on Nico yet? No, it's one game. And does Penn State kind of suck? They do. They're unranked now, and they should be unranked, losing to an 0-4 UCLA team. But that's a step in the right direction. Nico looks a lot better the entire game. He looks smoother. You know, after only scoring 14 at Northwestern, you go out and score 42 against Penn State, a team that only gave up 17 points in regulation to Oregon. I'm taking that. With all that being said, I'm still taking the Spartans, though. I am. UCLA's got to go on the road now. I mean, like I said earlier, right? I mean, like teams like UCLA are way more used to the long road trips now, obviously, because they do it all the time, unlike Michigan State, who makes their one trip out west, and that was obviously to USC earlier in the season. I don't think Michigan State's that bad. They lost to Nebraska by 11 points, and that's the problem. Here's the problem with Michigan State. The fears that we've had all year long with Michigan State, at least with their quarterback play with Aiden Childs, it came out last week against Nebraska. Because for a majority of the season, I have said, there's at least on paper, their offense is not very great, but this year it's shown up. It's been the defense that's been concerning. Well, Aiden Childs, 9 for 23 passing, 85 yards and 2 picks. Ah, man. Nothing was going offensively for that team. They still scored 27 points late in the game. Backup quarterback comes in, kind of slings it a little bit. Obviously, Michigan State actually had the lead in the third quarter. Nebraska then scored, 24 unanswered? And Aiden Childs gets injured. He leaves the game. I don't know if Childs is going to be playing. No, he's back. Because I assume Childs is going to be playing. I assume. He came out of the game, then he came back in, but then by the end of the game, it was garbage time. I assume Childs is going to play. But do you want Childs to play? That's the question. Nah, here's the thing. I can't be too critical and too harsh on Aiden Childs just yet because he has been really good this season. And for the doubts that a lot of people have had, and I have had so far this year, at least early in the season, no, Childs has played good ball. They're at home against UCLA. I'll be damned if they lose to UCLA. I will be damned. I think UCLA, again, the problem has been their offense all year long. Yeah, their defense hasn't played exceptionally well, but their offense has been a problem. They have not been able to move the ball. They have not been able to score. Okay, well, Nico shows up last week. Michigan State gives up points against everybody. Everybody scores on Sparty. USC 45, Nebraska 38. Hell, Youngstown State scored 24. BC, guys, Boston College is horrible. Boston College scores 40 points in East Lansing. UCLA will be able to score too. But I think Michigan State is going to be able to score more because UCLA's defense isn't that great either. Oh, they held Northwestern to 17 points. My local high school could probably hold Northwestern to 17 points too in Preston Stone, okay? I'm going to go Michigan State. I still think they cover. I think it's going to be one of the higher scoring games of the week. Over-under for this game is 55.5. Go over. Michigan State wins the game 38-28. Michigan State wins the game. Quick calculator. Yeah, that's completely over 58. I knew that. Yeah, give me the over. No, the main pick, though, is Michigan State spread. I think UCLA scores more than they usually do, and obviously, again, coming off that big performance last week, but to a certain extent, too, though. Like, I mean, that's as big of a win UCLA as UCLA is going to get, obviously, right? You have your 10 fans storm the field. You lift up your interim OC, obviously, just won the Super Bowl, and now it comes crashing back down to earth as you go to East Lansing. Michigan State wins the game, and they cover 4.5, too. Next up, nothing screams Atlantic Coast Conference more than a team from Texas who has Dallas written on their logos, on their jersey, versus the Stanford Cardinal, who are from the Bay Area and from Palo Alto, California. Nothing screams Atlantic Coast more than this, man. I mean, come on now. ACC football at 9 o'clock in Texas. At 11 o'clock. Hell yeah. Local time. SMU covers against Stanford. Stanford covers against SMU. Now, original line was 21. I'm here to report that line has now been shifted to 17.5. Ooh, I still hesitantly go Stanford. I'll tell you this right now. Don't bet on this. 21, which we had at the beginning of the week, and I made these graphics late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. I was trying to get ahead on some stuff. And obviously, again, I've told you every single time a line has shifted. So again, I'm trying to give you as accurate as possible as this video is being recorded currently at 12:08. Yes, this will not get done. I will not be done until like 4 o'clock, but it's okay. Right now, this line's sitting at 17.5. I will still hesitantly take Stanford, but I'm going to tell you right now, don't bet 17.5. 21, like on the dot 21, I liked. Even 20.5, I wouldn't really bet it myself. Definitely would not touch 17.5. Southern Methodist will win. Stanford's offense, though, slowly but surely, is getting better. Defensively, are they a mess? 100%. They're a mess defensively. Which is crazy to say after the first week of the season. Last 3 weeks of Stanford football has been really good. They have an identity now. Ben Branson has finally settled in. Micah Ford had a really big Boston College game, hasn't really had a big game since. But a lot of the credit goes to Branson and what he's been able to do in the last 2 weeks. The Virginia game wasn't big. The San Jose State game is what I'm referring to, though. And San Jose State, if you saw the game on Friday, again, it was a best bet for us. They covered 2.5 points against the New Mexico Lobos. If you watch San Jose State, you know how good that offense is and how potent that offense is. Stanford somehow finds a way to outduel them. In a game that they were losing, Branson throws for 444 yards. His team wins the game 30-29. Now, was I upset that they didn't cover? 100%. They should have covered that football game. It was ridiculous. But, because they 2-point conversion. Oh, yeah, throw the ball right on the ground. Let's spike it to Sam Roush and not let him catch the football. Oh, that sounds like a great idea. But Stanford's offense has shown up now. And SMU's defense has never been the best. Yeah, they beat up on Syracuse, but Syracuse on a backup quarterback. They beat them up 31-18. That's not a beatdown. That's improper wording on my part. I just think Stanford's going to be able to score. And asking SMU to cover 17.5 is a lot. Again, don't get me wrong, is it much better than the 21 points that I thought we were getting? Again, when I was making the graphics last night, oh yeah, 21. I mean, asking SMU to beat Stanford by more than 3 touchdowns is just a lot. 17.5 isn't too bad. I still think Stanford covers, but would I bet it? No, because Stanford, they do just have nights where they can't score. Again, we haven't seen it recently. It's like even in the Virginia game, they scored quite a bit. I only lost the game by 18 points or 28 points. So. Now what we know about Virginia, they're a better team than SMU is, somehow, some way. Again, SMU is still with Kevin Jennings and whatnot. They've been a disappointment. There's no other way I can put Southern Methodist, a team that was a playoff team last year, a team that almost went that close to winning the ACC, obviously still went to the postseason. You're a 3-2 team. And sure, your only losses are on the road at Texas and then a 48-45 shootout loss against Baylor. But you're a 3-2 team, and you really don't have a pathway to the postseason unless you win the ACC, which, you play Miami. But it's in Dallas. Maybe that's a little bit troubling. They will have no trouble at Stanford winning the game. I think Stanford, though, can remain competitive. So Stanford Cardinal on the road, plus 17.5. No longer the plus 21 we thought it was, but I think Stanford's able to cover in Dallas against the Southern Methodist Mustangs. On now to our next game, and we go to the Big 12. How about the Cincinnati Bearcats last week? We called it. My take of saying that Iowa State really was not that good and not as good as people thought they were finally paid off, as the Cincinnati Bearcats at home beat the Iowa State Cyclones. Somehow, some way, Cincinnati is not ranked. They were number 1 on the others receiving votes in the AP Top 25, above Texas and Penn State, but yet they are not ranked. It is what it is, as Iowa State is still ranked, though. Okay, they basically have the same record. Iowa State's loss to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati's losses at a neutral site at Arrowhead against Nebraska, in which they lost by 3 points. How are the Bearcats not ranked and Iowa State is? Make it make sense sometimes with the rankings. That's all I will say. Will Cincinnati beat Central Florida? Yes, they will. Central Florida, after demanding respect, our name is UCF, not Central Florida. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I just did that hoorah motion stupidly. You're 0-2 since you proclaimed yourself UCF and not Central Florida and asking for respect. Now, was that just going after Bill Belichick? It was. And don't get me started on Bill Belichick college football. I would say Gramps needs to hang it up. And they got to go to Berkeley in 2 weeks. Oh, God. I mean, are they going to win a game in the ACC? Maybe Wake? Maybe Stanford? They're a joke, man. Regardless, I don't even know if they beat Wake and Stanford. They're just not good. Anyways, I went back to Max Johnson. UCF, since wanting respect for their name, I mean, how much respect do you want? You're 2017 national champions. UCF hasn't won a game. 0-2, losing at K-State and then losing to Kansas at home. Did I think they're gonna lose to Kansas at home? Yeah. Jayhawks go in there and beat them by 7. Taven Jackson can't crack 100 yards passing. Run game's still pretty decent. I think Miles Montgomery's done a great job the last couple weeks, but you don't really throw the ball that well. Taven Jackson obviously is a runner, obviously former Indiana Hoosier, but yeah, you're very one-dimensional. And welcome to the Hoosier versus Hoosier matchup as Brendan Sorbsy, right, former Indiana quarterback, now quarterbacking the Cincinnati Bearcats. If you remember, again, I went over this last week, but here it is, right? Brendan Sorbsy back in 2023 was the backup to Taven Jackson. Indiana got off to a horrible start to the year. They originally had Jackson as the starting quarterback. He gets benched for Brendan Sorbsy. Ultimately, Sorbsy again takes the starting role for the rest of the season. Indiana finished like 4-8, 3-9. But ultimately, right, Sorbsy goes to Cincinnati. Taven goes to UCF, and here's the matchup again. Well, there's a reason why Brendan Sorbsy ultimately beat out Taven Jackson for the job. Is because he's the better all-around quarterback. I'm not telling you Sorbsy can run like Taven Jackson can't. He cannot. But he is still an all-around package. I mean, Sorbsy can run the football, and obviously he can throw for 300 plus as well. I mean, hell, threw for 388 yards in their huge victory at Rock Chalk, at Jayhawk winning at Jayhawk. Oh yeah, that's awesome. At Kansas, winning the game 37-34. Last week, though, a huge victory over Iowa State. Early morning game, like we predicted, they were going to win, and they did. 38-30. My goodness. Huge running game too. At the backup running back in Evan Pryor, who had 100+ yards on the ground for the Bearcats. Cincinnati should dominate UCF. UCF right now looks too one-dimensional. They don't really move the ball through the air, and their offense again is just stagnant to me. Their defense is getting beat as well. Back-to-back losses to both Kansas teams in K-State and in Kansas, the Jayhawks. I think Cincinnati wins. Guys, the Bearcats are on a roll right now. And, oh, by the way, they get to go to Oklahoma next week. Oklahoma State. with Zane Flores and the Cowboys with no Mike Grundy. Ooh. I mean, guys, Cincinnati, look at the schedule coming up. Oklahoma State, Baylor at home, Utah on the road is going to be tough. Arizona at home, BYU at home, TCU on the road. If they can go to Salt Lake and beat Utah, we might be looking at another playoff appearance for the Cincinnati Bearcats. I don't know. I'm just saying. I know the Big 12 is probably a one-bid league again, one-bid conference, as it probably should be. But who knows? Who knows? The jury's still out on that. We have a lot of college football, not just in this video, but for the rest of the season as well. So we'll talk soon about Cincinnati because we got to talk about the Oklahoma State Cowboys. All right. Great. Oklahoma State. The worst Power 4 team in the sport. I mean, there's no light way to put it. It's the worst college football team in the sport. Well, I guess Power 4. I mean, there are some G5s they'd lose to. There are many Gs. Well, not even just the great teams. I have ESPN on my screen now. I'm gonna scroll. I'm not looking. I'm purposely not looking. I'm gonna scroll and try to land on a Group of 5 team, and I'll tell you if they beat Oklahoma State right now. Okay, I'm trying to get as random as I can. All right, I landed on New Mexico. Yeah, guys, I'd take the New Mexico Lobos to go out there and beat Oklahoma State, even if it's in Stillwater. I would take Jack Lane in New Mexico to go in there and win. I know their defense is horrible, and they got torched last week by Scudero and Walker again. And I don't know if this is a random shout for New Mexico so early in the video because we're going to talk about them at the 4-hour mark almost. But yes, I would take New Mexico to beat Oklahoma State. So that should show you where Oklahoma State's at right now. Zane Flores is the starting quarterback. Is he really, though? I mean, I don't know. I mean, are they going to go to the backup, Sam Jackson? They're going to go to Banks Bowen? I don't know who they're going to go to. I mean, guys, nothing is working for this team. Absolutely nothing's working for them. You had 69 passing yards, and you had 89 rushing yards against Arizona. Noah Fafita throws for 400. Again, worst Power 4 team in the league. Not in the league, in the country. They are so bad. And yes, have they been riddled by injuries this season? They have. But it is just horrendous what is going on with this football team. It's not like you're some bummy program. You're OK State. I mean, it wasn't that long ago when Oklahoma State was right there where they were a game away from going to the playoffs. 2021, if they had beaten Baylor, they were going to the playoffs. They ended up beating Notre Dame in the Fiesta Bowl. Look at them now. I mean, the Spencer Sanders days obviously are long gone for Oklahoma State. And obviously the Alan Bowman era was something. But OK State fans complain about the Alan Bowman era. It never got this bad. Obviously, Ollie Gordon was on the team, but I mean, this is an all-new low for Oklahoma State. Houston comes into town. Houston will dominate this team. Yes, did they get beat down by Texas Tech? They did. A lot of teams are going to get beat down by Texas Tech this season. A lot of teams will. Texas Tech's a really good team. They are. At home at Houston, Connor Wagman and the guys just get beat down. They lose the game 35-11 at home. Wagman actually has less passing yards on the day than the backup in Zion Chris. Wagman got injured in that game. I think he's going to be fine. I'm not sure. He got injured, I believe, in the second quarter of that game. It doesn't matter. Here's the thing, though. Yes, is Wagman better than Zion Chris? Definitely. He's the starting quarterback. It doesn't matter who plays quarterback. They're going to win. Zion Chris is different because he's a dual threat. Like, he's going to run, too. He does not have the arm Connor Wagman's got. And Connor Wagman, at his best, very good. Like how when Chris came into the game, ran for 59 yards actually on the ground, 7 carries. It doesn't matter who's playing quarterback. Oklahoma State sucks. I'm sorry. Is that harsh? 100%. But there's no other way to put it. Oklahoma State's a horrible football team. They are a terrible football team. Look at the results. 69-3 loss to Oregon. 19-12 against the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. 45-27 against Baylor. 41-13 against Arizona. You suck. S-U-C-K, suck. Like the Kurt Angle chant. Bum, you suck. I'm going to be taking the 9.5-point favorites on the road. Houston, doesn't matter if Zion Chris is playing. Does not matter if Connor Wagman's playing, even though, again, I'd like it to be Wagman. Doesn't matter. Houston's winning because Oklahoma State's the worst Power 4 team in the country. Give me Houston. Next up, we move on now to the 9 o'clock G5 schedule, because that's how we kind of do things. We do the Power 4s, obviously, right? All the 9 o'clock Power 4 games, and the G5 Power 4. G5 9 o'clock games, and then obviously we move on to the 9:45 game, 10 o'clock, 11:30, 12:30. So we're still in the 9 o'clock hour, but here we go. The James Madison Dukes at home hosting the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns. Give me JMU. I mean, guys, JMU is a very good Sun Belt team. And I know Louisiana last week scored 54 points in their shootout victory over the Marshall Thundering Herd. You're not going to find better overtime games than that, right? Marshall kicks a field goal in the second overtime to take a 51-48 lead. Ultimately, though, it's a game-winning touchdown for the Raging Cajuns that wins it 54-51. That's an electric football game. And I think the Raging Cajuns have now found their starting quarterback. I believe it's going to be Lunch Winfield. I believe it's going to be Winfield. Dwayne Winfield, but he's going by Lunch Winfield. Okay, well, he had a great game against Marshall. Comes in after Daniel Beal does not play up to par. Winfield comes in, throws for 125 yards, runs for 130 yards. He has the game-winning touchdown on the ground. The Raging Cajuns win the football game against Carlos Del Rio Wilson and the Marshall Thundering Herd. Now, are the Thundering Herd that great of a team? They're not. But it was a very close game, at least odds-wise. Actually, I believe the Raging Cajuns close as an underdog in that game against Marshall. But, right, Winfield comes in relief, essentially, and wins it for the Raging Cajuns. Yeah, they're going to have trouble this week, though. They're going to have so much trouble against James Madison. I'm sorry, James Madison's just a better team. They are. We've talked about it at length, and I'm not going to, again, continue to talk about it because I give you the same spiel every video almost about JMU, but it's a talent-rich team. It's a talent-rich team that, with Kurt Signetti leaving still, they have a bunch of talent. Alonzo Barnett's been a very good quarterback for this football team. Obviously, you still got Sluka, too, if you need him, even though they did not use Sluka last week in a very competitive game where they were down for most of the game against TJ Finley and the Georgia State Panthers. James Madison comes from behind and wins it 14-7. So a great victory for that football team. They find a way. They are so much better than Louisiana. For as great as the victory is for Louisiana, you still gave up 51 points to the Marshall Thundering Herd. Yeah. You still gave up all those points to them. Yeah, good on you. Again, Winfield scores, but James Madison had a very low-scoring game last week. If you give them that opportunity against that defense, yeah, they're scoring almost every single time they touch the ball. That's what I'm getting to here. Barnett, again, is a very good G5 quarterback, in my opinion. Doesn't make too many mistakes with the ball. Wayne Knight's a really good running back. You also have Jordan Fuller, who can run as well. Just it feels like trouble for Louisiana, especially on the road at JMU. You know what the Dukes are capable of. The game's in Harrisonburg. They're a 17.5-point favorite. I'm fully going with the JMU Dukes to win the game at home. Again, I like what Louisiana showed last week. You're a 1-3 team, backs up against the wall. You need to win a game. You're essentially third-string quarterback after Walker Howard's injury. You got to go to Lunch Winfield or Delane Winfield. He does a great job. But now, okay, you have a full week. You're the starting quarterback. There's now tape on you. It's not like, all right, all of a sudden, here he comes to play Marshall. James Madison's going to get an entire week to prepare for the guy, and I just don't love it for the Raging Cajuns. And you're on the road, too. I got to go with the JMU Dukes winning the football game and covering the 17.5 points as well. They are minus 1050 favorites. Wow. Next up, sticking with the G5, the Army Black Knights. They host the Charlotte 49ers. Army is a 16 or 17.5 point favorite in this game for good reason. Army is they're a mid team. They are. They're a mid team. They're a good team. They're mid though. Okay, they can't be good and mid. Last week they beat the UAB Blazers. Now I thought UAB was going to win. We had them to cover. That was the best bet, and they didn't. Right at home, Dilfer's guys can't get it done with Jalen Kitna in the band. And it's a close game early, but Army just pulls away and UAB misses some field goals, makes some mistakes, and Army ultimately wins the game 31-13. It was their first victory in a couple weeks after back-to-back losses to North Texas in a shootout where they lost again in Texas, and they lost on the road at East Carolina, or actually no, they lost the game at West Point against North Texas, and then a loss on the road at East Carolina that Thursday night, just meltdown. They couldn't do anything offensively in that game. Last week against UAB, they did what Army's supposed to do. Control the ball, control the time of possession, and run it down somebody's throat. That's what Army did against UAB. Cale Hellmans, who's now getting the starting assignment essentially over Dwayne Coleman, played great. 21 carries, 81 yards. I mean, that's what you want out of a Army quarterback. Again, will anybody be Bryson Daly on this Army team? No. Hell, will anybody be Bryson Daly for Army? Guys, I don't know if I can say that. Bryson Daly, legitimately, the legacy, we're talking Army legacy at this point, but the legacy that Bryson Daly left at Army is absolutely absurd. Army GOAT? I don't know. At least my lifetime, he's the Army GOAT. And yes, I've seen some good players play at Army, but I mean, no Army players finished top 8 in Heisman voting like Daly has. So obviously it's an adjustment period. Look how bad Charlotte is. Look how bad they are. Army's now 2-3. Your wins this season are K-State on the road, tremendous, and then a UAB victory on the road, and you get the Charlotte 49ers. They're in for one next week against the amazing, and I mean amazing, Tulane Green Wave. That team is great with Jake Retzlaff. But you play the Charlotte 49ers this week, a Charlotte team that's 1-4, with their only victory being to Monmouth, and oh, by the way, they beat Monmouth by 7 points. You win that game by 7 points against Monmouth. Start the year off back-to-back losses in the Dukes Mayo Classic against App State. You lose to North Carolina. Then back-to-back losses in their last two against sandwiched. Obviously, you got the Monmouth game, but then you get the Rice loss, and then you get a dominant loss on the road against USF on was that Friday night, I believe? Yeah, it was a Friday night game last week. I mean, you lose 54-26. You're kind of in it at points. You were down, well, not really. At least spread-wise, you were in it. They were down 26-7. They cut that ultimately got to 18-33 at one point. And then USF really just took over again, scoring 21 points in the fourth quarter to put the game away. And for Charlotte, they went to Zach Wilkie in this game. Okay. Backup quarterback playing for Charlotte. Guys, they give up a lot of points. They're not special offensively. And to beat Army, you just need a really good offense. That's what I thought UAB was going to have against the Black Knights. Ultimately, that didn't come through. So, guys, yeah, Charlotte doesn't stand a chance. If you can't score against Army, you're not going to win. So pretty easily, I'm going to take the Black Knights. I ultimately saw a lesser version this game is a lesser version of UAB, which is crazy to say that anybody's a lesser version of UAB, but Charlotte is that. You're seeing a lesser version of UAB walk into West Point. Army last week wins by 18 points at UAB, and now you get Charlotte at West Point. Yeah, Army easily covers. They will win by more than 17.5 points. They will win by 18. Army covers and wins at home. Next up, we stay in the group of 5, and let's go. It's time for some action. Back-to-back action games as the Akron Zips host the Miami of Ohio Redhawks. Miami of Ohio is slowly figuring it out. Right? Daquan Finn's back. Daquan Finn wins in his return, essentially. Daquan Finn against NIU, 14 for 26 passing, but that's the Daquan Finn I remember from Toledo, 21 carries for 90 yards in the ground. That's what he can be at his best. And it is, NIU the best team? They're not. But it's a defensive-minded team that Miami of Ohio found a way to win as only 4.5-point favorites. They go on the road, they go to DeKalb, Illinois, and they find a way to win the football game. They outgain NIU by over 120 yards. So a great victory for Miami of Ohio in a game that they needed to win, again with Daquan Finn at quarterback. It is Daquan Finn's first victory in collegiate football as a starting quarterback since 2023 in the 2023, I guess he hasn't won since he lost the MAC championship game in Miami of Ohio. That's crazy. Since November of 2023, it's been since Daquan Finn has won a game as a starting quarterback. It's crazy. Anyways, though, it's the win they needed. After being Lindenwood, again, you're supposed to be Lindenwood. You go on the road, you win a MAC game, that's big time. Now you got to go on the road again and beat Akron, who is back on Ben Finley, at least for now. Finley's healthy again, so they're going Ben Finley. They win at home at Akron against Central Michigan. 28-22 victory. Ben Finley has a very good game, throws for 3 touchdowns, 18 for 29 passing. Again, Joe Labus and Angel Flores, whoever starts for Central Michigan, team's not that great. But Akron wins a 6.5-point dogs, a team that we have complained about all year long being a non-scoring offense and just not a threat. Goes out there and scores 28 points. Got to give him credit. For a team, again, that we didn't know who was going to start, again, with Finley's absence. Was going to be, Michael Johnson out of San Jose, California, and the Kings Academy, or was it going to be Brandon Rogo, Ben Finley's back, and Finley, again, is the rightful starter and the best quarterback on the roster. He's no DJ Irons, but, I'm a big DJ Irons guy. I don't know how many Akron football fans are watching this or MAC football fans, but DJ Irons, legitimately my favorite college football game I've ever attended. I don't know if it is now. At the time it was cool. DJ Irons running over Indiana was hilarious. It was fun stuff. Indiana won the game in like triple or 4 overtimes. It was crazy. Regardless, though, Ben Finley, again, he's no DJ Irons. He plays differently than Irons does too. Irons is a dual threat, a very good dual threat guy. That's what Akron needed last week, though, scoring 28 points at home. A team that couldn't score all year long. Yeah, they scored 28 at UAB. Well, we just saw last week, we just talked about with Army, like UAB's defense, not very good. Defensive-minded team, Kitna, Trent Dilfer, their defense, not very good. Akron, after losing 45-3 again, that's without Ben Finley, the Toledo loss at the Glass Bowl. But you lose 45-3 one week against Toledo, you come back, you win 28-22 against Central Michigan. Good on you for Akron. Like, seriously, good on them. I don't care. They're losing by double digits this week. Because just like how, Akron's figured it out with Ben Finley, I think Miami of Ohio's figured it out with their big quarterback they signed in the offseason. Oh, they recruited, whatever. It's free agency. They went out and signed Daquan Finn. If you can get Daquan Finn doing what he did last week, he's going to be a problem in the MAC, because I've seen it before. 2 years ago, he was a problem in the MAC at Toledo. If he can actually be a very good dual threat guy and, again, start chaos, essentially, that's trouble. That's big trouble. Daquan Finn against NIU, again, 170 passing yards, 90 rushing yards. They don't need him to do any more. Big victory for the Red Hawks. If he can they can unleash that every single week. Yeah, to me, that's danger for the MAC. So I like Miami of Ohio to win this game, and I believe they cover the 9.5 points too. Has Akron figured it out? Was last week a step in the right direction? 100% it was. Still, though, I got to go with the Miami of Ohio Redhawks. And again, that progression, that development we've seen now with Daquan Finn with this roster. He's seen one go through the net, right? We've seen it go through. They've won a game now. Let's carry on that momentum now. Give me Miami of Ohio. Next up, the final 9 o'clock game before we move on with the day, Bowling Green at home against Toledo. From Bowling Green, Ohio, and Doyle L. Perry Stadium, the Falcons host the Toledo Rockets. Toledo, right, coming off a victory 2 weeks ago. We just talked about the Akron Zips, but Toledo was idle last week. They had a bye week. Their last game, though, against those Akron Zips, against a backup quarterback, 2 backup quarterbacks. Toledo wins the game 45-3. They're a 3-2 football team this season, with their losses being Kentucky by 8 points, back when Calzada was still starting for the Wildcats, and then a loss on the road against the West Michigan Broncos, losing the game 14-13. Again, great defensive team. I am not going to, slight you for losing to West Michigan. That team's pretty solid. So Toledo's back. They're taking on now Bowling Green on the road. Obviously, you know what I'm going to say about Toledo. Tucker Gleason, very capable arm for the MAC. 237 yards against Akron. He dominated that game, and like what he does against a lot of defenses in the MAC, except for West Michigan, who will continue to give teams problems all year long. They're taking on Bowling Green, or Toledo. And Bowling Green, you're a 2-3 team, and your only win's Liberty against an FBS opponent. I mean, you heard what I said earlier about Liberty. I don't think highly at all about the Flames. Nothing against them. They're just a bad collegiate football team right now. They'll bounce back. Again, they had Malik Willis at one point. They had Caden Salter. Not anymore. Got Ethan Vasco and a bunch of backups. Bowling Green's victories are Lafayette and Liberty. How seriously can I take you? And sure, their losses, Parker Navarro and Ohio on the road, losing to Miller Moss and Louisville, losing to Cincinnati on the road. Yeah, but just ultimately, that offense, though, is not going to be able to keep up with Toledo. Drew Pine, who's a super senior, right, throwing more interceptions than touchdowns this season. Your run game's not that great. Cameron Petaway had a great start to the season. He hasn't been great as the season has gone on because they have gone away from Petaway. It's been a lot of their other running back, Chris McMillan. It's not a run game that scares me that much. Drew Pine in Big 2025 will not scare me at all. Toledo's going to win the football game. Toledo comes in this one's a 9.5-point favorite. Same exact line, essentially. Obviously, money line odds are a little bit different comparing this one to our previous game at Akron, but same exact spread. Nothing changes here. I think Toledo covers. Toledo's a good squad, right? They're a really good squad. I was talking earlier about some MAC history, right, with Daquan Finn, how they lost the MAC championship to Finn's new school in Miami of Ohio, but it's always been a very good program for the Mid-American. They've always been a great program. Last year, how they ended their year with Tucker Gleason, right, with a big victory in the Games Above Sports Bowl against Pittsburgh. And I know Pittsburgh was on a bunch of backups because everyone transferred out. Everyone was already in the portal by the time the bowl game came around, which is the stupid thing about bowl season. Now I still love bowl season, my favorite time of the year. What's better than Christmas and crappy bowl games? Nothing better than that with nobody in the crowd. Come on, that's what we live for. That's why we do all this each week, because I'm getting ready for the Games Above Sports Bowl, right? Anyways, though, Toledo's building a program, and they have a program. Bowling Green, No Harold Fannin. Fannin caught another touchdown yesterday morning in London against the Vikings, but no Connor Bazelak now, too, who is also, I didn't realize, is on the Buccaneers, he's on the practice squad. You lose, here's the thing. Fannin, obviously, much higher level of talent than Bazelak is. I don't know if Bazelak's ever going to see regular season action ever in the NFL. I think Canada or the did the UFL shut down? No, it didn't. He'll see UFL action soon. But you lose 2 NFL talents, regardless. I don't care, again, Bazelak's a practice squad guy. Bowling Green lost 2 NFL talents. And, with 2 NFL talents, they were 7-6 last season. Now you got Drew Pine, who, I'm sorry, he can't lace Bazelak's cleats. And you don't have a Harold Fannin. Come on now. Toledo on the road to win the football game, and they will cover 9.5 as well. Give me the Rockets. Give me the Rockets. I'm taking Toledo here on the road. The Rockets will beat Bowling Green and cover 9.5 points. Next up, we go to the 9:45 game. We have gone through the 9 o'clock hour. 90 minutes in. We got a lot more. 9:45 start time. At least 12:45 again in Oxford, Mississippi. As we've got the Ole Miss Rebels hosting the Washington State Cougars. I was going to say Wazoo, I held back. The Wazoo Cougars taking on Ole Miss. Do we need to buy in on Ole Miss now? I am bought in on Ole Miss. I am. You're not going to hear me question and hate on I've never hated on Ole Miss. Hell, I wore an Ole Miss jersey during one of these videos earlier in the season. But I'm fully bought in now to Ole Miss. Do I believe they're the best team in the Southeast? Well, they're ranked like they are. Maybe they are the best team in the SEC. Maybe Lane Kiffin finally has a team that's going to win the entire thing, at least in the Southeast. I don't think they're winning the entire thing. I'll be damned if they win the national championship. Wouldn't that be something? If Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin wins the natty. Anyways, we have to buy in on the team, right? You beat LSU, and I get it. LSU, not great right now. Nussmer in the offense has been horrible. More on them later. But Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin find a way. They win it 24-19 at home. They are now 5-0 this season. 5 straight victories. Georgia State, Kentucky. That's pre-TJ Finley Georgia State, but still. Georgia State, Kentucky, Arkansas, Tulane, now LSU. And they're, again, other than LSU, they're putting up massive points against everybody. And the decision to bench Austin Simmons for Trinidad Chambliss is the best thing you could do. D2 Trinidad Chambliss. He's been excellent. Made kind of a mistake at the end of that LSU game, but made up for it with the big pass that he made. Again, it was wide open at the end of the game, but still, again, Lane Kiffin, and shout out to Ole Miss. And they've said this too, they're incorporating plays that Chambliss ran at the D2 level, and they're running it at Mississippi. It's crazy. But what a find that Ole Miss got in Trinidad Chambliss, who's an SEC caliber quarterback in his senior season. He goes from D2 football to the Southeastern Conference. It's crazy. And Kawan Lacey's been a really good running back for this team as well, man. At 445 yards, 100 plus carries, 100 carries essentially, 102, and 8 touchdowns. It's a good team, man. It's a good team. Somehow, Ole Miss has gotten better with Jackson Dart and Trey Harris leaving the program. And I know, again, Lane Kiffin has complained quite a bit last season about not being in the postseason and having to play Duke in the Tax Slayer Gator Bowl last year. But where Jackson Dart threw for 404 yards just to prove a point. But they're a better team now, which is crazy because they had talent last year, and they had a lot of talent last year. You had multiple NFL talents. Obviously, you had a quarterback who's now playing and starting for the New York Football Giants. I saw Lane Kiffin was actually at the Superdome yesterday watching that game. They're going to beat up on Wazoo. Wazoo, I'm so glad the Pac-12 returns next year. Not because I think it's going to be the highest level of football. I know, again, it's going to be Pac-10 or Pac-8, but the Pac-12 I grew up with is gone, obviously. The Pac-10 I grew up with is gone. Pac-12 is fine with me. I love the additions of Utah and Colorado. But that's gone. What I'm happiest about, though, is the fact that Washington State and Oregon State don't get to play these boof-ass schedules anymore. They don't got to play these random-ass teams. And, what is Washington State doing on the road at Ole Miss? It's just, you're setting them up for failure. They're coming off a big win over Colorado State. They go to Colorado State and win the game by 17 points. Huge for backup quarterback, now starter Zivai Yukas and the guys. Here's the problem. They don't run the ball well at all. They're a pass-first team who doesn't really throw the ball that well either. Man. They can hang in the Mountain West. They can't hang against Power 4 teams. And Oh, what's next? You got Ole Miss on the road? Oh, okay, good luck. You got Virginia next. I mean, what do you even do? You got to stay out on the East Coast for 2 weeks? You had 3 straight road games? Oh my goodness. Like, who makes the schedule? Washington, Colorado State, Ole Miss on the road, Virginia on the road. Oh, and nobody thought Ole Miss was going to be this good. Nobody thought Virginia was going to be this good, but it is brutal for Washington State. Yeah, give me Trinidad, Chambliss, and Ole Miss to absolutely dominate minus 33.5. You can't even find odds for the money lines, and yeah, it's crazy. One of the only non-conference games of the week. I'm going with, of course, Ole Miss to cover. Next up, we go to the only game at 10 o'clock. We have back-to-back MACtion spots. Ooh, am I excited for our next MAC game? I cannot wait. Hold on 1 second. First, East Michigan playing Northern Illinois. So we just talked about it earlier. Northern Illinois' loss at home to a team that I guess is, finding themselves, you can say. That's a stupid expression. Who says finding myself? Miami of Ohio going to NIU and winning the game 25-14. The problem with NIU is they just don't have an offense. They've scored. We talk about how Ohio State shuts teams down, and obviously, again, comparing Northern Illinois to Ohio State's insane. But we talk about how Ohio State, nobody scores 10 points on them. Well, Northern Illinois has struggled to score more than 10 points in most of their games. I mean, they struggle to score. They haven't scored 20 all year long. That's probably a better stat. 14 points last week against Miami of Ohio. 3 points against San Diego State. 10 points against Mississippi State. 9 against Maryland. 19 in a win over Holy Cross. You've scored 20 points. Nada. 0 times this season. Same team, by the way, that beat Notre Dame last year. They just have a problem offensively. They're they don't know what they're doing offensively. They don't have an identity. Is it Brady Davidson now? I guess because of how bad Josh Holst was at the quarterback position. It's not a quarterback issue. It's not. It's like, I feel like Malik Neighbors talking about, the Giants quarterback situation. It's not a quarterback thing. It's just they have a bad offense with not a great run game to set up with, and it's hard to win the MAC when you don't have a really good offense. There are teams that can get by with that, and I'm talking about West Michigan, who can get by with a mediocre offense, but, their offense is shoulders. It levels ahead of the NIU Huskies. NIU is just a bad offensive football team. There's no other way to put it. The problem is, with this game and picking this game, is that they're playing East Michigan. I'm going to go with East Michigan, but, I'm not confident in this at all. This is bottom of the barrel MAC football, but don't get me wrong, it gets worse with our next game. The next game is the worst possible game that can be put together. Other than maybe an inclusion of Oklahoma State, the next game we have, we're going to laugh. So hold on. East Michigan's 1-5. NIU 1-4. The thing with East Michigan is, though, they actually score. And when I get games like this, we don't get them often, but we do sometimes. When I get a team that can't score versus a team that can score but that doesn't play defense, I take the team that can score and doesn't play defense. Because you're putting all the pressure on the bad offense. I'd rather rely on a bad defense than a bad offense. Why? You need points to score. No, you need points to win. Get that right. I've been kind of disappointed in Noah Kim this season. Noah Kim hasn't been great. But, he's obviously the guy for EMU. It's not a him problem because they do want to run the ball first. They're always a run first, type operation here at EMU with Dante McMillan, who has played college football since 2020. Started at Weber State. Now here he is at Eastern Michigan. But what I will say about Eastern Michigan and what I can't say about Northern Illinois is that EMU is competitive in a lot of their games. We just talked about a huge win for, the Raging Cajuns a couple days ago. Eastern Michigan beat the Raging Cajuns a couple weeks ago. Bad loss to Central Michigan, but you take Buffalo to overtime. This was stupid. They went Wildcat to try to win the game for a 2-point conversion after Noah Kim ran in for a touchdown. They go Wildcat to try to win the game after, they're down by 1 at Buffalo. They try to win the game going Wildcat and they fumble. Just go to a second overtime. I don't know. I guess they didn't think they were going to be able to ever get a stop, which is fair because their offense isn't great. I don't know. It is good. It's just, it's better than NIU's. Because I know earlier in this prediction I said, good offense, bad defense. Better than NIU offense, bad defense is what I will say. I'm going to take the better than NIU offense in Eastern Michigan with Noah Kim and the guys. They should be able to beat NIU, who just doesn't have an identity offensively. Give me East Michigan. As now, guys, let's get up for this one, man. Let's go. Kent State versus UMass. Yes. There's a very good game after this, but I don't care. This is the game of the week from Kent, Ohio. Somebody has to win a conference game. UMass has joined, obviously, the MAC for the first time. They got the crap beat out of them in their first couple games, at least non-con this year. But they have officially joined the MAC after playing like 8 MAC teams a year. They say, you know what? We're just going to give in and go to the MAC. Cool. They take on the Kent State Golden Flashes. All right. Kenny Burns got fired in the offseason, obviously. Kent State has not won a conference game since Saturday, November 26, 2022. I think to myself, what was I doing in 2022? A lot of different stuff. Not this. Well, I was doing YouTube, but not like these type of videos. I mean, I was out here posting probably Madden back in November. I don't know, 2022. Yeah. No, I was probably on a break from YouTube back then, actually. Yeah, I was definitely on a break for like a month back then. But regardless, that's the last time they won a conference game in Buffalo. Tommy Ulatowski at quarterback. 2025 can the prophecy be fulfilled? At home, Kent State is a 2.5-point favorite. Yes, the Golden Flashes are a favorite. They were barely favored to beat the Merrimack Warriors in week 1, but they are favored to beat the UMass Minutemen at home. Oh, man. I mean, good on them. Great on them. And I think Devin Cargman's the starting quarterback again, I think, because DeShields is out. So, all right, back up now for Kent State. Guys, Devin Cargman's going to be getting the start, I assume, this week for Kent State. And Kent State, their entire thing is that they take beatdowns every week. They lost to Florida State 2 weeks ago by 56 points. Lost to Oklahoma last week at 44. Lost to Texas Tech early in the year by 50 points. They get beat down every single game that they play. So, essentially, last year, their starting quarterback going into the year was Devin Cargman. And Cargman starts over Tommy U, which was kind of weird because I thought Ulatowski was better. J.D. Sherrod, the other quarterback, who's now at Southeastern Missouri State, was in the mix, but no, it was Cargman's team to start the year. Ulatowski's now backing up over at Kennesaw State. Cargman, the Penn State game it was, Cargman snaps his leg in half. They have to, get him off the field. They have to, obviously, lift him off the field. Not airlift, but, they put him on the cart and they drive him off the field. Cargman's back already. I thought that was more than just a year injury, but here he is. So shout out to Devin Cargman. He's made his way back about, 11 months later, 12 months later. No, 13 or 14 months later, Cargman's back. So I think they're going Cargman over to Shields, which is fine. And here he goes. They get a shot to win a conference game. UMass is so horrible. I mean, we're going Kent State, which I can't believe I'm doing because I don't know if I don't think on this channel I've yet to pick Kent State to win a football game because we don't do the FCS games anymore. So I didn't get to pick the Merrimack game. This is the first time I'm taking Kent State to win a football game on the channel, guys, and I've been doing this for a year and a half now. Yep. I've never picked Kent State to win a football game. Here we are. UMass has used 3 different quarterbacks this season. I think A.J. Harrison's their guy now. At least I think it is. Brendan Rose was the quarterback to start the season. They then went to Grant Jordan. All of them have not really played that well. I mean, combined the quarterbacks have 1 touchdown for 4 interceptions and 850 yards passing wise. Cool. None of them do anything all that well. Jaquan Gibson's their best receiver. I mean, I'm telling you, this is as bad as Group of 5 football can get. It doesn't get worse. It does not get worse. I'm taking Kent State, though. Confidently, actually, yes. They're at home, guys. They're at home, and I'm telling you, when I've watched both these teams, Kent State, the reason why they should win this game, I don't know if I'd bet -2.5 on Kent State. -135, ooh, that might make an appearance in the best bets. Because here's the thing, guys. UMass gets blown out against Group of 5s. They lose to FCS schools, even though Kent did that last year. But they get blown out by 32 points to Temple. Western Michigan blows them out. Bryant, they lose to. Kent actually played Buffalo really competitively. They lost by 3 points at home against Buffalo. They lost on the road this year 3 times, but they've lost to Texas Tech, FSU, and Oklahoma. They're supposed to lose those games. They get money to go in there and take their beatings. Merrimack and Buffalo, they've looked good at home this year. They will beat UMass at home. UAss at home. Shout out to Devin Cargman. Welcome back. Yeah, give me Kent State. Give me the Golden Flashes. They're winning this football game, guys. I don't know if I'm going to say I've never been more confident in Kent State winning a game, but I believe. Give me the Golden Flashes to win the game at home against UMass minus 135. That may be the game of the week. I don't know. This one's kind of big. I don't know. This big game this week. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what. I might be watching Kent State and UMass on the big TV. This one might go on my phone. I might have to put this one to the side. Like, okay, yeah, we're gonna watch Indiana, Oregon. No, guys, this is one of the games when the schedule came out last year, or at least when I was mapping everything out, seeing what just looking at everything. This was one of the games I immediately circled and said, okay, this is it. I'm not going. I thought about going to Eugene for this one. I'm not going to. Just don't have the time. I want to. If the Penn State game goes down for Indiana, maybe I'll consider going. This is the biggest game of the year. It is. I mean, last year, and I for a reason have tried not to mention this. I'm sure like you watching have heard me mention this quite a bit, but I have tried not to bring up Oregon, Indiana too much, because if Indiana loses, which I'm preparing myself if they can lose, I don't think they're going to, it's not the be all end all, right? And now with Penn State losing, it looks very likely that Indiana is going to go to the playoffs, just because Penn State's not that good. So Indiana should easily take care of them. If they can beat Oregon, though, guys, we are legitimately looking at Indiana getting a bye in the playoffs. Because now it's not auto buys anymore for conference winners. You still auto bids. So Big 12 ACC, Big 10 SEC, obviously, and then whoever's the best G5, Mountain West American, they're getting in the playoffs. The buys are not, it doesn't, like, if you redid the playoffs last year, Boise and Arizona State would not have gotten buys, right? That would have been Ohio State and... Was Boise actually still top 4? No, definitely not. It would have been Ohio State and Penn State would have got the buys, I think. I'm pretty sure I did that right. Right? Did Ohio State fall all the way out top 4 because of the loss to... No, that would have been the 2 buys, right? So if Indiana wins this game, they're getting a bye. And Indiana, I think, is going to be the number 1 team in the country. The voters won't put them there. They'll leave Ohio State number 1. But, I mean, legitimately, this is a chance for Indiana to establish themselves as the number 1 team in college football, which is insane. And I just, regardless of what happens this week, what Kurt Cignetti has done for the program is absolutely insane. So now, okay, enough of that, feel-good sentimental crap. They got to win this game. Indiana's beating Oregon. They are. They are beating Oregon. Oh, they were competitive against Iowa. Guys, I'm telling you, going to Iowa City and playing the Iowa Hawkeyes is just different. That's a good defense, and that's all they do, and Indiana found a way. Fernando Mendoza, I don't know how he's gone down in the Heisman now. It's like, are you watching? Fernando Mendoza's pass in cover 0. They're setting pressure. Mendoza gets the ball off in the middle of the field to, of course, Elijah Surratt, and Surratt takes it in for a touchdown. Mendoza, looks up to the heavens and legitimately starts crying on the field because he's overwhelmed with joy that Indiana found a way to win the defensive battle against Iowa. That's his Heisman moment. That's the Heisman moment. That visual of Mendoza looking up, I mean, that's it. If they beat Oregon, I'm not hearing anything else. He's the Heisman. He is the winner of the Heisman Trophy, and you can seal it away, basically. If they go out and beat the Oregon Ducks, because who's playing quarterback for Oregon? It's Dante Moore. He's right there in the Heisman race too. I know Carson Beck deserves a very good look, and he has been electric this season, and I'm not a bigger Carson Beck guy than I am. Like I've been hyping up Carson Beck for a long time. I believe Miami's still going to be in the national championship game. They're going to be playing Indiana. But how can you not say Fernando Mendoza is the best player in college football right now? Beyond just the stats, but I mean, well, hell, look at the stats. Mendoza and Dante Moore have the same amount of yards. Exactly the same. Mendoza's got 4 more touchdowns. 2 more touchdowns. But still, Mendoza's got a 73% completion rate. Dante Moore's got a 74% completion rate. Yeah, they're neck and neck, sure. If Mendoza goes to Eugene and wins the game, that's the Heisman. And I'm not taking any other answer. Carson Beck's number 1, Dante Moore 2, Simpson's 3 right now, Jeremiah Smith 4, Julian Sayin 5, Fernando Mendoza's at 6, Trinidad Chambliss at 7, Marcel Reed 8, CJ Carr 9, Joey Aguilar at 10. This is the game. And how's Indiana going to win? Okay, I'll tell you how. I believe the Indiana defense is one of the best in the country. I mean, you can't tell me otherwise right now. Until the most points they've given up all year is the defense has given up is technically 14 against ODU, because technically Iowa only scored 13 offensive points. Well, look at ODU, and that team slowly but surely is putting together a playoff resume. Will they get in? Probably not. But their only loss, Old Dominion is going to be 12-1 with their only loss being Indiana. That team's very good, right? Indiana played a number 9 ranked Illinois, who I think is going to be somewhat competitive against Ohio State, to 10 points. And they held them to 10 points. 10 points. I mean, it's 7 versus 3. And this is what we live for with college football. Oregon last week, 30-24, 2 weeks ago, 30-24, double overtime victory over Penn State. Knowing what we know now, I know it was at Penn State, it was a whiteout, but knowing what we know now, that victory is not that impressive. It's not. And you want to get excited for Oregon, you can. Who have they beat, though? They've beaten Montana State, who's a good FCS school, obviously, right? FCS championship game last season. Obviously, you're supposed to beat them. OK State's the worst Power 4 team in the country. Northwestern's Northwestern. I don't care. I do not care about Preston Stone and Northwestern. Oregon State's horrible. They don't win. We told you App State was winning last week. Best bet. Shout out to App State. Okay. And you beat Penn State, who now is unranked. Indiana's got more ranked victories than you do. Indiana's got a better quarterback than you. Indiana's got a better run game than you. By far. I don't think it's close. I mean, let me introduce you to Roman Hemby. Let me introduce you to Kalen Black, Kobe Martin. It's a shame BB's out for the year, but let me introduce you to the receiving corps. Omar Cooper has actually more receiving yards than Surratt, who, him and Mendoza won them that game. Obviously, the defense did too. But let me introduce you to those two guys. And that defense, man, that front line for Indiana, oh my goodness. We need to talk about the season Isaiah Jones is having right now. I mean, the year Isaiah Jones is having, oh my goodness. One of the best linebackers in the country. Indiana's going to beat Oregon. They're going to. Oregon's not ready for it. They're not ready for it. Indiana's going to score every time they touch the ball. They've already seen the best defense they can play. They've seen it. They've seen the best defense they can play. And here we go. I just wish this was a night game. But it's okay. They're going to win at 12:30. It's fine. Actually, no, it's fine. This is better because it's 3:30 in Indiana. This is 100% better. And you know Cignetti's whole mindset, oh, we go to Oregon, we get there the night before, we leave the night after. We don't care. Like, we get there right before the game, none of this hoopla before, we get there and we get out. Okay. Not a night game, no adjustment period, you're fine. 3:30 game for Indiana. They are okay. They're going to walk into Oregon and win. Mendoza, again, is the best quarterback in college football. He is. It's the Men dynasty. He's the Fernando Men Heisman. Best quarterback in college football. He's got the best arm in college football. Look at that ball that he dumps right into the bucket. I think it was Omar Cooper. I think might have been Surratt. I think it was Cooper down the sidelines, throwing out of his own end zone essentially. Ball right in the basket for Omar Cooper down the sidelines. 40-yard bomb. That's an NFL quarterback. That's the best college football quarterback. That's the Heisman. Indiana is beating Oregon. And when Indiana beats Oregon, you can have your points and all this nonsense. No, I want plus 260. I don't want points. Guys, this is my Indiana-Ohio State moment from last year. It is, but hey, it's different this time around. Indiana last year, they weren't ready for that game. They weren't. I love Curtis Rourke. You're not going to find a bigger Curtis Rourke fan than myself. I hope Curtis Rourke has the best career ever with the Niners. I hope and he's out for the year. Mendoza's better than Curtis Rourke. And also, Mendoza's not playing on a torn MCL. So shout out to Curtis Rourke. Dude is a dog. Playoff year on a torn MCL, like Tom Brady winning the Super Bowl. Come on now. Electric. Indiana's beating Oregon. Oregon's not ready for this. They're not. Dante Moore is great. Has he played a defense like this yet? Nope. And he almost choked it against Penn State. You know who's going to go to Penn State and dominate the Nittany Lions? Indiana. Give me the Hoosiers. Indiana goes to Oregon. They get it done. Keep your 8.5 points. I don't want the points. I don't want it. Don't want the points at all. I want the money line. Plus 260 for Indiana. This is the best team in college football. And by the way, I want to laugh at whoever didn't think. I know, I appreciate you watching the videos. But I'm just saying, whoever said that Texas would beat Indiana, come on. Come on now. How about the Hoosiers? And look where Texas is at now. Because also, we're taking the Hoosiers to win, and also, we're taking Texas to lose. Okay, here's the thing, though. I've been calling this one for a while. I have. All right, I told you this weeks ago, about a month ago, actually. Oklahoma is still a 5.5-point underdog against Texas in the Red River Showdown. In Dallas, they're still dogs. Give me Oklahoma. So here's the thing, and this the only reason why Oklahoma's an underdog is because Mateer's out. It's Michael Hawkins. Like I don't think Mateer's close to coming back. I will check one more time. I'm pretty confident he's not playing. Yeah, okay. So last report is Brent Venables assumes quarterback John Mateer's not going to play. Okay, so it's going to be Michael Hawkins. Obviously, that makes Oklahoma worse. It does. Can you rely on Texas, though, to win a football game? If this was Georgia, they were playing Oklahoma. If they're playing Georgia, if they're playing A&M, okay, I'm concerned. Because you need your quarterback, obviously, for that game. I can't say I'm concerned with them playing Texas. I can't say that. Guys, tell me right now why I should be convinced that Texas beats Oklahoma. And why Texas should be favored to beat Oklahoma. Like, I don't, like, oh, they did it last year? Okay. I mean, and Michael Hawkins was the quarterback last year for Oklahoma when they lost 34-3. Sure. I mean, I guess Oklahoma hasn't beaten Texas since Dylan Gabriel was their quarterback, who just, went from team to team in college football. But it's okay. He's better than Shedeur Sanders, though. He's starting for the Browns over Shedeur. I think they still win with Michael Hawkins. Obviously, the offense isn't the same, and they played Kent last week, so it's hard to really say. Like, the offense looked much worse with Hawkins. I mean, you play lowly Kent State, who we did predict to beat UMass in the Toilet Bowl this week. But Hawkins does what they need him to do. 160 yards in the air. Obviously you just game manage for the most part, and you win. I can't trust Texas, man. I can't. I mean, you lose at Florida. What? I mean, it's just, yeah, you don't have a run game. Wisner has 8 carries for 11 yards. Arch Manning's your leading rusher, 15 carries on 37 yards, for 37 yards. You don't run the ball well. You don't throw the ball that well. Again, Manning got them back in that game, but ultimately Manning kind of puts them in the hole too. And at the same time, though, they couldn't get a stop. I mean, you're letting DJ Lagway work the ball up and down the field on you. DJ Lagway, same guy who everyone's calling for his job. He throws 5 picks against Miami, against LSU, and you barely beat that guy. Right? I mean, is this not a reason of concern? Is this not any? I mean, should I not be concerned right now about the Texas Longhorns? Your defense did not play well at the Swamp. Arch is not playing well as a whole. And you lost to the Florida Gators, who lost to USF. Yikes. I get it. Mateer's not playing. Michael Hawkins has been in big spots. He played the Red River game last year. His team lost 34-3, sure. But that was Hawkins as a freshman. He is now way more developed. He knew what his assignment was this year. Okay, I'm backing up John Mateer. I'm going to learn everything I can this year out of Mateer, and then, likely next year I'm the starting quarterback of this team. He's been forced into a role here, but it's not a role he's unfamiliar with. He knows what it takes to be a starting quarterback. It's not like Hawkins is being immediately inserted just to play this one game. I mean, he did get to play the Kent game. That's a warm-up. That's a tune-up. I think they're fine. I think they're beating Texas. Texas' defense is not good. Their run game is horrible. You're asking Arch to do too much. Do I think Arch is as bad as people are saying he is? No. But the problem with Arch is, and why people feel this way about Arch Manning and are saying these outlandish takes about Manning, which is fair. He's not playing good football. But the reason people are saying this is because the guy was the Heisman favorite. He was the favorite to go number 1 in the draft for the New Orleans Saints and continue the Manning legacy in New Orleans. Could still happen. Even though Mendoza is probably the number 1 pick. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't want Mendoza on the Saints. But the rest of the team is not doing him any favors. No. You can't run the ball. Defense isn't playing particularly well. I mean, Florida scores 7 points against Miami, 10 against LSU, 16 against South Florida, and they scored 29 against Texas. You're a joke. Give me Oklahoma. I know Mateer's not playing. Oklahoma still is a very solid team. I know both teams, again, if there's a game I can rely on both these teams to get up for, it's this one. It's the Red River game. I get it. I understand it's in the Cotton Bowl. I'm still taking Oklahoma to beat Texas, even with the backup quarterback. Again, it's not like Hawkins is some random. He's been here. He's done that. Give me Michael Hawkins and the Oklahoma Sooners to go upset Texas, even though it shouldn't be an upset. How is the number 6 team an underdog against unranked Texas? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Expect points, but expect more points out of Oklahoma. I think the over 42.5 hits, by the way. I think it does. Give me Oklahoma. Next up, we go on to the Atlantic Coast Conference. So we kind of cool down a little bit from the huge games we have, all right? And it's still a big game. VTech going to Georgia Tech, you know? I mean, we're all getting up for this one too, right? Right? Georgia Tech at home against Virginia Tech. Georgia Tech survives the game of Wake Forest 2 weeks ago, and I will say what I've continued to say about the ACC. It doesn't make, like, the ACC just doesn't make sense. Not that, but it's just nobody's really good in the conference other than Miami. Virginia. Guys, is Virginia really that good? I mean, they beat Louisville, so maybe I can start to kind of hype them up. And I look at Virginia's schedule. I said this last week too. I was like, okay, if they can get by Louisville, they're probably going to the playoffs, and I think that's the case. Maybe, I don't know. Can they beat? I mean, will they get in after losing to Miami in the ACC title game? I don't know. We have to see how the rest of the picture really goes. But I mean, the way I'm looking at the rankings right now, not to get too far ahead of myself right now, there's not many elite at-larges right now. And if you are Virginia, you have 2 losses, ACC title loss, again, you're 11-2, it'd be kind of hard for them to not put you in the playoffs. So we could be looking at a world where the Virginia Cavaliers go to the playoffs this season, which is kind of crazy. Where they probably have to go on the road and play, I don't know, Ole Miss? That's something I never thought was going to happen. All the Bryce Perkins days are gone, but shout out to Virginia. Anyways, VTech's playing, and they suck. They suck. Now, again, the ACC, I think anybody other than Miami you can apply this to. Maybe Virginia now, we can kind of set them aside as, okay, Virginia's elite. I'll put them on the exception list. With the exception of Miami playing, with the exception of Virginia playing, and I include Boston College, not because they're good, because they're ass. Anybody can beat anybody in the ACC. I got to throw VTech in there too. No, but they beat NC State, so no, I guess so. Yeah, anybody can beat anybody except for Virginia could lose to anybody, but Miami especially in Boston College, just because Boston College sucks. Anything can happen in the ACC. Anything can happen. It's like, it's a whole no, I can't say that. I don't know why I was gonna say it's like a whole swingers thing. I don't know. It's not even close. I don't know why I said that. Georgia Tech is a 5-0 team this year. Do they feel like a great 5-0 team? Not really. They're a good team, and I've been high on Georgia Tech. Do I think they're as good, though, as advertised? They're not, okay? Watch the Wake Forest game. Good on them. They found a way to win. Awesome, right? You beat Wake Forest on the road. It's a gutsy overtime victory. Again, questionable calling by Wake Forest. Why are you going for 2 at home? I mean, really? I don't know. That's neither here or there, right? It's like, I get why Eastern Michigan went for 2 against Buffalo because they're on the road. I kind of get that. But why are you as the home team trying to go for 2? Whatever. So, anyways, Georgia Tech wins the game against Wake Forest because Wake Forest had some questionable play calling at the end of the game. Like questionable decision making at the end of the game. Okay. Week before that for Georgia Tech, they blow out Temple. They beat Clemson by 3 points, which is a huge victory, huge game-winning kick. Now looking back at it, Clemson blew out North Carolina, but again, my local high school team, I think we could roll into Chapel Hill and probably have a good chance of beating North Carolina. So, that's not that tough. Again, I got a defensive end at the local high school who would probably sack Max Johnson 4 times. Okay, I got a tight end at the high school who would probably have 100 yards on North Carolina. Okay, so anyone can do that against UNC. Not too concerned. Okay, Georgia Tech's run though. Now when you really think about it, it's good. It's not great. Gardner Webb, Temple. Okay, throw those out. Even though yes, Temple's FBS, but Wake. Okay, you beat them by 1 point. Okay, you're in a dogfight with Wake. Questionable calls late in the game too to keep Georgia Tech in it. Not gonna talk about that. You beat Clemson by 3 and you beat Colorado by 7. Okay, look at Colorado right now. Caden Salter's beefing with Coach Prime in the huddle now. Ooh, man. Now, I'm still going Georgia Tech because of how bad Virginia Tech is. Virginia Tech sucks. They beat North Carolina State by 2 points. Awesome. Again, NC State is also a joke. Again, the ACC as a whole is a joke. California last week had 45 points put on them at home against Duke. We predicted that, but the ACC is weird. It's a conference full of random stuff. I don't get it sometimes. Georgia Tech's going to cover against Virginia Tech and Kyron Drones. I mean, again, shout out to VTech for trying. That's like what I'm getting to here. Like, they just aren't good. Kyron Drones is not having a good year. Virginia Tech has struggled all year long. Georgia Tech will dominate them. Again, do I think Georgia Tech is as good as they are, as people think they are? They're not, okay? Trust me. The team's going to get got eventually, and I've been hyping up this team for quite a bit. But who beats them in the ACC, though? Virginia Tech? Duke on the road. Yeah, Duke's got momentum now. That's going to be a close one. We'll talk about that one when we get there. But for now, yes, Georgia Tech will beat Virginia Tech, and they're going to cover because VTech's just, They're not good. 14.5 points. Yes, Georgia Tech covers. Next up, we stay kind of in the ACC. Notre Dame, hey, can we join a conference? Just saying. Can we join Big Ten, SEC, ACC? I'd love Notre Dame in the ACC. I would. Are they going to play an easier schedule? They would. You just keep some of their protected rivalries, right? You can keep the Stanford rivalry. You keep the USC rivalry. I guess you want to keep Navy. And then you keep, Purdue? The other big rival? I mean, you don't play Michigan State anymore. So, I don't know. I think they're scheduled to play Michigan State pretty soon, actually. Anyways, why did they stop playing Michigan State? Like, why did that happen? Or at least Michigan State. That was when they played every year. I don't think they play Michigan every single year. At least that's like an 80s thing. Why did they stop playing Michigan State? Whatever. Notre Dame plays NC State this week. So I just talked about North Carolina State's kind of a joke because they lost to Virginia Tech. I wonder what's going to happen in South Bend, Indiana. I wonder what's going to happen. Notre Dame's coming off a big win over Boise. They won it by 21 points. Boise does cover their 21.5 point dogs. So we had Boise to cover. They were not a best bet, but shout out to the Broncos. Notre Dame looks good though, right? The defense is playing much better football. After their concern for Notre Dame at the beginning of the season was their defense. The first 3 weeks that they played, Miami, again, losing them, and I will continue to say this about Notre Dame, losing their first 2 games it's not a big deal. You lose to Miami, you lose to A&M. Okay, Miami is ranked 3rd in the country. They should be ranked a lot higher. Sorry, 2nd in the country. They should be ranked 1st. And A&M's 5. Okay? Indiana, by the way, I just want to say it should be ranked higher than Oklahoma. Last I heard, who your starting quarterback is, changes your rankings. So shouldn't they be higher than Oklahoma because Oklahoma's quarterback's injured? Isn't that how that works? I don't believe that, but that's what I've been told. So, anyways, or does that not apply to the Southeast? That just applies to the Atlantic Coast and the Big Ten. Whatever, man. Notre Dame, again, they've looked good, right? So after the problems early in the season was their defense and the fact that they could not get stops, like, again, ultimately, losing to Miami, losing to A&M's not going to hurt them. It's not. Well, they're not going to have a signature victory, and that's what is killing them with the USC loss to Illinois and just USC being unranked, is that they're not going to have a ranked victory going into the postseason, at least for their resume. But you can see it happening now, guys. Notre Dame is ranked 16th. They are ranked 16th in the country, slowly climbing. They went up 5 spots this week, obviously, because Iowa State drops, Vandy drops, Texas drops, and Penn State drops. So slowly but surely, they're making their way back up the rankings. If they're 10-2, they might get in, but who's their big win? Pitt on the road? And they have such a weak schedule, other than the fact that they beat Miami and A&M, was lost to Miami and A&M. That's my thing with them. I don't know. Though they're going to beat NC State, but here this is what I keep saying. You don't have a good win. NC State's not a good win. 4-2 NC State. Oh, they beat ECU. They beat Virginia. They beat Wake. Oh, wow. Duke put 45 points in their head. VTech beat them. They beat the Campbell Camels. Oh, wow. Come on now. Notre Dame's going to score 40-plus points. If Duke can score 45 points on North Carolina State, Notre Dame will too. Okay? This run game with Jeremiah Love, with Jadarian Price, CJ Carr is doing a pretty good job at quarterback right now. Jordan Faison in the pass game. Come on. This is not a competition. This is a boat race here between Notre Dame and North Carolina State. CJ Bailey, again, kind of capable, but like, come on now. You're in South Bend, you're NC State, you've had this bad of a year, and how does our year get worse? We got to go play the Irish? Great. Again, guys, games like this, though, is not helping Notre Dame. It's just, the only thing it's helping them is it's another win in the win column. And they're slowly continuing to rise. I don't know if they're able to crack into that like elite, at large tier, but they are Notre Dame. They are cha-ching money. Who knows? Like the fact, guys, I don't think BYU's that good. I don't think they're good at all. And I'm going to say my spiel about BYU in like an hour and a half. They should not be ranked higher than BYU, Notre Dame. BYU's undefeated. They're undefeated in the Big 12. I don't think they're that good, no, but how can you say that Notre Dame's ranked higher than BYU, who hasn't lost a Power 4 school in the Big 12? Like, if they played with Notre Dame and beat them, probably, but how can they be ranked ahead of them until that game actually happens or until BYU gets proven either wrong or right in that scenario? How is Notre Dame above them in the rankings? My point, exactly. Next up, we go on to Boulder. Colorado hosts Iowa State. Colorado's only a 4.5-point dog here. Really? Why? I mean, I'm actually shocked. Like, didn't make the graphics. I mean, I did make the graphics. I just forgot it was only 4.5 points. We dead ass 4.5 for this. I've been telling you for a while. I don't think Iowa State's that good, and we picked against Iowa State in back-to-back games, even though we were big on them to beat Iowa. Just watching the Arkansas State game, you could tell they're not that great. And they beat Arizona, sure. Again, I guess going to Ames is more difficult than, obviously, Iowa State going on the road. But Iowa State last week, they go to Nippert Stadium, and they lose to the Cincinnati Bearcats. Sorbsy and the guys beat them 38-30, and now Iowa State is back, and they're taking on Colorado, back-to-back road games. Guys, you're not going to find a bigger Dion fan than myself. I am a huge Coach Prime guy. I love what Colorado's done. I know there's a lot of people who are not fans of what Colorado football has done. I'm here for the entertainment value. This is the new age of college football, the NIL stuff. It is what it is, guys. Watching Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders play every weekend there was not a more fun college experience or college football experience to watch than watching that on television. Okay. I would get excited for the 7 o'clock hour, or at least when I was, on the East Coast, I'd be watching at 10 o'clock when Colorado's playing Stanford on a Friday night, and they did lose that game, but whatever. Like, I was watching Colorado State and Colorado play at 2 o'clock on the East Coast, because that's how long that game went out for in overtime, because that's how big Colorado football was that season, and last year too, right? The impact those guys had on the sport and what Prime has had on the sport is insane. The problem is now they don't have a great roster. They are 2-4. And they don't have a starting quarterback that they like. It is Caden Salter still. I think it's a matter of time before Juju starts. I think they're waiting until the Arizona game on November 1st. They don't want Lewis starting against Iowa State. They don't want Lewis starting on the road against Utah. They want him starting at home against Arizona, and he can play the final 4-game stretch because, oh, by the way, you keep your red shirt if you do that. So, no, he's already gone into one game. They'll find a way around it. I got hurt last game, medical red shirt. They'll be fine. That's what they're doing here, I think. They're just trying to hold off until eventually they can play Juju Lewis. So maybe they're going to go Salter this game. He loses, and they say, you know what, Stab? Go play in Utah, pal. Have fun. Go. I have a dream. Your dream's in Salt Lake City. Go play that game. It's a matter of time before Juju Lewis starts. Again, right now, do I think Lewis is better than Stab or Salter? I don't think so, but at some point, you're just going to have to try because of how lackluster they have been. And the clip obviously just came out. I'm sure you've seen it of Salter and Dion and Prime on the sidelines, and Prime's telling him to do one thing. Salter's like, nah, I can't do it. Like he's like fighting back against Dion. Kind of odd. But the Buffs, unfortunately, they were going to cover last week against TCU until Texas Christian decided to throw the ball on 4th and 8 up by 7 points with 18 seconds left. But sure, I guess. I don't know. I mean, somebody knew the spread. Colorado's 2-4 though this year. And unlike what we thought was going to happen, they just show up when Big 12 play starts. They're going to show up in the conference play starts. All right, this is where the Buffs get going. The opposite has happened. Unfortunately, I mean it's just the truth. The opposite has happened. They are 0-3 this year in the Big 12. It's a shame. I mean, there's nothing else to say. It's a shame. You lose to Houston, you lose to BYU, you lose to Texas Christian, and you should have had the BYU game. I mean, they had the Brigham Young game, and imagine what that does for the program. You beat a ranked team in Boulder. Huge win. Salter gets his mojo back. Nope. Find a way to lose. I don't think Iowa State's that good. They're better than Colorado, though. I'm not sold on the team. Rocco Becton throws her a bunch of yards every game. Run game is just Defense, Iowa State's not that great. They're better than Colorado, though. Next week, they host BYU. They'll probably beat BYU at home, but then they got, or 2 weeks, they host BYU. Then Arizona State. I mean, they're a good home team, not a very good road team. That's why Colorado's even close in the odds for this one. But trust me, Iowa State should win the football game. Colorado's kind of a mess right now. They don't really, and it's not like they don't know what they're doing, but it's kind of chaos. And oh, by the way, Dion said something that the blood clots might be back, which sucks, but that might be Dion's cue to, or Prime's cue again to take another step away for a little bit. It's just not trending in the right direction right now for Colorado. Give me Iowa State minus 4.5. Next up, James Franklin. James Franklin. I mean, is Bro getting fired? What has James Franklin accomplished? Kurt Signetti, in a year and a half, has already accomplished more at Indiana than James Franklin has done in his entire tenure at Penn State in the last 11 years. What have they done with Franklin? The Final Four last year? That's it. I mean, what else do they have? One Rose Bowl win over, what was that, Utah the one year they won it? A Cotton Bowl win? I think they won the Fiesta one year. What has he done at Penn State? What has he done? Nothing. They've never won. They've never won the Big Ten. They lost the Big Ten championship game, but again, got there but lost to Ohio State. Sorry, Oregon, excuse me. I don't know. He's on the hot seat. Now, are they going to lose Northwestern? No. Okay. I mean, like, this will be shock. This will be the biggest shock of, like, college football history. It's not going to be App State, Michigan. But, like, you know what I mean. Like, this will be catastrophic if they find a way to lose Northwestern. Guys, tickets to this game are $32. Sure, it's a 12:30 start time against Northwestern, but that kind of goes to show you, like, where things are at right now for the Penn State Nittany Lions, right? That's kind of where they're at. And it's only going to get worse because next week starts the downfall. If you have the downfalls right now, it's at Iowa, L. At Ohio State, L. Indiana, L. At East Lansing, I don't know if I want to go that far. L. Nebraska at home, they'll win that game. Maybe, I don't know, Raiola, man, I don't know. And at Rutgers, they'll probably win that. I mean, guys, are we looking at a 6-6 Penn State year? I'm so serious. Beats Northwestern, that's 4-2. Michigan State, I'm not going to. Nebraska, Rutgers, yeah, that's a 6-6 year. So, I mean, guys, maybe they'll win the Fenway Bowl. They'll win the Games Above Sports Bowl against Tulane. Not Tulane, against Toledo. All right, that's what James Franklin does, 6-6. I mean, that's what we're looking at here. It's a 6-6 season. And I said it last week when they played UCLA. We still took Penn State to win, obviously. Nobody thought that was going to happen because of how bad UCLA has been. But I said, why does Penn State get this respect? And thankfully, UCLA took them out. Hilarious stuff. But why was Penn State even ranked 7th last week? They haven't beaten anybody. Their best win is FIU. The FIU Panthers from Pitbull Stadium in Miami, Florida. They beat them 34-0. It's their best win. Their other wins are Nevada and Villanova. Nope, not basketball. In football. So this week will be Penn State's best victory of the season against Northwestern. If they even touch the rankings, I need to check if they got others receiving votes this week, I'm gonna be heated. How is this team the 28th team in the country? Cincinnati, Texas, Penn State in the next receiving votes. How? Why are they still ranked in the coaches poll? What have they done? What has Penn State ever done? Last year, they didn't even deserve to be ranked above Indiana. They didn't beat a ranked team. I'm sick of Penn State because they don't win. They produce NFL talent. They do, especially at running back, obviously, right? I mean, we'll see again where what Katron Allen and Singleton's future is. Obviously, again, Barkley, Miles Sanders, and whatnot. Sure, yes, like Trace McSorley. They call me Trace McSorley, right? Shout out to those guys back in 17 and 18, right? What have they ever won? And why do they want this respect? Saquon hasn't played here in 7 years. Sean Clifford hasn't played here in 6 years. Drew Aller? What is Drew Aller? Guys, Drew Aller hasn't thrown more than 220 yards all year long, bro. And it's not like they're even running the ball down people's throats. Katron Allen's high. He ran for 140 one game, hasn't touched 100 the rest of the year. What has Penn State done to warrant this? I'm so serious. This is not me being an Indiana homer. What have they done to even warrant to have receiving votes? You lose to 1-4 UCLA, who lost to New Mexico on their home field. Here's the worst part about this. They're going to beat Northwestern. They probably will blow out Northwestern because, well, no, they only need 22.5 points. They're going to win by 4 touchdowns, and Penn State's going to find themselves back in the rankings next week. That's going to be the dumbest thing. So good on Iowa. They're going to get a ranked win next week, but I'm so serious. That's going to happen. Penn State's going to be back and ranked. It's unbelievable, man. What do they do well? They produce NFL talent. Tyler Warren, best rookie in the league right now. Emeka Ibuka is great. So maybe Emeka, but Warren's right there. What are they doing in college football right now, though? They're not winning. You have lost back. You haven't won a game since September 13th. You haven't beaten FBS school since September 6th. It's been exactly right now, the day you're watching this video, if you're watching this on Monday, it's been a month since they've beaten an FBS opponent. How are they 28th in the country? How are they getting more votes than North Texas? UNLV hasn't lost. Utah lost to Texas Tech, who's ranked 9th. Washington, Navy. How are you ranked higher than these teams? Oh, it's those receiving votes. I don't care. I don't care. Who's voting for them? How are they ranked 22nd in the coaches poll? How are they ranked ahead of Memphis and Virginia? Virginia beats FSU. Memphis is undefeated. They beat Arkansas. Penn State's beating Florida International. They are ranked solely because, oh, they're Penn State. We are Penn State. You don't win. They're going to beat Northwestern, though. That's the problem. And now we're so back. We can still make the playoffs. We're Penn State. Iowa will take care of them in a couple weeks. Just wait. Just wait till Iowa. Just wait till they score 7 points at Iowa. Just you wait. Trust me. Just you wait. Staying in the Big Ten. I got worked up on that one. I need to, staying in the Big Ten. Maryland hosts Nebraska. So we're going to do the same exact thing we did last week. And instead of saying, oh, Maryland's going to win, though, this time around, I'm just going to say Maryland covers. I'm done picking Maryland to win games. I didn't bet on them to win. I took the spread, obviously, so I hope you took the spread, too, like I advised on the Best Bets video. I'm going to take Maryland plus 5.5. Nebraska is not 6 points better than them, especially not at University Park. I think I say College Park quite a bit. At University Park, no. Nebraska is not 6 points better than Maryland. Not at all. Not in the slightest. Maryland last week loses to Washington. Again, I went over it earlier when we were talking about the Huskies on the Friday night game against Rutgers. Maryland's up 20-0, and they lose the game 24-20. It's disgusting. It's horrible. I mean, I'm not selling my Malik Washington stocks. Again, I believe a lot in the guy. I think he's a great football player. He's going to be a great college football quarterback. Hell, he's 19 years of age. He's going to be amazing. But that was a bad loss, man. It was. And that was a game that Maryland could be fully established. Seriously, like, Maryland wins that game. You're 5-0. You're probably ranked. And now here we are. They're going to win their next 2 games. They're going to beat Nebraska. They're going to beat UCLA. But at least for the Hoosiers, who they play in 4 weeks, I'm like, all right, I'm not concerned about Maryland no more. I know the game's in Maryland, but if Washington goes in there and beats them going cross-country, I'm fairly certain Indiana will take the 2.5-hour plane to Maryland and win that one. Maryland gets Nebraska. Again, back at University Park. Nebraska quietly is really good. Again, how is Penn State ranked ahead of Nebraska? How do they get more votes than Nebraska? Nebraska has beat Cincinnati, who just beat Iowa State, who, oh, by the way, they should be ranked ahead of Penn State. Guys, I want to just sit here and rattle off 20 teams that are, I want to rattle off 20 teams who aren't ranked that are better than Penn State, but I'm not going to do it because I know we're 2.5 hours into the video. You don't want to hear that right now. But they're so undeserved, man. Okay, anyways. How is Nebraska not ranked ahead of Penn State? They beat Cincinnati. Cincinnati should be ranked higher too. They beat Michigan State. There's 2 better wins than Penn State has. Nebraska's only lost a 3-point loss against Michigan. All right. Michigan's solid. Again, Underwood, has he been a little underwhelming this season? He has. But what do you expect out of a freshman quarterback? A true freshman quarterback at that too. You can't expect that much out of the guy. Nebraska's 4-1. Again, Royala's played well enough. I think they win at Maryland, but I think Maryland covers. Again, I think Maryland, for as bad as the second half was, and boy, it was bad, this is still a decent team. They don't run the ball at all. Again, their entire thing is, we spent on Malik Washington. We recruited Malik Washington. We made him our number 1 guy. He's going to be our guy the entire year, so we're going to just run through Malik Washington the entire season. And you know what? Game is game. Go ahead. That's perfectly fine with me. That's what you're marketing yourself, and I'm marketing. But, that's your offense. You let Malik Washington do literally everything. Octavion Smith is a capable receiver who puts up big yardage. They should be able to stay in the game with Nebraska. They should. They should be able to stay in the football game. Again, is Nebraska better than Washington? I don't know. They're kind of on the same level. Again, Maryland started that game so well, up 20-0. I'm thinking they're going to win outright, and then I got scared at the end. I'm like, oh, are they not going to cover? Are they not going to cover my 5.5 points I have? And they did. So good. I mean, I was a little scared at the end. No, Washington was just going to kick a field goal with 20 seconds left to just ensure the dub, but we were fine. It's just that second half effort is so atrocious, man. Well, no, they scored coming out the half, and then, 24 consecutive unanswered points. It's a joke. I still believe, though, in Malik Washington. I still believe in Maryland. They should be able to cover against Nebraska. I think Royola, though, and Nebraska, again, very solid defense, very solid overall team, should go into Maryland and win, but I'm going to take the Maryland Terrapins to cover 5.5 points at home. Next up, oh boy. I don't know if I can really get it together enough to, I don't know if I have the confidence to tell you that Wake Forest will be a best bet this week. I want to do that. Trust me. I want to say Wake Forest is the best bet. I want to pick Wake Forest to beat Oregon State. Well, I'm going to pick them to beat Oregon State. I don't know if this is going to be a game on Friday I talk about. I am considering it, though. I will tell you that. Oregon State's so bad. They fired their special teams coordinator. They don't fire their coach yet, which, I mean, at this point, I guess it can't be everyone's fault. I don't know. More missed field goals against App State, and just, it's crazy what Oregon State is. They had a shot, too, in the fourth quarter. They had a drive in the fourth. They had 2 drives. End of the game, App State's up 27-21. They don't score in the fourth quarter. App State kind of just goes stagnant in the fourth as a whole. It's a game, by the way, App State was up 17-0 at one point. Oregon State never takes the lead, but makes it 24-21 at one point. Anyways, App State kicks a field goal to make it 27-21. Second to last drive of the game for Oregon State. They're down to the 20-yard line. They don't score. They go, I think it was turnover on downs, if I'm not mistaken. It was 4th and 2. Malik Murphy throws an incomplete pass. Okay, I think the game's over, but no, because they had the ball on the 6-yard line. They just couldn't convert. They couldn't get in the end zone. App State gets pushed back 6 yards. Oregon State gets a safety. They get the football back. They get another opportunity. And they got it with a minute and 30 seconds left. App State didn't make them burn all the timeouts. So Oregon State has I think they had 1 or 2 timeouts. But they had timeouts. Last drive of the game, and what happens again? Turnover on downs. I mean, it's just, it was a pick at the end of the game, excuse me. Turnover on downs the first time around, then it was a pick the second time. I mean, it's just, and by the way, they had the ball in App State territory. They had it down to the 25. Malik Murphy got sacked. They threw a pick. Forcing it was a 3rd and 25. What do you want them to do? But again, they missed a big field goal in that game that could have tightened it quite a bit. I mean, it's atrocious football being played. And I know, again, were they supposed to be Houston 2 weeks ago? No. But when you have a team like that, and you're right there, you're going to win it, and you let them score 14 points in 4 minutes, and then you still lose in overtime, so you get another chance in OT and you lose, you don't come back from that. I'm sorry. You don't come back from a game. You don't come back from a game like that. I've watched enough football. I've seen enough football. I've been around enough football to know that is a deflating loss from any standpoint. Again, I will say right now, I know I did not play at the level of an Oregon State, right? But being in a locker room where you think you're going to win a game and you're in control of a game and you find a way to lose, especially when you already are already a losing team, that demoralizes you. Okay? Oregon State's done this year. Well, obviously they're 0-6. What do you expect? I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I don't think the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Well, that's actually a high level bowl game. I don't think the famous Idaho Potato Bowl is in Oregon State's future this year. I don't think they're going to get it. They're not going to go to the Hawaii Bowl. Okay, they're not going to the Bahamas. It's over. Wake Forest will beat them. Now they are kind of guaranteed to win next week at home against Lafayette. I think they'll get that one, FCS Lafayette. But oh god, no, this definitely will not be a best bet because the Demon Deacons are not that good. They beat Virginia Tech last week. Battle of Mid, Robbie Ashford, doing his thing. Should they have beaten Georgia Tech? Yes. Again, I watched that fourth quarter and watch how that game's officiated. Robbie Ashford and Wake Forest should have had a pass interference in that last drive that should have ultimately gotten close to ending that game. They don't get the right calls and ultimately right. Georgia Tech sends the game into overtime and Georgia Tech wins the game. But Wake is not that good. They're better than Oregon State. They should be Oregon State, but you're asking a lot of them. Going from North Carolina all the way to Corvallis, it's a tough trip. Hesitantly, I'm taking Wake Forest, but no, I can say right now this will not be in the best bets. Unless I see something else, and I'll let you know if I do on Friday. Ashford has not played that great, and it's just he's doing his thing, but he's got he double the amount of interceptions than touchdowns. Yes, that's 2 touchdowns to 4 picks. I don't know. Oregon State's so bad though. It's a shame because I was actually optimistic about the team going into the season. I was all right, Hankerson's back. They found a way to get Hankerson back. Trent Walker still a receiver, and Malik Murphy's now the quarterback. Sign me up for Oregon State football. It's been bad this year. I'm going to go with Wake Forest on the road. I'm taking the Demon Deacons to win. Probably won't see it for the best bets, though. Next up, we go to the Big 12. Might see this one now instead. Texas Christian on the road in Manhattan, Kansas, to take on the Kansas State Wildcats. Now, I like this one. Texas Christian's only loss this year was a Friday night loss at Arizona State, a game that we accurately predicted. We had ASU at home defeating a ranked squad, obviously, in the Texas Christian Horned Frogs. Josh Hoover and company goes into Tempe and they lose. What do they do since, though? Last week, they rebound. You get Colorado, a game that you're going to win by 7 points, but oh, wait, got a call from Vegas. Yes. Okay, we're not covering. All right, we're going to throw a 9 in the back of the end zone, or a go ball in the back of the end zone to make it a 14-point win so we can cover. I don't know. It was a little weird, but it's okay. Good on Texas Christian. You win. They're 4-1 now. And it's an offense that's pretty good. It's an offense that doesn't really run the ball, but you got a really good quarterback and an experienced quarterback too in Josh Hoover. The guy's got 15 touchdowns to 4 interceptions and 1,500 yards this year. Run game leaves a lot to be desired, but you got Eric McAllister, who's a very capable receiver as well. They're playing K-State. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care. Oh, K-State, they went to Waco. They were competitive, right? They were right there against Kansas State. They're right there against Baylor. They could have won that game. And yeah, Avery Johnson played a really good football game. It was probably the best game I've seen out of Kansas State all year long. And they had a chance to win the game too. I mean, it was a 55-yard field goal that got blocked. I mean, they were right there in that game. I don't care they're not beating TCU. I don't care. Baylor, to me, has been very disappointing recently. And I've been disappointed in Sawyer Robertson and Baylor for quite a bit now. Yeah, they won. Good on you. I mean, that's a game you have to win at home in Waco. Another way to put that. But the fact that game is so close is just disappointing. But Texas Christian, I'm telling you right now, is better than Baylor. They are. Watching both those teams play, TCU is better than them. Their only loss is at Tempe, but I've said it so many times. It's just one of the things I say at this point on the channel. That's where ranked teams go to die. Tempe, Arizona. You don't come out of the Harvard of the West Coast with much success. Okay. TCU should be able to move the ball quite a bit on Kansas State. I know Kansas State, again, they've got some momentum brewing now. You've won 2 games on the season. One against North Dakota, one against UCF, and now you played again a competitive game against Baylor. But we went over it with UCF earlier. I mean, they demanded respect, and no, you get no respect. No respect given because of how horrible you've played Central Florida. Avery Johnson played well last week. I'll give the guy a lot of credit, and ultimately his special teams crew couldn't put him in a position to win. But we get close odds here, and if we get minus 115 odds on TCU to win, actually, no, even better. If we get minus 115 for any team to beat Kansas State, especially in the Big 12, we are absolutely firing on it. I'm undoubtedly taking Texas Christian to win the football game. I believe in Josh Hoover. Again, this is an experienced quarterback. I don't love the fact that Texas Christian's run game is just not that good. That's the one thing that I'm just kind of on. But yeah, I still got to go Texas Christian. I feel pretty confident in the fact that I know their offense can score. And I know, again, K-State's offense has been better recently. They've scored 34 points in back-to-back games. Are they really back, though? Are they really back? Until, again, I see it on a consistent basis. And it was a big running effort against UCF. They couldn't really run the ball all that much against Baylor. And again, it was just a lot of Avery Johnson. If they beat TCU, I'm going to stop hating on K-State, right? And don't get me wrong, we have a huge matchup later in the year. K-State versus Oklahoma State at Stillwater. Oh, you're going to want to get up for that one, right? It's the Big 12's version of UMass versus Kent State. But for now, give me TCU. They're still much better than Oklahoma State. Well, they are better than Oklahoma State. They're much better, obviously, than K-State as well. Give me Texas Christian. Next up, let's go to Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. We go to UNLV versus Air Force. UNLV is a 6.5-point favorite at home against the Air Force, a team that I like a lot, man. I like Air Force. They covered for us again last week. I mean, whenever you think, oh, Navy's about to pull away, no, you can't. No. Armed Forces right up your, not up your ass. They're on your ass the entire game. Yeah, Air Force is up Navy's ass. Great. They're on their ass the entire game. Navy can't get away. Air Force loses the game by 3 points. It's a good game out of the Air Force, man. I like Zarka a lot. I really like Liam Zarka. Blake Horvath played a great game, and, the thing with Air Force is they don't play defense, and we'll get to that in a second. Horvath had 340 passing yards and 130 rushing yards. Again, Horvath is, he's trying to become Bryson Daly, which he might be. I don't know. Again, I know they're different schools, but both those guys were great last year in the military schools. Liam Zarka's great, though, man. I mean, again, you want to talk about the day Horvath had on CBS, it was great. Look at the day Liam Zarka has. Zarka, 212 passing yards, 152 rushing yards. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Bruin Fishman? 100-something yards for the tight end. I know Heidenreich broke some, Navy record at receiver. 250 yards, crazy. 3 touchdowns. But that's the thing. Here's the thing about Air Force. We need to really emphasize this. They don't play defense, and they can't tackle. They can't. You know? Eli Heidenreich has 8 catches for 250 yards and 3 touchdowns. There's no defense being played for Air Force. There's no defense being played. They forced a couple fumbles out of Blake Horvath, and they got one of them. But, yeah, there is no defense that the Air Force is playing. I don't know what goes on in Colorado Springs, but they do not go over anything defensively. So that's a problem. Anyways, though, they're playing UNLV, and again, here we have a problem. If UNLV is still able to score 31 against a really good defense in Wyoming, and in a game where Anthony Calandria only had 100 passing yards, what's going to happen when you play the worst defense in the conference? Really good offense and a really good quarterback and just all-around player, obviously. I mean, not a traditional quarterback, obviously playing at the Air Force and Liam Zarka. But what happens now when you have an Air Force team that can throw the ball on you with Calandria, and they've got a really good running back in Jaden Thomas? Go to Wyoming, the first snow game of the year. You go play a snow game in October. I mean, I guess. Actually, yeah, I guess it's about snow season. Well, I guess I've never been to Wyoming. Maybe I need to go. They go to Laramie and they beat Wyoming. And they still find a way to score 31 points with Calandria only having 100 yards. You know? I mean, I know, again, there was a punt return touchdown in there and whatnot. Actually, I think there were 2 punt return touchdowns in there. But that, again, just goes to show, like, UNLV is a complete team, and that doesn't, you know, oh, okay, well, UNLV scored special teams. Oh, Army or Air Forces, you know, they still don't tackle. They like, this team doesn't tackle. So nothing changes here. I mean, this is a boat race, guys. UNLV, I mean, this might be as good as a lot gets. Not because, I mean, like, again, Navy's a good team, guys, and, you know, they've got it going right now in the CSA, in the American. They might have a chance of potentially making the playoffs. The way Navy plays, though, they're not equipped to get away from a team. UNLV is. And I know Horvath is throwing the ball, he had 340 passing yards, but, again, a lot, if you watch that game, again, well over half of Horvath's yards are Heidenreich. And a lot of what it is just, okay, either seam routes or quick out routes, and Heidenreich's breaking tackles and he's running. So all of their touchdowns are just big plays, right? And a lot of what Horvath's 340 yards are just huge plays. Okay, great. UNLV is not dependent on that. They're not dependent on, just a big play to score, obviously, or a long, sustained drive. I mean, it's just, I don't know how to put this. They're not a military school. So it's a different, and I says too, like, it's a different vibe when the military schools play each other. It just is, right? It's a different vibe when Air Force takes on Navy because it's 2 militaries playing against each other, right? It's the Commander-in-Chief's Cup, I think, right? Trophy. Trust me, UNLV is going to get away from Air Force in this game. I like what Air Force does. I like Liam Zarka a lot. I think it's a guy that's, you know, you're gonna hear for quite a bit. He's still got 2 more years. He's going to be the Air Force quarterback his junior and senior year. If Air Force can get a defense around this guy, they're going to be very fun. And they already are fun. It's just they don't play defense now. They're going to be better, obviously, when they get a defense. But right now, yes, UNLV is the total package. This is a team that I've said it before. Them and Fresno State in the Mountain West Championship game, winner goes to the playoffs. Sign me up. Vegas, or UNLV at home in Vegas, I'll be damned if they don't beat Air Force. Give me the Rebels. On now to our next game, and we go to App State and Georgia State. All right. Don't have many G5 games down the stretch here, but we still get our fair share of ones here. From the Sun Belt, Fun Belt, we have Appalachian State on the road in Atlanta, Georgia, taking it on Georgia State. App State's a 2.5-point favorite. I'm going to go with Appalachian State here. I'm not a TJ Finley hater. Like, believe it or not, like last year I was pumping up TJ Finley so much for Western Kentucky to the point where I said, no, I didn't say they're going to beat Alabama. I just said, like, they're going to be more competitive than everyone thought they were going to be against Alabama. And they ended up losing by 70 points. Now, it's something light, of course. But I'm actually, like, I was very high on TJ Finley. I hate the off-the-field stuff out of TJ Finley. I knew, again, that was a problem going into last year as well, but it's been fully on display this year. I mean, the dude stole a truck. And I guess, like, he claims, like, and obviously that's why Georgia State took him, because he claimed that he kind of, not got scammed, but was told he could take the truck, and ended up getting, like, they ended up, like, saying that he stole it. I don't know. It was a whole mess with that whole TJ Finley situation. But anyways, TJ Finley's a starting quarterback at Georgia State. They scored in the first quarter of their game against James Madison. They don't score the rest of the game. Is TJ Finley a talent? Yes. Has he put it together at all? No. Hasn't. I mean, he's been on 7 different schools in the last 6 years. What do you want me to say? App State, big win last week against Oregon State, right? Just talked about it just a couple minutes ago. It's a big victory for that football team. J.J. Cole, again, comes in there. Does a great job at an all right job at quarterback. I can't say he did a great job. In relief, obviously, backup quarterback, 6'7" sophomore, does his thing. less than 50% completion rate, but it is what it is. You go out there and you win. That's all that matters. You now get Georgia State. Again, I don't know if Cole's still going to be the guy this week. Even if he is, okay, that's fine. Run game looked really good. You had over 130 yards on the ground, did Appalachian State. I know, they have struggled on the road this season. Their only victories come at home against Oregon State, against Charlotte, and against Lindenwood. But Georgia State's not that difficult of a team to beat. This is a 1-4 team in Georgia State. It's a 1-4 team who obviously lost big games to Memphis and Vandy. They had 70 points put on them against Vanderbilt. And it's weird because you get blown out by that much against those teams. Like Memphis comes into Atlanta, they blow them out. Obviously, Ole Miss, Georgia State's on the road against Ole Miss. They're on the road in Nashville against Vandy. And then James Madison comes into town, and JMU only wins the game by 7 points. They only score 14 in total, which is a little shocking. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I wouldn't expect that again going into that game. Obviously, we didn't expect that going in. Georgia State's defense, I can say, is better. I still don't think it's good enough, though. Because, okay, your defense is getting better, but now, the problem early in the year for Georgia State was we don't play defense and we can't score. All right, well, you fixed one of them. You play defense now. You still can't score. You still don't score points. You can't win if you don't score. I mean, not to sound like, Sherlock Holmes here and give you guys a revolutionary concept, but I know App State can kind of score. Again, I don't know if A.J. Swan's going to be playing quarterback. I don't know if it's going to be J.J. Cole. Even if it is J.J. Cole, I'm okay with J.J. Cole starting in this game. I perfectly am. They've got a really good running back. Rashad can run it. He had over 100 yards last week. They beat Oregon State. Georgia State, I think they're worse than Oregon State. Guys, Georgia State's won one game all year, and it was a game where they only won by 2 scores against Murray State. Come on now. Appalachian State, Sun Belt matchup. App State is 0-1. Georgia State's 0-1. I think the Mountaineers get this one on the road in Georgia. Give me Appalachian State to win the football game and cover the 2.5 points as well. -135 for Appalachian State. Next up, we stay in the Fun Belts. The Marshall Thundering Herd host the Old Dominion Monarchs. How about ODU? Like, you might want to look at James Madison and hype up James Madison because, they're undefeated in the Sun Belt, and I've always liked James Madison quite a bit. The team to watch right now is Old Dominion. It's not even close. Southern Miss is always going to be a team that I watch out for, obviously, because of the success they had last year. They won Southern Miss didn't win it, but Marshall obviously won the conference, and obviously all of their guys went over. But that's always going to be a team I watch. But ODU, man, start not sound the alarms, but start paying attention now to this team. 4-1 football team, a signature win on the road at Virginia Tech, and in a landscape of college football where we always talk about Group of 5 teams and their potential to make the playoffs. Again, the ones that always strike me or come to mind for me, right, are the American squads. I'm talking the North Texases, the South Floridas, the Navies, the Tulanes still, right? I mean, those teams, Memphis obviously is right there. And then obviously that's where we get the American. We get the Mountain West. We get really just Fresno and UNLV at this point. And then COC doesn't count. MAC, not going to get a team. Sun Belt, their only hope is Old Dominion. Maybe JMU, but ODU can get in the playoffs if they win on the road at Virginia Tech and a loss only by 13 points in Bloomington against a team that I think is going to be probably getting a bye in the first round. They're not losing for the rest of the year. They have a big game next week at James Madison. I am hoping we get that anywhere close to plus money. Because if so, we are firing on the Monarchs. We will absolutely hammer Old Dominion on the road at James Madison. This team right now is playing elite football. Look what they do last week against the Chanticleers. I get it. The Chants haven't been good this season. But a 47-7 victory. How about Colton Joseph? Dual threat, man. Colton Joseph, 1,200 passing yards, 450 rushing yards. How about Traquan Jones in the backfield? He does it well, too. He runs, too. Ja'Cory Thomas. ODU's good, man. They are very good. Marshall plays a shootout last week. I mean, how much of a and I can talk about demoralizing losses too. You think you're going to beat Louisiana, you go on the road, you think you're going to get for as bad as your year started and just program has been for Marshall, you win the Sun Belt last year, you lose all your guys to NIL and to Southern Miss who are still in your conference. You start the year 0-2, you lose to Missouri State, give them their first ever FBS victory, but you win back-to-back, you beat EKU, Eastern Kentucky, you beat Middle Tennessee, and you think you're going to get an overtime victory against Louisiana, and you lose it. You score 51 points, and you lose with Carlos Del Rio Wilson at quarterback. Obviously, Zion Turner got benched early in the season. Oh, man. I mean, it doesn't get worse than that. And now you got to turn it around and play the best team in your conference. I mean, I'm telling you, It doesn't get more demoralizing than that. It doesn't. It does not get any bit more demoralizing than what they've gone through and now what they're about to go through, because Old Dominion is going to put it on them. All right? ODU is going to put it on the Marshall Thundering Herd. Old Dominion is a 14.5-point favorite, and I'm telling you, believe me when I say this team is great. I saw it in the Indiana game where ODU actually took a lead. Colton Joseph first play of the game, 75-yard touchdown for the Monarchs, and then capped it off with a 78-yard touchdown to cap off a 97-yard drive in the fourth quarter for the Monarchs. Obviously, Indiana, they're fine. Very fine. But Colton Joseph plays football. He does. He's thrown one interception since game one against Bloomington, or in Bloomington against the Hoosiers. Marshall's not ready for this. They're just not, okay? Old Dominion is a powerhouse right now in the Sun Belt. They will win the Sun Belt, I think. It's going to be them and Southern Miss in the championship game. But right now, yes, I easily will go with Old Dominion to take it. Give me ODU on the road minus 14.5. Guys, they're just that good, okay? They blew out the Chants last week at home. They will go to Huntington, West Virginia, and blow out the Thundering Herd as well. Next up, time for some action. We're still at 12:30 hour, but I mean, it goes by fast after we leave the 12:30 hour, obviously. But anyways, Ball State goes to West Michigan. I mean, how about that Broncos defense, man? That Broncos defense will not just WMU up. Shout out to the Denver Broncos defense for shutting down the Eagles and winning that football game in Philly. But that's neither here or there. It's been a horrible week so far for Philly, or just Pennsylvania. Penn State losing, Phillies lose game one, and now out comes the Eagles losing to the Denver Broncos. But anyways, West Michigan at home against Ball State. The Broncos are a 9.5-point favorite in this one. Hear me out. I think Ball State's actually going to play competitive football here, guys. I think Ball State's actually pretty good. I think West Michigan wins. Look at what Ball State's done. Again, you can look at that one game against UNH, New Hampshire, and say, oh, they only win by 5 points. New Hampshire, say what you want, they produce talent. Max Brosmer, quarterback, practice squad quarterback now for the Minnesota Vikings. Actually, might be the backup now behind Wentz. Regardless, he is the backup. He's on the active roster. He came from UNH, transferred from UNH to Minnesota. They breed talent at New Hampshire, okay? And yeah, Ball State only wins the game by 5 points. That's okay. They go into UConn, lose the game by 6. All right, UConn's a good team when they want to be. Last week, huge, huge upset victory for Ball State beating the Ohio Bobcats. It was come from behind, too. I mean, you're down 14-0. You scored 20 consecutive points to win the game. Kyle Kelly with a 43-yard touchdown to win the football game with 57 seconds left. Electric. Beating Parker Navarro in Ohio, one of the better teams out of the MAC. A team in Ohio that beat West Virginia this season. I'm telling you, the MAC is insane. Stuff like that happens. I don't think Ball State's that far off West Michigan. West Michigan's going to win the football game because of their defense, but it's going to be a low-scoring game, man. I mean, look at how Ball State, Ohio is, right? That game's 14-0 going into half. Ball State again scores touchdown, then a field goal, they get a safety, and then a touchdown, then a 2-point conversion. That's how they get to 20. But it's a low-scoring game that Ball State just edges out. I could see the same exact thing, but just on the flip side. I mean, we know what West Michigan does defensively. They held UAss to 3 points last week on the road. URI to 14 points, Rhode Island. They played Toledo, held them to 13. They played Michigan State, held them to 23 points. West Michigan's just got a really good defense. Offensively with Brock Lowry, not that sold on them. Brock Lowry's not a great pure passer. He can run really effectively, and he can be danger with his legs. Throwing-wise and just all-around throwing ability, he's not a guy that you're overly concerned about when game planning. You're more, again, obviously different sides of the ball, game plan for different things, but when you're playing West Michigan, you're concerned about their defense. Kyle Kelly, he's good. He's like a better version of Brock Lowry, I'll say. He is. I don't know if his arm's better. I think he's a better runner. Is he better runner than Brock Lowry? He's got to be a better runner than Brock Lowry. Lowry's just really young. I think Lowry's going to be very good as he continues to play, obviously. That being said, the teams around the quarterbacks, definitely West Michigan's better than Ball State. Like, I'm pretty confidently telling you that. But I mean, I like Ball State to cover here, man. 9.5 points is a lot. For Ball State team now, like, again, yes, the beginning of the season sucked. You lose 31-0 at Purdue, but still, you only lost by 31 at Purdue. 42-3 at Auburn is what it is. You beat New Hampshire. You lose by 6 points on the road at UConn, and you upset Ohio. A huge come-from-behind victory. And it's a huge upset. You're 14.5-point dogs. You win the game outright. Plus 475 on the money line for Ball State. I didn't see it coming. You know? Consider me shocked. So I think they're gonna play competitive football against West Michigan. Will they win it on the road in Kalamazoo? Probably not. but I believe it's going to be a competitive enough game. It can be Ball State plus 9.5 on the road at WMU against the Broncos. Next up, we are on to the 1 o'clock hour. All right, we're making our way through the college football slate. The only 1 o'clock game before 1:15 game, and then again, we keep on progressing onwards. But 1 o'clock, Temple takes on Navy. Navy is an 8.5-point favorite on the road in Philadelphia at Lincoln Financial Field against the Temple Owls, and they should be. Even though Temple's coming off a very impressive victory, and a victory that I didn't necessarily see coming. There's been one team so far this season that has shut down Robert Henry Jr. It's Temple. Robert Henry, who is averaging about 140 yards a game, and was ripping off nothing but 70-yard touchdowns, has 40 yards last week against the Temple Owls. Temple holds that team as a whole, UTSA, to only 100 rushing yards. So you got to give credit to where credit is due. Shout out to that defense out of the Temple Owls. Robert Henry, again, was in the Heisman race and now, again, falls behind both Ahmad Hardy and I believe Justice Haynes, in overall rushing yards this season. Henry only got 12 carries, but I mean, it was that ability out of Temple to stop that big running game and big running attack out of UTSA, which went a huge way in that football game because Temple wins at 27-21. Right, they're down going into the third quarter. UTSA is up 14-3 at halftime. Temple, though, scores 21 points in the third quarter to ultimately push them ahead and give them the victory. So a huge win for the Temple Owls in that football game. With an offense that I'm still not too impressed with. I mean, they look good enough. I don't know. I'm not wowed on Temple. I'm not because of what they did. I mean, I guess, okay, they've only lost to good teams, though. They've only lost to good teams. Can they keep up offensively, though, against Navy? Because that's my thing, right? And I'll completely go back to that Air Force game we were just talking about, or just that Air Force team, and obviously we were talking about their Navy game, right? The reason why I took Air Force to cover against Navy was a couple reasons. One, Navy's not equipped to get away from teams, and two, again, it was just a military game where all those service games are usually really close. I still think Navy, it's hard for them to get away from teams because of how they play, but it's hard for them to get away from good offenses. Is Temple a good offense? I'm not willing to say that yet. I'm not. Just because you put a lot of points on UMass, and that's because UMass, sucks, and because you put a lot of points on UTSA, but again, it's not all of your offense doing that work. You played really great defense, which, sure, I mean, if you can play really great defense against Navy, more credit to you. That's awesome. Again, that's a good offense to play Corvath, Eli Heidenreich, again, who is breaking records now as a Navy wide receiver, which is just insane. That's just a tough out, though. It's a tough ask. Okay, we need our defense to really hold them, and we need our offense to finally get going for the first time all year long. Because even in our wins, it's not like our offense is putting up insane numbers and insane stats. It's not how Temple plays. And you're taking on a Navy team, by the way, who has not lost a game in the American Conference. You look at the American Conference standings, and Navy's number one. 3-0 for Navy, 5-0 as a whole. Again, they're the only team in the American so far with 3 games other than the Tulsa Golden Hurricane, who, by the way, beat Oklahoma State only to lose every single game they play in the American, but whatever. I give credit to Navy for what they've done. I think Horvath's playing is having a great year. Heidenreich's playing well. Tezka can do his thing, obviously up the middle too as a power back. I like Navy to blow out Temple here, just because again, it is hard for them to get away from teams. I completely stand by what I've been saying. My problem though is Temple does not have the offense to keep up. So yes, this is a scenario where Navy can run away. Like look at the UAB game. They found a way to get away from UAB. They should find a way to get away from Temple as well. Navy wins the football game and they cover the 8.5 points as well. Next up, we go on to the Southeastern Conference. We move to good old Rocky Top, Tennessee, as the Tennessee Volunteers take on the Arkansas Razorbacks. Good game. Very good game here. I mean, I know Tennessee's, look at this game on paper and say, oh, okay, Tennessee's a 13.5 point favorite. And they are, and they should be expected to cover. But Arkansas, at their best, can give you a game. And I will say this. There's a lot riding on Arkansas in this game. There's a lot riding on the fact where, you've lost 3 straight games. You were very close to actually going into Oxford and upsetting Ole Miss. You were right there. You almost did it. You then go to Memphis. You have that game practically in the bag. You have the ball plus territory and you fumble at the end of the game and essentially just give Memphis the victory. And then you play Notre Dame and it doesn't go well for you. Game at home, it's in Fayetteville, and the Fighting Irish go out there and beat you 56-13. Trouble. So what I am going to say about this is that there's a lot of pressure on Arkansas to just show up. There's a lot of pressure on Arkansas to, after a week off, after not playing last week, obviously having the Notre Dame game and getting a bye week. I mean, a lot's going to be riding on the fact that it's put up or shut up time now. I mean, you've lost 3 consecutive games. You're an SEC program, and you take on a Tennessee team that gives up points. They do. If anything, I mean, Tennessee's going to score. That's just what Tennessee offense is always doing. Joey Aguilar has, fit into the role of Tennessee quarterback who throws for a bunch of yards, and Tennessee offense that scores a lot of points. They give up points at the same time. I mean, Georgia, that's their downfall in the Georgia game, right? The fact that they let Gunnar Stockton walk the ball down the field at the end of the game and take it into overtime. They beat Mississippi State 2 weeks ago, but not without a lot of trouble. I mean, going to overtime. And I get it. Going to Starkville can be difficult. Hell, ask Sam Levitt and Kenny Dillingham of Arizona State. It's tough to go into Starkville and win. But still, you're Tennessee. You're a top 12 team, and you're having trouble at Mississippi State. Again, it's an SEC game. I get it. But it's just your defense is going to give up points. The question is, though, can Arkansas's offense score? I think Taylor Green's good. I don't think Taylor Green has a lot of help. I don't think Taylor Green really has any help. 1,400 passing yards, 500 rushing yards. Mike Washington's your lead running back. Omega Blake is your best receiver. Just don't have much help anywhere else. And your defense isn't necessarily the best. It's just not. I got to go Tennessee here. I have to. I think, again, it's going to be an interesting game to watch because, Arkansas, you're looking at another, I don't call it a lost season, but Arkansas was a 6-6 team in 2024. They were a 4-8 team in 2023. 2022, they were a 6-6 team too. Arkansas has been the definition of mediocrity, right? Through the KJ Jefferson era, right? Last year, obviously, with Taylor Green starting, you've just been mediocre every single season, which you have been and continue to have been. You beat Tennessee last year, huge victory. Game was in Fayetteville. That was a huge upset win. Tennessee was number 4 last year when they went to Arkansas and they lost. This game won't be competitive this time around. I think, again, Arkansas is going to be pressed for a win. It's not going to be for a lack of effort. They can't keep up with Tennessee. Trust me. Tennessee's offense, again, it's going to be go, 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 no huddle, and Arkansas is going to get the ball back, and they're going to score at points, but they're going to have a lot of 3 and outs and a lot of just missed possessions. Hell, they scored 13 points last week in Notre Dame, or 2 weeks ago in Notre Dame. Now you got to play Tennessee, who, again, doesn't have the defense Notre Dame has, kind of, but I got to go Tennessee to win the football game and cover the 13.5 points as well. They only need to win by 2 touchdowns. On to our next game. It is the only game of the 3 o'clock hour before we get into the 4 o'clock hour as we officially get on the final stretch in a second here, but with 15 more games. We have Florida Atlantic hosting UAB. FAU is a 4.5 point favorite. Believe it or not, I've kind of gone back and forth in this one. And for as crazy as a statement as that may sound, I was sitting here hard-pressed to find a winner between Florida Atlantic and UAB. It's actually the truth. Because UAB last week, we felt good enough to put them in the best bets. I know it was not a best bet that hit, but a lot of our best bets hit last week. But it was one of those that unfortunately did not. They were in the game early, but ultimately, again, they just couldn't score, and they couldn't do anything in plus territory, and they couldn't hit a field goal. So it sucked. They did not beat Army, or did not cover against Army. But now you go into FAU, your offense is still capable, I think. But now I really question your defense. Because, okay, but do I though? Army scores 31 points, but the defense is not the reason they lost, it's the offense. I just question everything with UAB. I do. I question everything. I thought they're going to be a lot more competitive than they were last week. Now, FAU, guys, I'll just say this outright. I wouldn't bet on this game. I wouldn't. Because there's so many question marks. UAB is a 2-3 team. FAU is a 2-3 team. FAU had 55 points put on their head against Memphis. Rice beat them they beat Rice 27-21 their last game. And I like Kane Vetcamp a lot. I've been on record saying I'm a huge Vetcamp fan because I got to watch him last year at WKU, at least just on TV. I did. Obviously, I did not go to Bowling Green, Kentucky. But Vetcamp just slings it. That's all he does. That's what he did at Western Kentucky. Florida Atlantic says, you know what? Same exact thing, right? You're gonna come here and you're gonna throw the ball 50 times a game. Legitimately, he will. And you have a pretty solid receiver. Your lead guy is Easton Messer, a junior out of Louisville, Kentucky, who was at WKU as well. Obviously, right? They both, a lot of WKU guys went to Florida Atlantic to play. And Messer's done a great job. Only 1 touchdown this year, but 500 yards already, right? Let's just, again, FAU is gonna allow Vetcamp to air it out all game long. Awesome. It's not they air it out, but they don't really score that much. It's weird. Again, you look at every game and Vetcamp's got 350 yards every single game. Well, then you look at the run column and they've only ran the ball for 50 yards per game on average, even less sometimes. But you look at they scored 27 points, they scored 26 points. they're a weird squad. But here's the thing about UAB. Now, again, I question your defense some, but now I really question your offense too. I question everything with UAB, but I question your offense. Yeah, you have a quarterback who's experienced, played higher level of football before, and Jalen Kitna, again, who has, gone through the ringer, at least, I can say, through college football. You scored 13 points last week against Army, and you had a lot of opportunities, but you just couldn't cash in. And I questioned the defense in the Akron game, but I'm going to retract that statement about the defense because, Akron, when Ben Finley plays, they're good. I guess that's the case. Look what they just did last week. And obviously, again, we talked about Akron earlier on in the video. Hesitantly, I'm going FAU. This is me, this is Caden Vet camp right now. I mean, this is Caden Vet camp time. You're at home. You're in Boca Raton. UAB's coming off a game where they barely scored. I know FAU can score, at least somewhat. I know they can move the ball downfield. If anything, guys, FAU's going to control the field positioning battle, which is a horrendous way to pick a game. And again, I would not bet on this game at all. But if anything, they are going to control where the ball is because I think, again, if none of these teams can score, at least FAU is going to be the one moving the ball. So I know that's like a horrible way of predicting things, but it is the truth. You got two experienced quarterbacks. Don't get me wrong, right? Caden Vetcamp's been around college football for a while. Jalen Kitna has been around college football for a while as well. Just that last UAB game against Army was so unimpressive. I cannot pick them in back-to-back weeks. I'm going to go with the Florida Atlantic Owls out of Boca Raton, Florida to win the football game at home against UAB and cover the 4.5 points as well. Give me FAU. Next up, we go back to the SEC. We have the Florida Gators on the road at A&M to take on the Texas A&M Aggies over at Kyle Field in College Station, Texas. A&M's a 7.5 point favorite here. I kind of get it. Obviously, right, A&M, number 5 team in the country, huge win. I mean, you don't need me to say it again, the big win over Notre Dame early in the season, but A&M has backed it up since. Not with the most impressive victories, but no, a good win over Mississippi State, a win 3 weeks ago against Auburn by 6 points. But A&M is a 5-0 team. They have a victory over Utah State that's actually becoming quite impressive, and I'll talk about that later in the video, at the very end of the video, about how Utah State's still winning games, looking really good. They play Hawaii at the end of the night. But A&M's a 7.5 point favorite, right? 5-0 this year, undefeated so far in the SEC at 2-0, and now they get the Florida Gators, a Gators team that's riding the most momentum they've had all year long, right? So far, this is the most momentum Florida's had because, well, they have 2 wins all year. One of them is against LIU Brooklyn, who actually ended up beating East Michigan, but then 3 straight L's to South Florida, Louisiana State, and Miami, but a huge victory last week over Texas. What was different? DJ Lagway played well. I mean, that is the simplest way I can put it. Their defense played well and turned over Arch Manning multiple times. The biggest factor in that game, they were able to run the ball quite a bit, but it was the pass game out of DJ Lagway. I mean, they are so much of a competent team when DJ Lagway is actually able to throw the football and actually is throwing the football successfully. All right, when Lagway's going out there and throwing for 300 yards and not throwing 5 interceptions, the Gators are playable. Dallas Wilson, 6 catches, 111 yards. Jaden Ball on the ground, 27 carries, 107 yards. Again, Florida is good when DJ Lagway is actually playing well, which when they were having their best moments last year, Lagway was playing good football. They just need to get him to back to that point. The problem is, can they go on the road and play in front of 100,000 people and play all that well? I know they just beat Texas, who I'm going to say now is not better than A&M. A&M's better than Texas this season. But can they go on the road and beat A&M, a team that's played at home now 3 consecutive weeks? God, they put a lot of home games. They play 3 straight road games after this too. What is the scheduling? Anyways, 5 of first 6 games at home, and then 3 straight on the road, then 2 home games and a road game. Weird, very weird scheduling. I don't think that Florida's that competitive with A&M. Again, Marcel Reed plays very good football. Do I think he's a Heisman candidate? I think so. Do I think he's going to win it? Obviously not. Again, there's quarterbacks Dante Moore, Fernando Mendoza, obviously Carson Beck are the first 3 that come to mind. No order. Well, Mendoza, Beck, Moore. But Marcel Reed's been playing good football this season, taking care of the football at the same time too. They've got a really good running attack. I mean, back-to-back weeks with over 140-yard rushers for A&M, which obviously helps out your starting quarterback too. 1 week it's Le'Veon Moss, the other week it's Ruben Edwards the second. You got a good run game all around. For Florida, right? And I mean, you get a bounce-back victory over Texas, a much-needed bounce-back victory. I give Florida credit. Again, it's a game that I did not expect them to win. It's a game that a lot of people did not expect them to win. But ultimately, Texas has been disappointing. Florida, we've already seen them lose 3 big games already this season. Who's to say they're not going to win a third? Again, you win at home. In the swamp, awesome. Now you got to go to Kyle Field at A&M. I mean, there's not many harder places to play, not many more louder college football environments than Texas A&M, and that's exactly what Florida has to do this weekend. I don't love it for that team. I believe A&M is going to be able to go out here and pick up the victory. They are 8.5-point favorites, and they should be able to cover 2 again. Look at their victory over Mississippi State. It's not a bad Mississippi State team that took Tennessee to the wire, and A&M beat them by 22. So I'm going to go with the A&M Aggies at home. They will win and cover the 8.5 points against the Florida Gators. We move on now to our next game, and we go to the Big Ten. Iowa on the road to Wisconsin. Guys, absolutely love Iowa here. Again, I keep plugging the Friday best bets because there's 10 of them every single week. And again, we are hot on the best bets right now, especially after last week. So probably be in the video. I don't know. Again, we have a lot of college football games to choose from. Again, there are 56 games this week, so I get a lot of options. This might be in it, though. Wisconsin at home against Iowa in Madison, Wisconsin. I am all over Iowa here. Iowa's 3-2 this year with a competitive loss at Ames in which they lost in the Battle of Iowa between them and Iowa State by 3 points. And then a loss at home by 5, really 7, but Mendoza runs out the back of the end zone against Indiana, who is, after this week, going to be the number 1 team in the country. That's what Iowa is, holding the best offense in the country to the Indiana Hoosiers to 20 points. And again, Mendoza, cover 0, throw up the middle, praise the heavens, shout out to Fernando, it's fire. But Iowa, they had Indiana in some trouble. And they have such confidence in their ability to blitz and their man coverage over the top. And obviously, again, Mendoza and Surratt catch him a couple times, more than a couple times. But you watch that game, I mean, everything that Indiana does in that game is to Elijah Surratt, at least throwing the ball wise. Again, they went to Roman Hemby quite a bit in that game. But everything passing wise for Indiana was to Surratt. But how about the Wisconsin Badgers, who start the year 2-0? You have the game against Miami of Ohio where Billy Edwards gets injured, so here comes San Diego State transfer Danny O'Neal. You win that game, you beat Middle Tennessee State, and now all of a sudden Danny O'Neal, who was supposed to be backing up Billy Edwards all year long, is starting against Alabama. But here's a problem, though. You lose to Alabama, you get blown out against Bama, Maryland, and then you lose by 14 points 2 weeks ago against the Michigan Wolverines. Last week against the Michigan Wolverines. And now you are continuing to start Hunter Simmons, a grad transfer from Southern Illinois. So sit down Danny O'Neal, sit down Billy Edwards. Hunter Simmons is the guy. Simmons goes 18 for 29 passing against Michigan with an interception last Saturday. Again, had not played an FBS football game in his career. Again, from SIU Edwardsville, and wasn't really a good quarterback at SIU Edwardsville, guys. He was a backup for SIU Edwardsville. What? And he's starting for the Wisconsin Badgers. What happened to Wisconsin Badgers football? I mean, I get it. They've always been, a running back, RBU, I guess you can say. Jonathan Taylor, Melvin Gordon, James White, just to name a few. I get that. But my goodness, I mean, how far has Wisconsin fallen? They don't even run the ball well anymore. Dylan Jones, the running back, has 52 carries for 200 yards. Man, it is a shame what has happened to Wisconsin Badgers football. For the Iowa Hawkeyes, you're 3-2 this year, but that's not a bad 3-2 at all. Again, I don't think the highest of Iowa State, but I know it's a difficult game, and any rivalry game except for Indiana-Purdue is going to be competitive, right? And especially one like Iowa State that's due to be close because it's going to be low scoring. But the fact that their losses are Indiana and Iowa State, that means something. The big win, the come-from-behind victory against Rutgers on the road in New Jersey. Mark Gronowski, guys, I don't think Iowa wins the game if Gronowski doesn't get injured, but that game changes when Gronowski has to go out and Hank Brown has to come in. I mean, Gronowski plays a decent game against the Hoosiers. Yeah, there's a pick immediately early in the first quarter, but from there on out, I mean, Gronowski played really well against Indiana. Again, Gronowski is a good quarterback. He does, again, you might not think of him as a great quarterback because he plays for Iowa. Guys, in the system that Iowa wants Gronowski to run, he does more than fine for them. Believe you me, in the system that they want him in, Gronowski does a good job. So, I think Iowa dominates this football game. I mean, sure, is Wisconsin's new quarterback Hunter Simmons better than O'Neal? Is he better than Edwards? He might be. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen it yet. And I get it. Michigan's a tough defense, and his first start is in the big house in Ann Arbor. You can't ask for many tougher starts than that. I understand. But Iowa's defense is going to have you in hell, even when they are on the road. I get it. Rutgers' offense scored quite a bit, and it is much more difficult to obviously score against the Hawkeyes in Iowa City than it is on the road, or at least when you have Iowa on the road. But I still believe the Hawkeyes win this football game and they cover the 3.5 points. Yeah, being on the road concerns me a little bit, but man, Wisconsin's offense is just so bad. They don't throw the ball well. They don't even have again the superb run attack that they used to have. I don't like the Badgers this season. I haven't liked them in a bit. Even last year, like I know again they were much better last year, but I was never high on Wisconsin. I got to go with Iowa here to win and cover 3.5 points. Next up, we go to Laramie, Wyoming, as we have got a matchup here in the Mountain West. San Jose State takes on the Wyoming Cowboys. San Jose State's a problem in the Mountain West, and they're a problem to the point where, again, we always talk about playoffs, but it's true. You got to be thinking that if you're a Mountain West team because of what Boise State did last year. Boise State wins the Mountain West, you only lose to Oregon, you go to the Fiesta Bowl, and you ultimately lose to Penn State, who, again, that was their big win. Oh, they beat Group of 5 Mountain West winner Boise State. Oh, wow, a team with Abdul Carter and a great D-line shut down Ashton Genty. Shocker. Like what's happening with the Raiders right now. Anyways, if you're a Mountain West team, you got to think playoffs. However, San Jose State can't think that. And Wyoming, I guess, can't think that anymore either. But for San Jose State, for the rest of the season, their role is going to be to kill teams' playoff hopes. That's what it is. And ultimately, I mean, they don't really get too many chances at this anymore because everyone's lost, but they're going to get a chance potentially with San Diego State end of the year in San Diego. Fresno State, obviously, that game, the Valley Bay Cup, whatever the hell it is, and that game is going to be played, obviously, the very last game of the year like it always is. San Jose State is going to get some opportunities to upset teams, and, Fresno is going to be a big one because I believe Fresno is going to be undefeated going into that game. That's going to be a huge football game, right? San Jose State's offense, though, is very good. It is one of the best right now in the Mountain West, if not the best offense in the Mountain West. Walker, again, and here's the thing. Are they one-dimensional? 100%. They do one thing and one thing only, and that's throw the football. That's all they do. They don't really have a run game. Floyd Chalk's still around, but he's been chalked for the most part. They don't really use him all that much. Actually, Jabari Bates is the starting running back. They throw the ball 50 times a game. It's Walker again. Back-to-back games for Agate. 473 yards against Stanford. 334 yards against New Mexico. How about Danny Scudero? Imagine if Scudero and Nick Nash were on the team at the same time. Or this version of Danny Scudero, especially, Scudero last year, a Sac State guy, comes to San Jose State, comes to San Jose State, my goodness. 665 yards for Scudero, 40 catches, 4 touchdowns. Dude's a beast, man. He's quick, he's elusive, great hands. Scudero's good. Wyoming, I think Wyoming's solid. They got a good all-around team. Offensively, with Cade Anderson at quarterback, Anderson's all right. They were a defensive-minded team for the most part. Hell, look at that Utah game, right? They got Devin Dampier and that team held to 3 points in the first half, 6 points in the first half. Ultimately, right, Utah pulls away. And again, that's the thing with Wyoming. They start off really hot defensively, and then eventually, if their offense can't get them points, obviously it gets away from them because, that's football. San Jose State, it's going to be a fun stylistic matchup because it's straight offense versus straight defense. And obviously, in Wyoming, I'm not going to say, I'm not going to go as far as saying, they're the Iowa of the Mountain West, but they have really good defense, and their offense, again, is better than Iowa's, I'd say, at least, comparatively. But is that a word, I think? But San Jose State, this is the real test, right? San Jose State, extremely great offense versus a very good shutdown defense. Guys, I'm telling you, San Jose State's offense, though, is, on a level of, who's Wyoming play? I think it's better than UNLV, personally. I think San Jose State's offense, to me, is on the level of Colorado. Neither of them really run the ball that much, Colorado more than San Jose State, obviously, but I would say legitimately, I would take San Jose State's offense right there with Colorado. The thing that holds them back is their defense. Their defense isn't good. Jack Lane, guys, San Jose continues to score again, and then, here comes Jack Lane in New Mexico, right? You'd think San Jose State's getting away. No, New Mexico's in the game. Stanford game. Walker got throws for 500 yards almost, but nope, Stanford continues to find and claw their way back in. Stanford eventually wins it. The Idaho game, offense is going, but the defense gives up points, and, Joshua Wood and Idaho almost win the football game, right? Their offense has figured out since week 1 where they couldn't hit a field goal and they couldn't punch it in. Week 1, again had 300-plus yards. They scored 14 points against Central Michigan. The offense has figured it out, and I think if they can at least just get going a little bit against Wyoming, the Cowboys' offense will not be able to put up enough points to stay up or keep up with San Jose State. Pretty easily, I'm going San Jose State on the road. I get it's in Laramie. Can be a little bit tough for them, but I would be shocked if they don't win this football game. Give me San Jose State to go on the road and beat the Wyoming Cowboys, and yes, they cover the 2.5 too. Next up, we go to another game with the same exact spread, same exact line, same exact everything. 2.5-point favorites of the road team here in the UL Monroe Warhawks as they go on the road to take on the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. And yes, I'm going to be taking the road team here in the Warhawks of the University of Louisiana Monroe. I know they're coming off a dominant loss in the last game to the Northwestern Wildcats. What do you expect out of a Sun Belt team going to a Big Ten environment? And I get it. Northwestern's environment is a lot different than a lot of other teams in the Big Ten. But and UL Monroe is a non-scoring team sometimes. Well, perfect. We have another non-scoring team in the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. If you want to see a game with no offense, I recommend you watch UL Monroe and Coastal Carolina. The over-under in this game is 43.5. It is one of the lowest on the entire slate this week. I think the only lower one I can find right now is legitimately Iowa's game. I think that might be it. Yeah. I'm looking. That might be the lowest other than Iowa, Wisconsin. That's crazy. Yeah, not many points are expected in this one for good reason. I mean, it's UL Monroe who doesn't score with Aiden Armetta at quarterback, and Coastal Carolina's got Tad Hudson at quarterback, obviously. MJ Morris was a starter to start the year. Emmett Brown was a starter in the offseason, both of which are hurt. Brown, unfortunately, probably out for the probably done playing football. Ted Hudson's a sophomore. Underclassman, I know. He's a sophomore, and he just needs time. He just needs to develop. Coastal Carolina is a 2-3 team this season, wins over Charleston Southern at home. That was when Morris was still the starting quarterback, but they won the game 13-0. And then went over South Alabama on the road against South Alabama is kind of just a joke this season. And the thing is, they're not doing it on Ted Hudson's arm. It's all on the run game. For the most part. I mean, they don't really do anything, though, is the problem. I mean, guys, they had less than 150 yards of offense against Old Dominion. And I get it, ODU's great. Again, not only is their offense good, I mean, trust me, their defense is really great at Old Dominion. It's an all-around very good football team, at least for the Sun Belt. And no, just all around, that's a good college football team. But you don't even put up 150 yards of offense. You're for Coastal Carolina. And I get it. Guys, I mean, I watched a game where UL Monroe didn't put up 50 yards of offense. It was Alabama, but still. Like, they played Bama. They didn't put up 50. But these are two horrible offenses, but at least I know UL Monroe can win spots. I think their defense is better, too. Guys, UL Monroe won back-to-back games against UTEP and against Arkansas State. Now, say what you want about a win at UTEP, but going on the road and winning at El Paso at the Sun Belt, I know, again, UTEP's been underwhelming this season, but that can go somewhere. I'm not against that at all, right? That'll play. Then going on to be in Arkansas State by 14 or by 12 points. Again, Armetta is yet to pass the 190-yard mark passing-wise this year, but they do have a run game, at least kind of. You got two backs. You got Braylon McReynolds and you got Dorian Lewis. And you got, it's Zach Palmer-Smith again. Excuse me. Zach Palmer-Smith's really there too. Lewis, kind of. But it's Palmer-Smith is their other back who ran for a lot of yards against Arkansas State. I'd be surprised if they don't beat Coastal. I see a low-scoring game. It's at Myrtle Beach. You know, you have the free concessions for everybody. It's a great idea. But I'm going to be taking the UL Monroe Warhawks to win the game on the road. Does Armetta do anything impressive? No, he's like the ultimate game manager. But Tad Hudson, again, I think he can be solid. But yeah, just needs time to develop and doesn't have the time right now. So I'm going to be going with the UL Monroe Warhawks to win the game on the road in Conway, South Carolina. Myrtle Beach, same thing. Give me UL Monroe to win. Next up, let's move to the Big 12. As we've got the Kansas Jayhawks going on the road to take on the Texas Tech Red Raiders, the best team in the Big 12. Just how good is Texas Tech? I mean, it seems like a surefire thing they're going to go to the championship game, obviously, in the Big 12, but we might get to a scenario where they're not even going to have to win that game. I don't know. Again, the game that they have coming up, we mentioned it. I don't know if I've mentioned it yet in this video. I've mentioned it in previous weeks. Where they have the game that they have to go to Tempe, that's concerning because Arizona State's ranked again. Levitt's playing really well, and that offense is really functioning in a high gear right now. And my rule again: ranked teams go to Tempe, Arizona, and they find a way to lose because that's just what the Sun Devils do. They drag you down to hell in Tempe, Arizona. You know, they drag you down. Oh, gonorrhea, syphilis, hepatitis. Okay, I'm joking. I actually have nothing against Arizona State. I don't know why I did that. It's just. Anyways, the Harvard of the West Coast, you know. Anyways, you go in there, you go to Arizona State, and you have trouble, right? I was gonna make another joke, but I'm not. That's in the future for Texas Tech. They host Kansas, and it's crazy. They are a 14.5 point favorite against Kansas. I can't do that. I can't give them 14.5 points. I am willing to say, and I will say it all the time, I think Texas Tech's really good. And they sold me on the game against Utah, right? I thought Utah was going to win. Big noon kickoff in Salt Lake City. I'm still high on Devin Dampier, and look at Texas Tech. They find a way to win with the backup quarterback. And Will Hammond has a lot of experience, don't get me wrong. He played last year when Brenton Morton got injured a couple times. But Hammond comes in. The offense looks better with Hammond than it does with Morton. Obviously, they go back to Morton when he's back 2 weeks later. They beat the Houston Cougars last week by multiple scores, 3 scores. Morton throws for 345 yards, and they run for over 150 yards on the ground, too. I mean, you're hard-pressed to find a better offense than Texas Tech right now in the country. I'm serious. Like, Indiana, obviously. But there's not many offenses as a whole that are better than Texas Tech. Look at their final scores in every game, or just how many they score. Screw the defensive side of things. They haven't given up more than 14 points defensively. 67, 62, 45, 34, 35. My thing with this game is, though, they are due for a competitive outing once. Will it come next week in Tempe? Oh, 100%. I think there's a chance, though. You're Texas Tech. You're at home. You know you got to go down to Arizona next week. You're kind of overlooking Kansas. Just a little bit. They're a 4-2 team, but you know where the real game is next week. Because if you beat Arizona State, you're probably going to the playoffs. Let's just be honest. You're probably going to the postseason if you can beat Arizona State next week. I know it's October. We're already thinking playoffs. It's week 7 or going to be week 8 next week. But that's the mindset if you're Texas Tech. Because you'll have your big win at Utah and your win at Arizona State. It's hard for them to not put you in, at least as an at-large, and you think you're going to win the Big 12 still. Could be overlooking Kansas a little bit. I think they're going to beat Kansas, but Kansas can get you, man. They can. You know, old-ass Jalen Daniels, he said it himself, not me. Daniels, 1,500 yards passing this year, 16 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. You got a pretty good run game. Again, that includes Jalen Daniels. And you got a receiver in Emmanuel Henderson who has had a pretty good year. Henderson, 500 yards through the air on 28 catches. Yeah, he's got a 93-yard touchdown in there, too. So, like, Kansas, big difference. Kansas has an offense that can get you. They have an offense that can get you, that can score, that can, throw over the top on you. I think Texas Tech's really good. I think their defense, again, they haven't given up more than 14 points all year long. They're due for one, man. They are. They're due for a competitive game. They're due for a dogfight. Will they win it? 100%. But asking them to win by more than 2 touchdowns when I know Kansas is, again, for as good as Texas Tech's defense has been, I know Kansas is capable of scoring 21 points this game. By hook or by crook, it doesn't matter how late in the game it happens, I know they're capable of 21 points. You're then asking Texas Tech to score more than 35, which is they're capable of. But again, at the same time, I think Kansas can score more than that. Again, we'll see how Kansas comes out. I wouldn't bet it personally. There's so many better games to bet on than this one, but I'm going to go Kansas plus 14.5 on the road in Lubbock. Next up, we move on to the SEC. It is just different down in the South as the Auburn Tigers host the Georgia Bulldogs in Auburn, Alabama, and Auburn is a 3.5-point favorite. Guys, do not be fooled. Georgia's winning this game. Do not be fooled, okay? And they are covering. Am I the highest on Georgia? No. Did they cover last week in Kentucky? They did. 19.5 points. Check. It was 20.5 to open the week. It's okay. They covered. I believe it was 20.5. Anyways, they're not going to have trouble at Auburn. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Auburn's a weird squad because you win your first 3 games. You kind of upset Baylor on the road in game 1. Jackson Arnold's first game as an Auburn Tiger from being an Oklahoma Sooner. They win at Baylor, even though their offense didn't really do that much. It's just self-inflicted wounds by Baylor. Auburn then beats Ball State. They beat South Alabama in a more competitive game than it should have been. And then back-to-back L's. Again, Arnold's return to Oklahoma against the Sooners. L by 7 points. They scored 17, and then they scored 10 points at Kyle Field against A&M. Again, it's hard to gauge, and it's hard to really tell where Auburn's truly at. Because, truth be told, those aren't bad L's. It's just the fact of how you looked in those L's, and the fact that your quarterback, who you spent money to go out and get in the offseason, obviously NIL, because whole other game, has not played well. And, I mean, I can't say I didn't see this coming watching Arnold play last year at Oklahoma. There's a reason that they didn't want him, and there's a reason that they invested so much in John Mateer because how bad Arnold was last year. So we will see, but guys, and I get it, Georgia's not been impressive. They beat Kentucky. Everyone thought they were going to beat Kentucky, right? That's a dominant performance. I guess not everyone thought it was going to be as dominant as I thought it was going to be, but I saw that one coming from a mile away. I did not think Kentucky had much to offer Georgia, at least in Athens. This is going to be much tighter, though, for Georgia because obviously you're on the road. And, by the way, next week, or 2 weeks, I think it is, after this. No, it's next week. Ole Miss? Ooh, man. In Georgia, in Athens, that is a huge football game. Ole Miss is going to be riding off of their huge victory over the Washington State Cougars. Watch out. Oh, they just beat Wazoo. Anyways, Gunnar Stockton's got to step up. He hasn't played a good game since the Tennessee game, which he played tremendously in. I said it earlier in the video when we were talking about Joey Aguilar and the Tennessee Volunteers. Gunnar Stockton single-handedly keeps his team in the football game in the fourth quarter. Big game-tying drive, and obviously wins it in OT. Now, again, Tennessee's kicker missed a chippy, a gimme field goal, but I mean, who's to say Georgia was probably going to win the game anyway, right? They're probably going to score that touchdown. Oh, no, sorry. I completely messed that one up. Tennessee had the field goal to win the game. He hit it. He actually hit it in overtime, and then Georgia actually did score the touchdown. That's neither here or there. Stockton has not played well since the Tennessee game. They were abysmal against Alabama 2 weeks ago, and Kentucky, that's not because of Stockton. I mean, he plays all right. We need a big Gunnar Stockton effort this week. But here's the thing. Do you think you're going to get a big effort out of Jackson Arnold? Nope. You're not. You're not going to get a big game out of Arnold. I mean, come on. I've seen Jackson Arnold play. I'm not going to get it twisted. They are best when they run the ball a lot. And whether that be with Jeremiah Cobb or with Jackson Arnold, who, again, I know a lot of this is sacks, but he's taken 20 of them this season. But Jackson Arnold technically has gone out to run 50 times this season. And he has 192 yards. And I know, again, a lot of that sack lossage. I think he's got like 120 yards in lost sacks, but still, okay. 50 carries for 300 yards? It's not that horrible, actually. But they don't have an identity on offense. They don't throw the ball that well. Georgia should have them here. They should. 3.5 points is not enough. Auburn is just not on par with Georgia, in my opinion. Is Georgia a little overrated? I don't think they are because of look at the Tennessee game. Was I down them after the Austin PA game? 100%. After the Bama game? Definitely. They couldn't get a stop. They couldn't get off the field. This is not the type of team, though, where you're going to be, we can't get off the field against Auburn. That's just not going to happen. Give me Georgia to win the game on the road and cover the 3.5 against the Auburn Tigers. Next up, huge game, pick'em game, even money game in SC. Los Angeles, California, the Coliseum, the USC Trojans host the Michigan Wolverines. Completely even on everything, minus 110 both sides. You can see it on the screen, so I'm not going to hold your time on this, at least on the pick. Going USC. Yep. I'm going with the USC Trojans to beat the Michigan Wolverines at home. I know Michigan's 4-1. I just need to mention what Bryce Underwood's done this year. 1,000 yards through the air, 5 games played, so it's 200 a game, 3 touchdowns. Rushing-wise, 200 yards on 20-something carries, 30 carries. They're great because of Justice Haynes. And it would not be a good Michigan team. I don't want to call them like the elite Michigan teams like we've seen in the past, obviously through the Blake Corum years, and the 1 year Donovan Edwards was really standout, the reason why they put him on the video game cover. Justice Haynes is everything a Michigan running back is supposed to be. Justice Haynes, guys, in 5 games with Michigan has already toppled what he did in his entire career at Alabama. And I get it, he was not, a frontline guy at times for Bama, but he had games where he played quite a bit at times for Bama last season. You put him at Michigan, he's already got 650 yards. Again, more than what he had in 2 seasons combined at Bama. Again, I know he didn't play much in 23, but his freshman year. But Justice Haynes, again, I think he's got to be second in all college football, just behind Missouri's Ahmad Hardy in yards. So they're not asking Underwood to do much. And obviously, again, as Underwood continues to play at Michigan, and he's here for a longer, he's here for another whole off season, and it's his freshman year. He's a true freshman at 18 years of age. Once he gets more adapted to this, or 19 now, I don't know. He's only going to improve. Justice Haynes has reached, though, over 100 yards in every single game he has played. USC's defense is going to give up points, but USC's offense is going to score too. And I will bring the travel to the attention of you again. Travel matters, especially when it's a team from the non-West Coast heading on west. When it's USC going back out, they do that trip multiple times because USC this year went to Purdue, to Illinois. They still got to go to South Bend. They got to go to Nebraska, and that they go to Oregon. But they got to go out multiple times to the Midwest. Michigan makes one trip all year out to the West Coast, and it's this one. The other road games are at Oklahoma, at Nebraska, at Michigan State, at Northwestern, at Maryland. They make one trip out to the West Coast every single year, and it's this one. And you're in for a dogfight. Do I think they're going to be able to run the ball on USC? Probably. Can they throw it, though, on them? I get it. USC's defense is not the best, but USC's going to put pressure on you. They're going to score. Again, we thought Illinois had a pretty good lead to the point where they thought they had it won at one point in the fourth quarter, up by 14 points, but USC didn't let them breathe. USC takes the lead with 2 minutes to go before Illinois again kicks the game-winning field goal. Going to show you again, those teams were close. They're very close, but Illinois was just better. And hey, shout out to the Hoosiers because And you got to beat that team by 50 plus points. Anyways, USC is going to give you trouble. 500 yards that they had in that loss to Illinois. They've got a good run game, obviously, right? No more Woody Marks. It's Wayman Jordan, but Jordan's done a great job. And Jaden Mavia has been electric this season. I say it all the time. There's a reason they chose him over Miller Moss, right? The reason they told Miller Moss, get your ass to Louisville. It's a tough game to pick. I don't know. I don't think it's going to hit the best bets because I know how good Michigan can be, and I know how good Justice Haynes is. But I got to go with USC here. They're at home. Mavia's offense has looked pretty good recently. I know they lost to Illinois, but they've had a whole 2 weeks to just solely focus on Michigan. While Michigan had to play Wisconsin in the meanwhile, Underwood had his best game as a collegiate football player at home against Wisconsin. But now you go all the way on the road to the West Coast. First ever trip out there. I think USC gets the better of Michigan on primetime on NBC. Give me the USC Trojans to beat Michigan minus 110 at home from the Coliseum. On to our next game. Oh, hey, we still got more elite Big Ten football. Hold on now. Come on. Minnesota hosts the Purdue Boilermakers. Hey, come on. We have big games still, all right? No, I'm kidding. Minnesota, Purdue. I don't know. I guess Minnesota minus 9.5. I mean, it's hard. I would not bet this game. Do not do it. Ooh, should I go Purdue? No, I'm going to go Minnesota. The best bet here is don't bet on the game. That is your best bet. There's better stuff to bet on at 4:30. Bet Georgia minus 3.5. Bet Georgia minus 3.5. There's a game coming up in a second that I like a lot more. It's at the 5 o'clock hour. It's one of 2 games at the 5 o'clock hour. Don't bet on this. Because Minnesota's a 9.5 point favorite. Should they really be a 9.5 point favorite? Yeah. I think. Because they've looked good all year other than the Ohio State game. But they did go to Cal and get lost by 13. But Purdue's defense just sucks. It's so bad. SIU Edwardsville. Oh my God. It's Southern Illinois. Guys, oh my goodness. The Wisconsin quarterback's not from SIU Edwardsville. He's from Southern Illinois. Pretty sure. That's my fault. They give up 17 points to Southern Illinois. And then USC scores 33 on them at West Lafayette. Notre Dame puts 56 on their head. Illinois puts 43 on them. And teams score on Purdue. So I know Minnesota has had struggle scoring at times. The Buffalo game, the Cal game, the Ohio State game. I mean, they should be able to score this time around. I wouldn't bet it, man. I mean, these are just 2 teams that there's unknowns. Drake Lindsay has not done a bad job as Minnesota quarterback, but his team lost by 39 points. I mean, can you blame the guy truthfully? No. Again, they're playing Ohio State. A lot of teams in the country and some teams in the Big Ten, Penn State, lose that same exact way to Ohio State, right? I mean, it is what it is. Purdue, at least Ryan Brown's slinging it. Ryan Brown is slinging it for Purdue. Doesn't really care if he throws picks or not because he's thrown quite a bit of them so far this season. But they're going to put the ball in that guy's hands, and they're going to say, all right, throw the ball 50 times. We'll see what you get. They've put up points in the last couple games. At the same time, their defense is giving up points too. I mean, they lost 56-30 to the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Illinois beats them 43-27. Again, if you can say anything about Purdue is that they will put up points. But I think if you give Minnesota this defense to play against, I believe the Golden Gophers should be able to put up points too. Again, I'm not blown away by either of these teams. I think Drake Lindsay's capable. What do they have around Drake Lindsay? An okay receiving core. Javon Tracy, Jalen Smith, Lamike Brockington, but it's nothing to write home about. It's a mid-Big Ten team, what can I say? And they've been mid to me after we found out Buffalo's really not that good this season. They're not as good as last year when they had Ogbonna. You lose to Cal on the road by 13 points, the same team that then went to San Diego State and lost, and also let Duke put 40+ on them. And then, I mean, as expected, you lose by 39 points to Ohio State. So I don't know how good. I know Minnesota's not that good. They don't really have any weapons. Purdue, though, is Purdue, and they have a bad defense. I'm going to go minus 9.5 from Minnesota. They are at home. I think that's going to make a difference back at home. And for as bad as I've made it out to be for Minnesota, they are a 3-2 team. You know, you get to 4-2 here. Start looking at your schedule. Okay, we can beat Northwestern and we can beat Wisconsin. All right, we're gonna go bowling, right? That's kind of how you look at it if you're them right now. Right? We're not beating Nebraska. We're not beating Iowa. We're not beating Oregon. It is what it is. Give me Minnesota to beat Purdue and cover 9.5 points. I'm telling you, do not bet this football game. Okay? If you want to bet on this game, just donate to charity at that point. Okay? Which, I don't know. Actually donate to charity or bet on Wazoo money line this week. No, if you're gonna get to that point, just don't give Vegas the money. Just give it to charity. Anyways, don't bet on this game. Next up, ACC football. Yep, the classic 7:30 spot for local time for Boston College against Clemson. How many fans show up to this game? For the last place, yes, last place out of 17 teams, Boston College Eagles. How many people show up to this football game? Tickets are $61. Who's paying $61 to go to this? You might have to pay me $61 to go watch Boston College and Clemson on TV, let alone actually drive to the stadium and go. Are we dead ass? I mean, the game against UConn next week's $10. I guess it's the Clemson thing, but what? I mean, an ass versus shit. I don't know. Like, what do you want me to say about this game? Like, I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm 3.5 hours into a college football video, and I'm talking about Clemson and Boston College. I'm just like, from an enthusiasm standpoint, I can't get excited for this game. I can't. You know, I get excited for UTSA and the running attack next. Hold on. I will get excited for the Roadrunners. I'm not getting excited for Clemson, Boston College. Boston College is an inept offense with Dylan Lonergan. You kind of run the ball, but last week you couldn't because Turbo Richard had 6 carries for 2 yards. You tried playing Grayson James, who was your starter last year after Castellanos left the team. Didn't play all that well. Grayson James, I think, went like 2 for 9 passing. It's just like, I don't know. They're so horrible, guys. I realized Boston College was this bad when they went to Stanford and blew a 20-3 lead, ultimately losing 30-20 to Stanford. Boston College was gonna cover, and they just it unraveled. And then they hosted Cal. Cal goes from Berkeley to Boston. You know how long of a flight that is? You leave, that's 6 hours. 5.5. And they lost to Cal. 28-24. And then you go to Pitt and you lose 48-7. Oh my goodness. And that's the reason why Pitt made the move from Holstein to Heichnell in that game, is because of Boston College is atrocious. They don't score. And the game plan's out there at BPC. You bottle up Turbo Richard, they got nothing. You bottle him up in the run game, you bottle him up when he sneaks out for a pass, there's nothing they can offer you. There's nothing BC can offer you. They are not a good football team. Clemson, though. Oh my gosh. Clemson beats North Carolina. Like I said earlier, North Carolina is a disgrace, and Bill Belichick should just be banned from college football at this point. No, actually, I'll be fair. It's a process. I understand it is. Give him time, I guess. Let Bill cook. I don't know what he's cooking with his 23-year-old. I mean, North Carolina's so bad they lost by 28 points to Clemson at Chapel Hill. And the most entertaining part of that game was when they just started, putting the camera on the crowd, just looking. Cameraman got bored of the game. He's like, all right, let's see. Okay. All right. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's get a shot of this. That's a very horrible way to, just talk about that. But I'm not like talking about it in a bad way. I'm just saying like that was a bad way. I didn't like enunciate that right. But if you watched the game, if you were on Twitter during that game, the game was horrible. And Clemson was up 20-3 in the first quarter. Oh, wait, but it was Belichick magic. Yeah, you don't have Tom Brady anymore, pal. I spent Clemson's time talking about bad North Carolina's because I don't care about Clemson. I don't care. Oh, okay, Klubnik looked good last week. Awesome. You're 2-3. You suck. You're going to beat Boston College because Boston College sucks too. But you know what? 2 bad teams, ass versus shit. I'm going to take shit plus 13.5. Give me Boston College. Don't bet it. Don't bet on the game. Minus 610 for Clemson. Just don't do it. Do yourself a favor. Don't watch the game. Whatever you do not turn on the ACC network at 4:30. Okay? Just don't do it. Don't. There's better stuff to watch. Okay? Next up. I'd rather watch this. Like, again, I will get excited for on ESPNU from the Alamo Dome, the University of Texas San Antonio takes on Rice. This is fun. Like, this is good football. Okay? This is football that I can actually watch. This is going to be football that's probably going to be high scoring, I think. I don't know. Rice, this is going to be good. 2 rushing attacks. Two really good rushing attacks at times. Now, dude, you're going to watch a game between Quentin Jackson and Robert Henry running the football. I'm taking that over with whatever the hell's going on in the ACC, okay? Expect 2 heavy rushing attacks this game. Chase Jenkins, again, can run too from Rice. But UTSA, Owen McCown, he can sling it, and they can throw the ball. Again, these are two offenses that can do everything, but it's the run games that have gotten them to the dance. Robert Henry this season, 666 yards. Wow. Robert Henry, again, what a year he's had. He averages 8.5 yards, but he's got 666 yards, and I just checked my phone, and it's exactly 3 o'clock in the morning. That's unsettling. It's not. That's whatever. Anyways, if I was a clickbait YouTuber back in 2015, it's like, oh my God, Robert Henry, UTSA prediction at 3 in the morning. Oh no. Losing my mind. I'm not. The Clemson game, man, it takes a toll on you. Like, it is what it is. No. UTSA, that run game is electric. It is. And last week, that's the difference, again, between, I wouldn't have lost. Not really. Well, kind of. They could run the ball. Robert Henry, 42 yards on 12 carries? Completely gets bottled up. They go to another running back, too, in that game. They go to Will Henderson, who actually had the same amount of yards than Robert Henry. He had 10 carries for 42 yards. Owen McCown did not have a good game passing through picks. And again, it sucks. You go to Temple and you lose. It's a game that you're probably supposed to win. Yeah, you're a 6.5-point favorite. You're supposed to win that game. Rice is good too, though. Quentin, not Rampage Jackson. I say it all the time. Quentin Jackson can run. Jenkins is not the best thrower of the football, Chase Jenkins, but they don't ask him to do that. They're a run-first team and a very heavy run team is Rice. But you go on the road to UTSA, and you essentially have to beat UTSA at their own game. Run heavy. And UTSA, it's what Robert Henry has done in every single game he's played this season. He's going to burn you deep for, not deep, but he's gonna burn you for a 70-yard touchdown. Again, last game was the first game that Robert Henry did not have 100 yards in an outing, right? The only two running backs that still have, it's obviously Justice Haynes, who have still gotten 100 yards every single game, Ahmad Hardy from Mizzou, and Justice Haynes from SC. Robert Henry obviously leaves that tier, and I'm sure the odds for him winning the Heisman are very high. Obviously, he can't win it because Vashon Jeanty couldn't win it, even though I thought Travis Hunter should have won, and he did. If Vashon Jeanty can win the Heisman, how is Robert Henry going to ever win the Heisman? On FanDuel, I don't think you can even bet on Robert Henry to win the Heisman. Yep, you can't. That's actually insane. I can bet on Luke Altmaier winning the Heisman. I can bet on Dronkewe Sagapulete to win the Heisman, but I can't bet on Robert Henry. I guess he's just not going to win the award. You can bet on Mensa. Wow, okay. Sorbsy's got that high? Arch Manning still got better odds than Sorbsy? Okay, anyways. It's a trap. I think UTSA wins. Because again, how is Rice going to beat UTSA at their own game? And how are they going to stay competitive in this game? Because here's the thing. UTSA, if they fall behind, which I don't think they're going to, they can get back in the game because they do have a strong arm in Owen McCown. They've got a guy they can push the ball with, and he can launch it for quite a while, They have that in their back pocket. Rice doesn't really have that. Rice is not a team that's equipped to play from behind. They've lost back-to-back games to Navy and FAU. Again, Chase Jenkins, great runner, not really the best thrower of the football, and it's not a team that's really prepared to come back. UTSA is, but UTSA is not going to be down in this game. I'm taking the Roadrunners. It's going to be Texas San Antonio to win the football game and cover the 12.5 points from the Alamo Dome. Again, so much more excited for this game than I am for whatever the hell's going on in the ACC. So it's going to be Robert Henry, Owen McCown, and UTSA Roadrunners, who are a fun team who we just need to find a way to get them into bowl season. And they're going to have one of those really fun games on December 22nd, and everyone's going to talk about it that night. Give me UTSA to win the football game and cover 12.5 points. And also so everyone says, oh, wow, Robert Henry, really good at football, because he is. UTSA's fun. They'll beat Rice. Next up, to the Southeastern Conference. It is the final SEC game of the night as Louisiana State from Baton Rouge hosts South Carolina at 4:45 p.m., obviously 7:45 out there in the South. LSU coming off of a bad loss to Ole Miss. They've had a whole 2 weeks to think about what happened in that football game. I hope you can convert a third down. I hope your defense... I actually have nothing about to say about the defense. I hope you can convert a third down. I hope. I hope your offense can actually run the football for more than 20 yards, Brian Kelly. That's all I ask out of you this week. That's all I ask. I hope that you actually fix something and we're not just content beating Florida by 10 points in a game in which the opposing quarterback, DJ Lagway, threw 5 interceptions and you were content on winning by 10 points because, look at the final score. We won, didn't we? And again, right mindset to have, but obviously you didn't change anything because you go into Oxford and you get embarrassed. Had a chance to actually come back in that game if, you had someone lined up across the tight end on the final play of the game. But that's neither here or there. Snuck him right out. Whatever. You have an elite talent at quarterback, and he's not looking like one right now. I mean, it's a problem that LSU has. And sure, can you put a lot of credit to Ole Miss in the game that they played, the game they scripted for and planned for? 100%. Yeah, I can give credit to where credit is due right there with Ole Miss. But at the same time, Louisiana State played a bad football game. They played a bad football game. South Carolina coming off a win a couple weeks ago to Kentucky. A lot of teams can beat Kentucky. Lenora Sellers, I'll say, has had a disappointing year so far. Now, it is very clear what this team is without Lenora Sellers at quarterback, so obviously they need him around. I mean, look at the game that they had to play with backup receiver Luke Doty and backup quarterback Luke Doty at quarterback, right? They need Lenoris. He's a good player. He just hasn't had the season that a lot of people thought he was going to have. Again, beginning of the year, Heisman favorites were Arch, Klubnik, and Lenora Sellers. Hasn't really resulted that way for any of these guys, right? Again, I don't think Lenora Sellers' years his year hasn't been as bad as the other two's. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It hasn't been a great year for him, is what I can say. Klubnik's just lost a lot. Arch, now 2 losses. Lenoris only lost 1 game this year. I mean, got hurt in the Vandy game, essentially. And, they weren't on their way to win that one. But still, technically, I mean, you could say, Doty was in the game when they lost. They lost by 24. A step in the right direction last week for South Carolina. It is. I mean, if you're LSU, and I am going to take LSU to cover 9.5, because if you can't cover this team, if you can't cover and beat this team by 9.5, I don't know what you practice, or by 10 points. I don't know what you have been preparing for the last 2 weeks. I mean, you have to feel like if I'm Brian Kelly, I'm embarrassed. I am. You don't have a marquee win this year. Clemson, they were ranked 4th at the time you go to Death Valley. Yeah. Awesome. Troy almost went to Death Valley and won. Troy almost went to Death Valley and won. You beat La Tech by 16 points. Great defense, and that's the game that screamed to me, okay, La Tech's actually for real this year. But at the same time, LSU's offense didn't look good. You scored 20 points against Florida and lagged way through 5 picks, and you still only beat them by 10 points. It's a problem. And Trinidad Shambliss, every big third down, Shambliss gets it. And you can't convert a third down on your own side. And you don't run the ball. Yet to have a 100-yard carrier so far this season, or rusher this season. Last game, your leading rusher against Ole Miss had 22 yards. Harlan Berry, 22 yards. I don't know. I think, again, to me, this is more of you have to find a way after how bad the Ole Miss game was. And again, the end result, you lost by 5 points. I'm telling you, that's a damaging type loss, though it is. Just because of the way it happened, I'm going LSU. It's just, if I can believe anything with Brian Kelly, is that they're going to make some adjustments and actually put it on South Carolina. I get it. Lenoris is good, but the rest of South Carolina, as this has been evident throughout the season, Lenoris is good. The rest of the team around Lenoris is not that great either. So it's not as good as obviously Lenoris is. So give me LSU to cover. They will win the game and cover 9.5 points as well. As we move on now to the 5 o'clock hour, first of 2 games at 5 o'clock. The Brigham Young Cougars go on the road to take on the Arizona Wildcats. Arizona is a 1.5 point dog at home, and we are taking, or 2.5 dog at home, and we're taking the Arizona Wildcats. This is not where ranked teams go to die. It's not Tempe, Arizona, but it's good enough. It's in Tucson. Not close at all, but it's in the same state. I'm taking the Wildcats here, guys. BYU is 5-0, and like I very briefly mentioned earlier in the video when I was complaining about Penn State, and how BYU shouldn't be, or no, it wasn't Penn State. It was, who was it? I was complaining about somebody, about how they were ranked ahead of Brigham Young. It was Notre Dame, and it's a very true point. Notre Dame should not be ranked higher than BYU. Because BYU is a 5-0 team, but I did drop it at the same time. I don't think they're as good as they actually are. And that's the truth, okay? Brigham Young right now should be ranked higher than Notre Dame because they're 5-0. However, watch the games that they've played. Blow out Portland State, that's the worst FCS team in the country. Stanford win, that team's not that good. At least they weren't that good back then. East Carolina on the road, good win, but it's ECU. You barely get by Colorado, and let's just say it, you kind of get lucky against Colorado. Fourth quarter, you're up by 3, or Brigham Young, and, Caden Salter keeps on a read option, runs it for 50 yards into BYU territory with 8 minutes to go. They call back on kind of a bogus holding call. I get it, but it's a holding call that didn't affect the play. So ultimately, BYU gets bailed out, and they beat up on West Virginia like nobody's surprised about on Friday night. Bear Bachmer wearing number 47, obviously, at quarterback. Does it hurt your eyes? It does, but Bear Bachmeier's done an all right job. I don't think he's ready for prime time, though. I don't think he's ready for this. I did put somewhat of faith into Arizona going on the road earlier in the season and beating a ranked team, but here's the thing, it's not on the road anymore. BYU's going to them. Games in Arizona. Good luck. I mean, Arizona so far, in Tucson, they're 4-0. Hawaii, Weber State, K-State, Oklahoma State. Have they beaten an exceptionally great team yet at home? They have not. I completely understand that. But the game Noah Fifita plays last week, nothing short of impressive. Get what I did that? Short? Because Fifita's like 5'8". I'm kidding. Noah Fifita, 400 yards passing. 28 of 38 passing, 5 touchdowns. Shout out the former New Mexico Lobo, Luke Weissong. They all left that place. Weissong played a good game for Arizona, right? But they beat up on Oklahoma State. They win at 41-13. Like expected, don't get me wrong, because of how bad the Cowboys are. I don't know if BYU's ready for this. I know BYU, again, good running game. Bear Bachmeier is a running back or quarterback, it feels like sometimes, right? LJ Martin, very good running back too. Bear Bachmeier takes off quite a bit. If you're able to stop that run game, and if you, again, I know Bachmeier throws for 351 yards last week against West Virginia in Provo. Breaking news, West Virginia is not that good, okay? If you could stop LJ Martin, like Colorado kind of did, even though BYU ultimately just kind of stopped going to LJ Martin and said, you know what, just keep on the veer, Bear Bachmeier, or any pass play you call it, just start running. If you can limit that run game with LJ Martin, you kind of force BYU to do something else with Bear Bachmeier and get more creative with Bear Bachmeier. And ultimately, that's where Arizona's able to take advantage. Because when BYU's trying to figure out what we do now that LJ Martin's kind of stopped, or just at least he's, the damage has been limited on him, or what he's able to do. Once you kind of get them into that point where, okay, Bear Bachmeier's got to do everything, Arizona should be able to take over the football game, and Arizona should be able to score quite a bit on this team, I believe. It's a BYU team that, I don't think they're overrated because they're actually underrated, but it's a team that's not elite for the Big 12. They're a good team. They're not an elite team. I think Texas Tech's way better. I think Utah's better. I think Arizona's better too. They have a tough game next week. Holy War, obviously, in Provo, Utah, BYU, one of the best games next week, maybe the best game next week, just because it's the Holy War. Who can't get excited for that? But it'll be much more exciting next week, by the way, if BYU goes in that game undefeated in the Holy War, especially after last year's Holy War. I kind of want BYU to win now. But nah, we're not here to pick favorites. We're here to make money and pick winners. I'm taking Arizona at home to beat Brigham Young at plus money too. Plus 105. Give me Arizona. Noah Fifita on the Wildcats will get it done. Offense is playing pretty good football right now. Next up, we go to the Sun Belt. Shout out to my guys at the Troy Trojans, man. What a win last week. Tucker Kilcrease and the guys over there at Troy picking up a victory. And a big victory at that, man. At home against South Alabama. It was the game where on paper I was like, I don't know why the odds are this close, but it is what it is. We'll still take Troy. I thought they should have been a way bigger favorite, and they found a way to win by 7. Okay, awesome, right? South Alabama would not go away. They kept trying to find ways back in the football game, but no, Kilcrease and Tay Meadows, who actually had the same amount of passing yards as rushing yards, which is kind of odd, they find a way to win. Good on the Troy Trojans. So now we're going to repay that favor going forward. We're going to take their plus 10.5 here on the road in San Marcos, Texas, against Texas State. They should cover this. I actually believe they will. I don't love this offense, but Kilcrease, man, his ability with the run, yeah, that's impressive, man. It is. Troy wins the game 31-24, right? They win an OT. They get it done. It's a Tay Meadows touchdown that ultimately is the game winner. Bishop Davenport, it's not a wrestler. Bishop Davenport, is that not B. Priestley in WWE? I don't know. Bishop Davenport throws for 104 yards, runs for 72. South Alabama stayed in the game. They were like that annoying pest that won't go away, and that was what South Alabama was. Now, Troy, again, on paper, I don't know how they weren't a bigger favorite, but it is what it is. They won the game in overtime. It was close. Again, I thought going into it, though, they should have dominated South Alabama. Tucker Kilcrease, again, may not be the best pure thrower. He can run. And Tay Meadows is a threat in the backfield, too. Kilcrease, again, 19 carries, 102 yards. Tay Meadows, 17 carries, 80 yards. It's what they do. It's just what Troy does. They're a run-heavy team. Taking on Texas State, though. That's a good football team. It's a good football team with a really good young quarterback. A good young quarterback in Brad Jackson, who still has not made many mistakes this season. Brad Jackson, so far this year, 1,100 yards, 7 touchdowns and an interception. Bo Sparks is a good receiver for this team, too. Lincoln Parr can run it as well. They just came out on the wrong end of a very competitive game last week in Jonesboro, Arkansas against Arkansas State. Again, Jalen Raynor, his team may be at 2-4. Obviously, they were 1-4 going into that game. Jalen Raynor can give you trouble, man. And especially in the spoiler spot that he's kind of in now, he's a really good quarterback on a team that has been underperforming this season, but a quarterback who's really good, that's danger. And a quarterback who's got nothing to lose in his junior year. Anyways, Arkansas State upsets Texas State as 14.5-point dogs. Again, that's the role I believe Jalen Raynor is going to be in for the rest of his junior season, as he is basically on open tryout for the Power 4. But Texas State's a good team. I know they lost that game, but it's on the road. They're back at home. They should win. But after a game like that, again, you lose your first Sun Belt game after having a pretty good, I would say, non-con. You score 52 points against Eastern Michigan. You score 43 and outscore UTSA 43-36 on the road in San Antonio. And an underwhelming result, to say the least, to kick off Sun Belt play. I'm going to go Troy to cover. I think, again, what Kilcrease is able to do with his legs is big time. Because Jalen Raynor ran for 100 yards last week and threw for, again, like 200 plus as well. But Kilcrease is a definite factor on the ground as well. He had 100 yards against South Alabama. Who's to say he can't do that again against Texas State, a team that gave up a lot of yards to Jalen Raynor? Again, I like Brad Jackson. I like Texas State's offense at times, but I think Troy's able to stay in the game and cover 10.5 points. Ultimately, yes, I'm going to go with Texas State to win in San Marcos, but I'm going to take Troy to cover. Next up, we go on to the Mountain West. First of 3 remaining Mountain West games, we have a Big 12 game, obviously, wedged in between, but we'll get to that in a second. 6:45 start time. The New Mexico Lobos go on the road to take on the Boise State Broncos. I'm going to go Boise to win and Boise to cover 16.5 points. Here's why. Boise State actually plays defense. That's the reason. And if you're running what I'm referencing, New Mexico's game last week against San Jose State. San Jose State's got an excellent offense. It is an amazing offense that I think the actual highest of. Walker, again, can be troubling sometimes. When he's at his best, he's great. I think Danny Scudero, again, is one of the better receivers, if not the best receiver right now in the Mountain West. He's playing tremendous football. There's some good receivers, but Scudero's at the very top of that list, okay? Every list you have to make with receivers in the Mountain West, Scudero's right there. The reason why New Mexico's at least competitive in that game, and that game's somewhat close, is because San Jose State doesn't play defense. I mean, I saw Walker get throw for 400-plus yards against Stanford and still lose. He almost threw for 500 against Stanford, and their team still lost. Their defense is atrocious. Boise actually plays defense, and they play good defense at that too, right? Boise State, 5 games this year. South Florida game, pretend I didn't see that. 51-14 victory against East Washington. 49-37 victory against Air Force. Well, doesn't fit my agenda. Air Force plays, guys, Zarka and those guys, they're trouble. 47-14 victory against App State, and then a 28-7 loss against Notre Dame. Yeah, they lost to Notre Dame, but staying that competitive against the Irish is impressive, especially an Irish team that scored 40-plus against the SEC's Texas A&M. So I look at Boise and say, okay, they've got an offense, obviously. It's not the Ashton Genty type run as last year, but Mark Madsen's back, obviously. Maddox Madsen's back. And Dylan Riley has cooled off since the start of the season because they use Sayer Gaines quite a bit now, too. But Maddox Madsen's having a decent year, not making the best decisions with the football at times, but it's okay. Boise's playing good enough football. I don't think New Mexico's able to keep up because they're going to be stopped defensively now, at least. Or their offense is going to be stopped via the Boise defense. That's the difference in this game. Jack Lane actually looked pretty good in the San Jose State game. Made some mistakes in that one, obviously. And ultimately, right, SJSU wins the game by 7 points. Jack Lane made more than a few mistakes. He threw 3 interceptions. Threw for 350 yards. Again, the yardage was not a problem for New Mexico. It was just, once they worked the ball into San Jose State territory, or in general, Jack Lane was, consistently throwing picks. And, New Mexico made their run at the end of the game. Again, the game wasn't as close as it looks on paper. It's a 35-17 lead for San Jose State, and right, New Mexico scores 11 unanswered to close the game out to make it a 7-point game. But Jack Lane with the 3 interceptions ultimately losing them that game. They can move the ball. It's just, it's just the turnovers really costly mistakes. I don't think here's the thing though. Here's the difference between the Boise game and the San Jose State game. They're not going to be able to move the ball as much now. The picks, they might come back. You're not going to be able to move the ball nearly as much against Boise like you were against San Jose. So I don't think it goes well for New Mexico. I think Maddox Madsen and Boise State wins the game, and I believe they cover 16.5 points too. I mean, Boise State at home minus 16.5 against the New Mexico Lobos. Next up, 7:15 start time, Salt Lake City, Utah. By the way, we have now passed the longest ever video on my channel. So Yes, sir. Uh, Utah at home against Arizona State. I'm taking Utah here, guys. I'm taking Utah. Again, Arizona State to me is just a different team when they're on the road. They're a completely different team. When they're at home, guys, I don't know if I can pick against Arizona State at home. Like next week, it is going to be so hard for me to not pick Arizona State to beat Texas Tech. For as much as I've hyped up and gassed up Texas Tech, I just, spoke the world of them in that Kansas game. I'm probably still, even though I think Utah's going to beat Arizona State, I think I got to take Arizona State next week to beat Texas Tech. Again, come back next week for that game. Just because going to Tempe is so difficult to do, and I don't know, man. Leavitt is playing very good football. Going to Salt Lake, though, another difficult Big 12 environment, especially on the road. Well, no, definitely on the road, especially at night in the cold. You're a warm weather team from Arizona going to Salt Lake City to play the Utah Utes. I'm going to check how cold it's going to be on Saturday night. It's going to be 45 degrees and raining. Ooh. I'm seeing a news article. Yesterday, at least Saturday was the second wettest day in history in the city of Salt Lake City. What the hell? So I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of rain. There's storms coming to Salt Lake City, but it's cold in Salt Lake, 40 degrees, and it's raining on a Saturday night, and you're a team from the desert in Arizona. That's a culture change. That's a culture shock. It is. It's just you're playing a different game at that point, essentially. And I know Utah's good, man. Utah, they still have an outside shot to the playoffs. There's still others receiving votes. You look at the rest of their schedule. Do they lose another game? There's a chance they don't lose another game. They go to the Big 12 championship game and they get their rematch against Texas Tech. Because I think they beat BYU. And I think BYU gets got this week. And I think Brigham Young loses. I think they probably win the Holy War next week. I just need to watch these games first and we can make our official prediction on that next week. But there's a chance Utah doesn't lose another game for the rest of the year, and then, okay, it's hard to say that they're not a playoff team if they're 11-1, and you kind of get into a circumstance that we've been talking about earlier with the Virginia Cavaliers. Like, do they get in at 11-2? I don't know, right? But again, a lot of football left to play. Devin Dampier, he's not having the Heisman-esque season that I thought he was going to have, which is a little disappointing, but Dampier will be back for that Heisman Award next year in his senior season. He's playing well. And again, it's been an improvement for Utah considering what quarterback play they had at least last season. No disrespect to Isaac Wilson, but Dampier's doing everything right. His thing is Sam Levitt's playing so well for Arizona State, though. Levitt, after a very bad start to the season, has really bounced back. I mean, I guess he played all right in the Texas State game. The Baylor game, though, he played very well on the road. They go on the road. Levitt makes all the plays. They go to Baylor. They go to Waco. They win. Texas Christian game, they find a way to win at home. And again, we picked Arizona State because, again, my rule, I don't pick against Arizona State at home. I don't pick them to lose in Tempe. But I do pick against them. I do pick them to lose on the road. I do. Give me the Utah Utes. Great defense, who has only lost, and the team as a whole has only lost to Texas Tech this year, who looks unbeatable until they have to go to Tempe. But other than that, they've looked great this year. Perfect bounce back effort 2 weeks ago against West Virginia, 48-14 victory in Morgantown. And now, again, coming off a bye week, you've had 2 weeks to prepare for this game. So has Arizona State, but I think Utah needed the break a little bit more. You get 2 weeks to prepare for Arizona State, and Arizona State's got to come to your place. And at the same time, Utah is a 4.5-point favorite. I'm going with the Utes at home, minus 4.5 to beat the Arizona State Sun Devils. Again, big game next week for both these squads. Holy War, and then Arizona State, Texas Tech. Yeah, the Big 12's got some stuff next week. I mean, we'll be locked in next week for Big 12 football. Next up, our penultimate game of the week, Nevada takes on San Diego State from Reno. Just how bad are the Nevada Wolfpack? How bad are they, man? I mean, I think Chuba's done, right? I mean, I don't think Purdy's going to start anymore. They have AJ Bianco, too, as a quarterback, just on roster. He's been in Nevada for a while. I believe they're going to go Carter Jones now. They go to Carter Jones in the Fresno game. Jones comes into the game. I don't know if he's a true freshman or a redshirt freshman. I believe I think he's a redshirt. Redshirt freshman, 11 for 15 passing for 121 yards. Almost gets his team back in the game. They take Purdy out for good reason. He was god-awful. He was horrible, man. I mean, multiple receptions out of Purdy. It's just, everything's a mess. They're fumbling the ball as Nevada, not going well. Put in the backup quarterback in Carter Jones, he's a lot of success, man. And that's the guy you need to go to if you're Nevada. He'll get a home start now at UNR in Reno. After a game where, again, they were down 20-3 against Fresno State. They lose the game 17-20 because of back-to-back big drives by Carter Jones. Ultimately, they just couldn't get the ball back or couldn't drive down the field when it mattered, and Fresno wins the game by 3 points. Again, Fresno's a really good football team with a really good running attack and a quarterback that's continuing to get better, at least at Fresno State. But Nevada returns home against San Diego State. I still can't trust the Wolfpack, though, man. I cannot do it. Carter Jones is known now, and I think he's going to be decent, but at least he's known. There's film now. San Diego State, again, that was kind of a shock to Fresno. Okay, it's not Bianco. Oh, Purdy's out. It's not AJ Bianco. Oh, it's Carter Jones. Who's Carter Jones? Right? Nevada almost makes their run. Do not forget Nevada's a 1-4 football team. So, yes, was the quarterback play horrible at Chuba Purdy? 100%. And will it get better with AJ Bianco? I mean, I think. It's not just the quarterback position, though, man. There's a lot of other moving pieces that are just not at a high level right now for Nevada. It's just the truth. Purdy did not play well this year, guys. Chuba Purdy, you want to hear a stat? Did run the ball fairly well, 300 yards rushing this year. But Purdy throwing the ball, 50% completion rate, 500 yards, 1 touchdown. Get this, 8 interceptions for Chuba Purdy. You're 24, 25 playing college football. I'm sorry, it's over, man. I mean, you went from FSU to Nebraska to Nevada. It's over. I mean, it's Indeed.com. It's time. It is time. So I think Carter Jones is the guy now. Again, Brendan Lewis is gone, obviously. He's at Memphis for the best reasons. I mean, he made it out, obviously, of UNR. San Diego State, they're looking good right now. Had the low-scoring win over against Northern Illinois, but that's how Northern Illinois plays football. It's low-scoring, and it's kind of boring sometimes. Last week, a big win over Colorado State on a Friday night. Again, I said it earlier, it's the game that nobody really watched because San Jose State's playing, and of course, we're watching the shootout. But Jaden Denegal, man, good win for the guy. Denegal's playing well this year. He is. Denegal's playing some pretty good football, at least for San Diego State. No, he's playing good. I mean, he's playing well. He's playing better, I think, than Danny O'Neal. Denegal is like the complete package over O'Neal. He's 6'5", all-around talent. I'm not saying O'Neal's not, but I mean, obviously there's a reason they wanted Denegal here. I mean, they're gonna have their work out. They're gonna have their work cut out for them in a couple weeks at Fresno because Fresno's just that good. But it's a team that has a pretty good run game. Denegal can get it done through the air, but you got a couple running backs: Lucky Sutton, Byron Cardwell. You got some running backs, and Denegal is doing a decent job at quarterback as well. I can't trust Nevada. I get it, and you made the quarterback change, and yes, Carter Jones looked better. The offense just looked better, and Carter Jones looks better than Chuba Purdy. Well, obviously anybody's gonna look better than a quarterback that's thrown 8 interceptions to 1 touchdown, but you do lose a little bit in the quarterback run game with Chuba. Yeah, you eliminate a lot of turnovers, but you lose some in the run game as well. And also, by the way, again, I will not let you forget about what Nevada's done this season. They had a pick 6. They got bailed out against Sacramento State at home at UNR. They should have lost to an FCS school, a good FCS school, kind of, a talent-loaded FCS school that can't put it together. They lost to Middle Tennessee by 1 point at home. My goodness. Lost to Western Kentucky on the road like expected, and lost to Fresno in a game where they were getting blown out until Carter Jones came in the football game. I cannot rely on UNR. I know even with a new quarterback, I can't do it. San Diego State's actually been playing pretty decently right now. How is UNR going to stop that run? They couldn't stop the Fresno run. They can't stop the San Diego State run. Give me the Aztecs on the road. Our final game of the video for the longest video on the Greedo Plays channel will probably get broken probably next week again. I don't know, these 4-hour videos, these are a lot, man. I've never actually passed the 4-hour mark, but here we are. Final game of the week. We have the Utah State Aggies going on the road to take on the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. Give me Utah State. Yeah. I love fading Hawaii, man. I do. I know it's a difficult trip going out here. It is. I don't think Hawaii's that good. I don't think they are. They beat Air Force. They go to Colorado Springs and score a bunch of points in Air Force. Micah Alejado has 457 yards. That's awesome. Alejado's a talent. Again, I think he's fully healthy now, especially coming off the bye week. He wasn't 100% playing the Fresno game. I was a little surprised he played the Air Force game, but he does, and he plays really well, and obviously bye week coming out of that. So he's obviously okay now. The problem with Hawaii is, though, the problem with that game is it's great, but Air Force, we know, just doesn't play defense. That's like a well-known thing now. The Falcons don't know how to tackle, and they don't play defense. You're taking on a Utah State team that I really like. I do. I said at the beginning of the season, I think Bryson Barnes is one of the better quarterbacks in the Mountain West. I know he struggled last season, but I said this, I've said this time in and time out. Last year was a difficult year for him because there was always a threat of Spencer Petras coming in and giving him hell. There is none of that now, Yeah, you have Jacob Conover, the former Brigham Young quarterback, who's kind of here too, but Bryson Barnes is your guy. And they subbed out Bryson Barnes fairly early in that game against Vandy. Barnes is the starting quarterback. And, actually, I don't mind Jacob Conover either. I think Jacob Conover is actually a decent quarterback, too. He's just gotten stuck, as a backup for most of his career. But Bryson Barnes, assuming he's playing this week, who, again, got injured in the Vandy game. They sub in Conover for him. I believe Bryson Barnes is playing. Guys, even if it is Conover, I'm still taking Utah State. I'm going to let that be known. Probably going to be best bet. But I don't know. I think Bryson Barnes is playing. I think he is. Yeah, I don't know. There's really. I mean, they're coming off a bye. I assume Bryson Barnes is playing. They're gonna give Hawaii hell, man. They're going to, because Utah State, their defense isn't great. It's not. I mean, you can say, oh, they give up 55 points in the last game. Well, they played Vandy on the road and they scored 35 points at the same time. It's just an offense that scores. It is. Regardless if Conover's at quarterback or Barnes, I hope it's Barnes, but they score every week. I mean, they covered on the road against A&M, lost by 22. They covered on the road against Vandy, lost by 20. They were, I think, 24-point underdogs in the A&M game, 20-point underdogs, 21-point underdogs in the Vandy game. They cover both of them. They scored 28 points on UTEP. I mean, it's just an offense that scores. They've got weapons. Again, I like Barnes a lot, but you got Miles Davis in the backfield. Conover can run a little bit. Bryson Barnes is a better runner. Brendan Pagan, Brady Boyd. You got receivers. Tight ends Brock Lane, I believe. Utah State's got an influx of talent. They do. And Hawaii, I mean, again, lock in for a late night Hawaii sweat. They don't run the ball. They're so pass heavy. You know what's coming every single time. If you can pressure, again, I think teams need to take what Fresno did. And Air Force obviously can't apply that because they don't have a defense. So, like, you can't really apply what other teams have done and say, oh, Air Force, just do that. Utah State, send pressure on Micah Eliado. If you send pressure on him, you force him out of the pocket or you force him to make a stupid throw. And you've seen that before. Fresno, housed him. Shout out to Thunderbird. And they multiple interceptions out of Alejado. If you just pressure Mike Alejado, he can't really see over the line at times, and he's going to throw picks. So if I'm Utah State, again, I'm hoping this is what they do for the late night game in Hawaii. Just pressure the guy. Send blitz. Send a lot of blitz. Sure, again, you're leaving your corners on a 1-on-1 island. Again, if you give up a couple of home run shots and they beat you over the top and they score whatever, it's going to be a lot of points scored anyway. You can get those back. Pressure Alejado and try to force those turnovers because ultimately that's what's going to win you the game. You can trade back and forth for a little bit, but the turnovers will ultimately win it for you if you're Utah State. So I'm going Utah State again. Will it be Jacob Conover? Will it be Bryson Barnes? I don't know. I hope it's Barnes, the former Utah Ute. But again, Conover's a guy from Brigham Young. He has experience. He backed up Jaron Hall. I believe he was on roster when he had to been on roster when Zach Wilson was there too. Has experience. I don't know if he's there with Zach Wilson. I know he's there with Jaron Hall. It's only a year apart. He probably was. I'm pretty sure he was. I'm okay with whatever quarterback it is. If it's Barnes, though, even better. And if it's Conover, we probably just get better odds. So I'm taking not Brigham Young. Utah State. Give me the guys from Logan, Utah. In Utah State, the Aggies go on the road and beat Hawaii. We get them at plus money too. Great spot. Again, folks, we're going to take Utah State to close the night at 8:59 p.m. over on the West Coast. Folks, thank y'all for watching our college football week 7 predictions. Over 4 hours long of college football picks. First time ever done on the channel before. My goodness. I just want to thank you guys for watching the video and getting this far. I say it every week. It's fun, legitimately. It's a lot. But I enjoy doing this, and I want to thank you guys for watching. Make sure to hit that subscribe button down below for more. Make sure you leave a like, and again, join us later in the week again for our college football best bets. 10 specific games I like the most out of the week. Make sure to join us for that later again. And obviously, NFL predictions coming tomorrow, and NFL bets back at you on Saturday as well. Folks, thank y'all for watching. Make sure that subscribe button down below for more. And Mamba forever.